Hi, welcome to Novel to Listen. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 551 to 570. As soon as they entered Tanggu town, Lu Hao led his team of imperial guards and parted ways with Yu Xiaoxiao and the others. After all, he had work on hand, and official business was still his priority. At noon, Yu Xiaoxiao took the group of tired and hungry youths to the entrance of Junsho Restaurant. Junsho Restaurant had already opened several branches in the capital. This group of noble young masters and misses from the capital naturally knew that they wouldn't be able to taste the delicacies in Junsho Restaurant without booking several days in advance. Although they really wanted to sit down in Junsho Restaurant and have a good meal, the group of noble young masters and misses knew clearly in their hearts that it was just their wishful thinking. When they smelled the strong aroma of the roasted duck wafting out from the restaurant, the group felt that their hunger was even more unbearable. Ning Dongwan covered his rumbling stomach that was protesting for food and looked pitifully at Yu Xiaoxiao. I say, Xiaoxiao, you clearly know that we're dying of hunger, but you're deliberately tempting us with food. Can we still happily play together? You aren't that naive to think that there's still vacant seats for us in Junsho Restaurant at this time, right? Shi Donglin, Royal Princess Minglin's younger brother, watched as customers went in and out of the entrance of Junsho Restaurant, and said dispiritedly, I took a look, and it seemed like the main hall was already full. There's no point in asking. Wasn't there a Fulin restaurant earlier? It also seems like a famous, long-established restaurant. Why don't we just eat there and fill our stomachs first? Yuan Shuiyan was the only one among them who knew about the relationship between Junsho Restaurant and Yu Xiaoxiao. This was something that she had heard from her grandfather, great scholar Yuan. Xiaoxiao was considered half of a boss of Junsho Restaurant, so she never had to make reservations when eating there. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled playfully at Shi Donglin, who was around the same age as her younger brother, and said, it's okay. Maybe we'll be very lucky and encounter a sudden cancellation. You guys wait here, while I go ask. It won't take much time. Ning Dongwan still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by his refined second brother. He asked with confusion, Second brother, why are you stopping me? Are we just going to let Xiaoxiao get rebuffed? That guy with a goatee just came out with a face full of disappointment. It's obvious that there are no tables left off. Ning Donglin watched as Xiaoxiao entered Junsho Restaurant, and then shook his head at his brainless third brother, saying, when have you ever seen Xiaoxiao fight a battle unprepared? Although she said that she was going to try her luck, she had an air of confidence. Don't worry about it, just wait to go in and have a good meal. Inside Junsho Restaurant, Qian Xiaoduo, who was busily greeting the customers, saw Yu Xiaoxiao coming in from outside. He went forward with an even warmer smile and said, Miss Yu, did you just return from the capital? Quickly go upstairs. This little one will have someone bring you a basin of water so you can wash up. Yu Xiaoxiao looked strangely at Qian Xiaoduo's beard and curiously asked, Manager Qian, why did you suddenly grow out a beard? It makes you look several years older. Qian Xiaoduo touched his beard, which had just grown out a little, and chuckled. People often say that young people can't be trusted with important tasks. So I want to make myself look more dignified. After he said that, he looked outside and continued, are those people outside your friends from the capital? Is this a trip to the seaside? It's not a bad idea to let the noble young masters and misses in the capital see our newly built harbor in Tanggu, as well as the ships that are coming and going. Erzuzi, go and invite those guests outside to the third floor. Miss Yu, do you want to head up first? Yu Xiaoxiao waved her hands at him and said, they're my friends so there's no need to be so polite. I'll call them over myself. I brought spring tea that I stir-fried, have someone brew a pot and bring it upstairs. Wadung took out a jar of tea leaves from her bag. Qian Xiaoduo's eyes suddenly brightened up and he quickly took it over with both hands. As if he was holding a treasure, he went to the tea room to find the person who was most skilled in making tea. Who didn't know that the wild camellia tea that Miss Yu made had an even more fragrant and mellow taste than top-grade Yunwu tea? Since the current master of the Zhou family tasted the tea, he always thought about it whenever he returned to the old residence in Tanggu town. After serving Miss Yu's friends, there should still be a lot of tea leaves left in the jar. Miss Yu was a generous person, so she definitely wouldn't take back the remaining tea leaves. It seemed like he had gotten another chance to show his face in front of the old master again thanks to Miss Yu. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't care about manager Qian's thoughts and turned to walk out of Junshou restaurant. She beckoned her friends and showed a crafty smile as she said, "It seems like we're really lucky today. There's a private room on the third floor that's vacant." Ning Dongwan exclaimed in surprise with an incredible expression on his face, "Really? There's an empty spot as soon as you go ask." I clearly saw several waves of people coming out with a disappointed look. "Oh, I know. Do you have a long-term reservation of a private room in Junshou restaurant so that you can come eat the delicacies at the restaurant at any time?" Yu Xiaoxiao looked at him with a contemptuous gaze and said, "If I'm going to make a reservation, I would have done it in the Junshou restaurant in the capital. These 2 years, I can only return to Tanggu Town a limited number of times. If I made a reservation, wouldn't it be empty most of the time and only be used less than twice a year? Do I have that much money to waste?" Ning Dongwan pouted and grumbled, "You do have a lot of money, ah. The beauty salon, pharmaceutical workshops, and wine distillery are all money-making businesses. If calculated seriously, you can be considered one of the wealthiest ladies in the capital. What's the big deal about reserving a private room in Junshou restaurant?" Ning Donglin was embarrassed by his younger brother's stupidity. He glared at him and said, "There are so many branches of Junshou restaurant in the capital. Have you ever heard of them letting outsiders reserve a private room? If it was possible, with so many rich and influential families in the capital, wouldn't all the private rooms already be taken? Can't you use your brain before speaking?" With a puzzled expression, Ning Dongwan scratched the back of his head and asked in confusion, "Then how did she get a private room? Could it be that she used her beauty?" Ouch. Ning Donglin retrieved his fan and didn't want to pay attention to him anymore. Ning Dongwan continued to murmur. Even when they had sat down in the private room on the third floor and was drinking the fragrant tea, he still pestered Xiaoxiao to ask her how she managed to get such a high-class private room. Yuan Shuiyan reminded him in an indifferent tone, "Has anyone ever seen Junshou restaurant open the third floor to outsiders?" Indeed, Yuan Shuiyan's words enlightened everyone present. The third floor of Junshou restaurant had always been very mysterious, and it was said that it was specially used to entertain close friends and relatives. Could it be? Ning Dongwan looked at Yu Xiaoxiao with bright eyes, as if he was a puppy begging for a bone. "Xiaoxiao, are you the illegitimate daughter of the Zhou family, Iya, second brother? Why did you hit me again?" Ning Donglin shook his head in disappointment and said, "I told you to use your brain before speaking, but it seems like that was a rather difficult request because you don't have one at all." Seeing that everyone had looked over curiously, Yu Xiaoxiao quickly smiled and explained, "I found a tattered recipe book by chance, and made several dishes according to the book." The third young master of the Zhou family took a fancy to the dishes and bought several of the recipes at a high price. Third young master Zhou, who is generous and treats me like a friend, gave me the rights to use the private rooms on the third floor. Hearing this, Yu Wanqing looked at Xiaoxiao with admiration and exclaimed, "Older sister Xiaoxiao, you're so amazing. You're good at everything." Ning Donglin, on the other hand, had a thoughtful look on his face and said after a long time, "This Junshou restaurant was originally just a common restaurant in Tanggu Town. I heard that it barely managed to survive the competition of other famous, long-established restaurants. Later, the restaurant released oyster sauce dishes, roasted chicken, roasted duck, only then did it gradually gain a firm foothold. Allegedly, these dishes were recipes given to them by a mysterious person. This mysterious person wouldn't just happen to be Xiaoxiao, right?" Yu Xiaoxiao hadn't expected that Ning Donglin knew all these things, but the history of the establishment of Junshou restaurant wasn't a secret. Anyone who wanted to inquire about it could find out. She replied humbly, "It just so happened that those dishes were in the book. At that time, my family was in a situation where we didn't have enough food to eat and warm clothes to wear, so we sold the recipes in order to improve our living conditions." Ning Dongwan beat his chest and lamented, "Iya, what a pity. Isn't that the same as selling a chicken that lays golden eggs? If you still had them now, we could cooperate to open a restaurant with these signature dishes. It will definitely be better than Junshou restaurant." Yu Xiaoxiao had endless recipes in her hands, so opening a restaurant wasn't a problem for her. However, in the past 2 years, she had been in the limelight enough in the capital. She didn't want to attract more attention so as to not attract the jealousy of others and bring disaster to herself. After the group casually washed up, they had a good meal at Junsho restaurant and a short rest before they rushed to Dongshan village. The villagers of Dongshan village were stunned by the sight of the group of over a dozen people, who were all dressed in brocade robes and accompanied by fine horses and myriads of servants. Who said Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't succeed because she had no roots in the capital? Look at how she was accompanied by a royal princess and noble young masters and misses. They were truly the children of wealthy and influential families. Those who boasted about being noble young misses in town were far inferior to these people. As for their accommodation, Zhu Junyang had already thought it over for Xiaoxiao. The Yu family's old residence was built to appear spacious and grand. However, it might be too crowded to entertain over a dozen children of noble families and dozens of servants and guards. Fortunately, Prince Jing household's mountain manor on the West Mountains was currently vacant. After Zhu Junyang got permission from his lady mother, he had servants clean up the empty rooms in the manor to entertain the group of noble young maidens and masters. The problem of their lodging had been resolved, and there was no need to worry about food. Those who lived on the mountain lived off the mountain, while those who lived near the sea lived off the sea. If they wanted to eat game, then they should go hunt for some in the mountains. If they wanted to eat seafood, then they should go fishing. Would they starve with Xiaoxiao around? For the next several days, the young masters and maidens who had never been to the sea played like crazy. Every morning, they followed Xiaoxiao to set traps in the mountains. When the tide was low, they went to gather seafood at the beach with the half-grown children in the village. The young masters, who thought that they were good at swimming, had even borrowed Yu Hai's and Yu Hang's sharkskin diving suits. They swam around in the sea, and then dived into the shallow water to catch some small fish and shrimps. At dusk, they went back to the mountains to retrieve the pheasants and wild hares that were caught in the traps. Then, in the evening, they filled their stomachs with the delicacies from the mountain and sea. Sometimes the young maidens also envied Ning Dongwan and the others for being able to experience the joy of playing the water, but they could only watch and sigh because they had poor swimming skills. Although they couldn't swim, Xiaoxiao knew how to swim. Thus, He Wanning pestered Xiaoxiao to teach her how to swim. When the girls were swimming and diving, they naturally had to find a secluded area and have many guards around them. After all, they were all grown maidens. After putting on the tight-fitting diving suits, their delicate figures become somewhat more apparent. The reef beside the cliff, where Yu Xiaoxiao used to gather seafood, was the most secluded area. Every time she went to the sea, she would choose to get into the waters here. Xiaoxiao, who had put on a black sharkskin diving suit, jumped into the waters from the reef like a nimble little dolphin. Little dolphin, the noble maidens on the reef seemed to have thought of something. Yu Wanqing eagerly asked, "Older sister Yu, will your little dolphin friend come today? I have never seen a dolphin before." The others subsequently nodded to express that they wanted to see the little dolphin that was full of spirits. Of course, Yu Xiaoxiao wouldn't let them down. She called out towards the depths of the ocean, "Xiaobu." Yu Wanqing looked at the surface of the sea in the distance. Her eyes were full of expectation as she asked from time to time, "Older sister Yu, the sea is so big, can the little dolphin hear your voice? Is the little dolphin big enough to carry a person while swimming? What does the sea floor look like? Is it the same as the Dragon Palace in the legends, with shrimp soldiers and crab generals and shell palace maids?" The others were amused by her childish words. He Wanning, who had changed into a diving suit, took a deep breath and dived into the waters. When she came out, she pretended to be surprised and exclaimed, "Wow! I saw a tortoise prime minister. Where is it? Where is it?" Only Yu Wanqing, the naive fellow, was fooled and hastily rushed over. She didn't even care that her embroidered shoes got wet and only cared about seeing what the tortoise prime minister looked like. He Wanning couldn't hold back anymore. She laughed and said, "I lied to you. How can there be any shrimp soldiers, crab generals, dragon king and dragon maidens? Those are all mythological characters, so how can we see them in real life?" Her words led to fits of laughter. Yu Wanqing pouted and stamped her feet. "Older sister, he is so mean. I'm not playing with you." Dolphin, is that a dolphin? There are so many." Everyone looked towards the direction that she pointed at. Sure enough, a group of sea elves jumped out of the water from time to time. They had pointed mouths and backs with graceful lines. What elegant and cute creatures. Older sister Yu. That's older sister Yu, right? Yu Wanqing saw a head surrounded by the dolphins and screamed out in surprise. It turned out that, at some point, Xiao Xiao had swam far away and met up with the pod of dolphins. Among the dolphins, Xiaobu had already grown into Big Bu. Xiaobu was very excited because it hadn't seen its good friend, Xiao Xiao, in a long time. It swam around her, jumped out of the water beside her from time to time, and let her head rest on top of its head. Xiao Xiao dripped a drop of mystic stone water into its wide-open mouth. Seeing Yu Wanqing Li Mengqi desperately waving their hands at her, she climbed up onto the dolphin's back and had it carry her towards the group of people, like when she was younger. Xiaobu often played with Xiao Xiao, so it wasn't scared of humans. It obediently swam to the shore, and soon the crowd on the reef were able to clearly see its appearance: blue back, sharp dorsal fin, shiny skin, and a pair of bright, black eyes that shined with life. So pretty, Yu Wanqing couldn't help but exclaim. The others were also mesmerized by the cute appearance of the little dolphin. He Wanning tried to get closer to Xiaobu with her measly dog paddle swimming skills. Xiaobu tilted its head and looked at her curiously with a friendly and gentle expression. Dolphins are kind creatures that are lively and playful. As long as you don't have any ill intentions, it will be happy to accept you as a friend. Yu Xiaoxiao introduced her little dolphin friend to her close friends. He Wanning slowly stretched out her hands, trying to feel Xiaobu's shiny bald head. Suddenly, she felt something in the water push against her waist. She was so scared that her face turned pale and she forgot how to dog paddle. Her limbs flapped in confusion and she seemed to be sinking into the sea. The girls on the shore screamed repeatedly, feeling worried for her. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of salty sea water, He Wanning suddenly felt herself being lifted. She thought that it was Xiao Xiao who saved her. She pitifully squeezed out a grateful smile at her, but she found out that Xiao Xiao was 2 arms' length away from her. Huh, then who saved me? Xiao Xiao motioned her to look in the sea. It turned out that Xiaobu was pushing her with its head, letting her body surface above the waters. Xiao Xiao said with a smile, "The legend of dolphins saving people is widely known around the seaside. Fishermen will never hunt these mystical little creatures because they will probably have to rely on the dolphins to save them when they encounter dangers at sea." Haha, so it was you, this little guy, who was causing trouble. Yu Xiaoxiao plunged into the sea and saw a little dolphin that was even smaller than the Xiaobu that she first met. It swam around He Wanning, and from time to time, it would curiously push her with its rostrum. It was because of this little guy that He Wanning had nearly drowned in fear earlier. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao swim over, the little fellow wasn't scared. It hovered around Xiaobu and looked at her curiously with a shy expression of wanting to approach but was embarrassed to do so. Yu Xiaoxiao swam closer to it, stroked its smooth back, and bribed it with a drop of mystic stone water. The little fellow finally got close to her and swam around her. It rubbed its small head against her and didn't even struggle when Xiao Xiao held onto it. Xiao Xiao carried the little guy to the surface of the sea and grinned at He Wanning, who had already climbed ashore, saying, "Older sister you're so timid. You're afraid of such a small baby dolphin. Wow, it's adorable, can I touch it?" Yu Wanqing excitedly screamed as she rushed in front of the others. The water level near the reef was too shallow for adult dolphins to swim over, but it was different for the mini dolphin that Yu Xiaoxiao was holding. After Xiao Xiao let it go, it didn't swim away and swam around in the shallow waters while flapping its tail. Just like how the young maidens onshore were curious about it, it was also full of curiosity since it was its first time meeting human girls. Seeing Yu Wanqing put her hands into the sea water and called it warmly, the little fellow swam over in a silly manner and put its head on her palm, asking to be stroked. So cute. The little dolphin is so cute. I really want to take it home to raise as a pet. If it wasn't for the fact that she knew that dolphins couldn't leave the water like fishes, Yu Wanqing would hold it in her arms and kiss it. Royal Princess Minglin disproved her, the little dolphin needs to live in the water. Do you have seawater at home? Moreover, even if your family has the financial ability to transport seawater back every day, would the dolphin be happy after leaving its friends in the ocean? It's like, you're suddenly able to breathe underwater. The little dolphins made you stay in the ocean and won't let you back go ashore. Would you be willing? Of course not, Yu Wanqing immediately retorted, See, the little dolphin doesn't want to go home with you. The ocean is their paradise. Royal Princess Minglin squatted down, and the little dolphin swam towards her, which accidentally led to a tragedy. It ran aground on the reef. Xiao Xiao hastily carried it back to the deep sea, and the little fellow, who got frightened, immediately swam back to Xiaobu to be consoled. Xiao Xiao, who had an alert mind, pointed at the little guy and asked Xiaobu, "Xiaobu, this little fellow wouldn't be your child, right? You're a mother now." As if it could understand Xiao Xiao's words, Xiaobu nodded its head that had come up on the surface of the water. It caressed the back of the little dolphin with its fin, and a sense of affection could be seen within its black eyes. "Then let's call him Little Xiaobu. Little Xiaobu looks actually the same as when you were younger, and it's also just as bold." Yu Xiaoxiao remembered the Xiaobu from a few years ago. It was slightly bigger than little Xiaobu now, yet it dared to approach her. They swam freely in the sea, and even dared to tease those big sharks. Under the guidance of Xiaoxiao, He Wanning swam for a while and learned to dive. She picked up a small crab in the shallow sea and was so excited that she nearly drowned again. After she played for a while, she went ashore to dig mussels and pry barnacles with Yuan Shuiyan and the others. "Watch me catch a few large lobsters as dinner for you guys." It had been a long time since Yu Xiaoxiao swam in the bottom of the sea to her heart's content. Seeing that her friends were playing happily on shore, she called out to them and plunged into the water, diving into the azure blue sea. With the little divine stone's escort and Xiaobu's guidance, she soon arrived at the deep sea. The gorgeous corals, which she had not seen in a long time, rippled with the waves in various forms. The colorful school of fishes formed a net as they swam, frolicking. A big sea turtle slowly swam past Xiaoxiao and looked curiously at her. The treasures of the seabed appeared in front of Xiaoxiao. She grabbed huge lobsters one after another, picked up lazily squirming sea cucumbers one after another, dug out fist-sized abalones one after another. She had gained a full harvest at the bottom of the sea. The people on the shore became anxious when they saw that she hadn't floated up for a long time. Even the indifferent-looking Yuan Shuiyan had a worried expression on her face. "Shaolian, I heard that there are many undercurrents and dangerous shoals under the sea. Xiaoxiao has gone down for so long. Did something happen?" Upon hearing her words, Shaolian, who was helping her younger sister entertain the pampered guests from the capital, shook her head and said with a smile, "It's okay. Younger sister has come back safe after diving for an even longer time than now. You guys can rest assured. Don't you think it's strange that she hasn't come up to breathe for so long?" Royal Princess Minglin tried to hold her breath on the shore and couldn't hold it for a long time. Shaolian, who was born in a fishing village, had heard many stories about pearl divers. She told them that some people were born with the talents for diving and could hold their breath underwater for more than 20 minutes without a change in their faces. If Xiaoxiao was here, she would definitely recall that, in her previous life, the record holder of the Guinness World Records held his breath for 22 minutes. As they spoke, they saw a head appear in the distant sea. She waved at them, and then dived down again. Yu Xiaoxiao quickly gathered a bag of seafood. She found an extremely bright red coral, which was as dazzling as the red clouds in the sky. It looked lustrous and transparent. Hence, she was attracted to go over. At this time, red corals were already regarded as an auspicious and fortunate item that represented nobility and power, so it was also called lucky gem. It was the symbol of happiness and eternity. Xiaoxiao heard from her godmother that when the princess of the previous dynasty got married, the imperial family included a red coral that was even taller than a person in her dowry. It was extremely valuable, and thus attracted the envy of countless noble maidens. Corals with such a bright and dazzling red color like this should be considered top grade, right? With the little divine stone's help, Yu Xiaoxiao picked the beautiful red coral and slowly pulled back to the shore. Fortunately, there was buoyancy in the sea and she also had the help of the little dolphin. Otherwise, she wasn't sure if she could bring this coral that was nearly the same size as her back. The coral was dragged ashore with the help of her friends. The group of young maidens were amazed because they had never seen such a coral that was so big and red. He Wanning was pleasantly surprised as she walked around the coral twice and said, "Younger sister Xiaoxiao, you're really lucky to actually find such a top-notch quality red coral. How did you drag it up with that small and thin body of yours?" Li Mengqi also knew about the value of red coral. The matriarch of her family had a red coral in her dowry. It was only a little more than half a meter tall, but she treated it like a treasure and hid it for fear that it would be damaged by others. Yu Wanqing showed the string of red coral beads on her wrist to the others and said with a smile, "My mother gave a red coral beads bracelet on my birthday. The color isn't as beautiful as this one, yet I heard it cost several thousand taels. Older sister Yu, you can grind out so many beads from this coral." He Wanqing smacked the back of her head. She disregarded her wronged expression and rebuked, "Do you know how rare a colony of coral is? If it's divided into pieces like you suggested, then that's recklessly wasting God's gift. Xiaosao, you can't be muddle-headed and suffer big losses for the sake of small gains." Yuan Shuiyan, on the other hand, thought more profoundly and asked, "Younger sister Xiaosao, this coral is very valuable. Have you figured out what to do with it? People often say that one's only crime was to carry a jade. Such a precious item would likely attract thieves." Yu Xiaosao understood what she meant, so she answered without any hesitation, "At the end of next month, isn't it the Emperor's imperial mother, Princess Consort Duan's, birthday? The Emperor and Empress treat me so well, and I have nothing to repay them with. So I'll give this coral as a birthday present to Princess Consort Duan." He Wanning felt very regretful about it. In her opinion, Xiaosao had been granted the title of a feudal princess, but to be a match with Royal Prince Yong, who was a real member of the imperial family, there was still a gap between their statuses. If she had such a valuable item in her dowry when she got married, those nosy people probably wouldn't be able to say anything, right? However, Xiaosao wanted to give it to someone else. Her heart ached for her. "All right." Royal Princess Minglin sourly said, "No wonder the Emperor and Empress like you so much. You, this lass, really know how to flatter others. You're giving away such a precious thing just like that. But you need to be prepared. You're giving such a valuable birthday present that will make others pale in comparison, so it will inevitably cause certain people to feel displeased. You're inadvertently offending people by doing this." Yu Xiaosao thought about it and felt that she was right. She quickly ran over to hug Royal Princess Minglin and said, "Older sister Minglin, thank you for reminding me. Otherwise, I would have really done something stupid and caused trouble for myself. Go away, stay away from me. My clothes are wet because of you. It was so hard to get Modiste Zhang to personally make this set of clothes. Look, it's all dirty because of you." Royal Princess Minglin was exasperated after Xiaosao rubbed seawater all over her body. What did she do? If she knew this would happen, she wouldn't have reminded that lass. Yu Xiaosao chuckled and avoided her little hand that was about to smack her. She said with a cheeky grin, "Older sister Minglin, I'll go back and wash it for you. If it's ruined, then I'll get you a new set as compensation. I just had a set of clothes made this year that I haven't worn. With that tiny body of yours, am I going to wear it so that others can laugh at me?" While Xiaosao wasn't paying attention, Royal Princess Minglin pushed her off the reef. Looking at the splashing water, her sulky mood was somewhat relieved. Yu Xiaosao moved her limbs and leisurely swam backstroke in the sea water, but she also didn't forget to provoke Royal Princess Minglin. Royal Princess Minglin appeared to have a bad temper, but in fact, after she got a better understanding of her, she realized that Royal Princess Minglin was just a paper tiger that could be easily broken with a single poke. When the night sky filled the entire beach, the group of young maidens happily returned to the village with a rich harvest. The red coral, which was the height of a person, was carried back to the mountain manor by Chunhua and Chushi. On the way back, they encountered the Ning brothers, who were worried since they hadn't returned for so long, and 3 half-grown youths. Seeing the red coral under the moonlight, Ning Dongwan's eyes nearly popped out. Such a big coral, that last Xiaosao was going to make a fortune. Before he had figured out how to buy the coral from Xiaosao, Xiaosao had already sent someone to call Lu Hao over. The task of transporting the red coral back to the capital was handed to this team of imperial guards of the Yulin division. She decided to quietly give the coral to the emperor. Whatever he decided to do with it had nothing to do with her. These young masters and maidens spent a few days in Dongshan village and had a great time. They ate all kinds of delicacies from the land and sea. Madame Lu's authentic seafood cooking skills conquered their taste buds. garlic lobster, sea cucumber and chicken soup, crispy abalone with salt and pepper, soy sauce scallops, spicy mantis shrimps. They ate so contentedly that they didn't want to leave this wonderful place, Dongshan Village. However, no matter how good Dongshan Village was, they still eventually needed to return to the capital. Just as they prepared to go home, the news of a pearl hunting competition suddenly spread throughout Tanggu. It was said that in addition to the hefty reward, the first place would also be granted an official post. Although it was only a sinecure 7th-ranked position, it was a great temptation for fishermen and pearl divers. One must admit that Royal Prince Yong had done a great job with the promotion. There were even some people from small fishing villages hundreds of kilometers away coming to sign up for participation. Anyway, the registration was free, so even if they couldn't get ranked in the competition, it wasn't a big loss for them. By giving it a try, perhaps the god of luck would help them, right? Many fishermen with good diving skills had signed up for the competition, let alone those who had many years of experience in pearl hunting. Surprisingly, there were also quite a lot of women who had also signed up. Sure enough, the legendary profession of female pearl divers really existed. The most skilled swimmer in Dongshan Village was Yu Hai. However, he was now rich and had a position of an official. Thus, he wasn't interested in this event. Several fearless youths had signed up without informing their families. Xiao Cao had only found out on the day of the competition that Zhuang Xiaomo had also secretly signed up to participate. Zhuang Xiaomo had even better diving skills than Xiao Cao's father, Yu Hai. Allegedly, the old man who adopted him was a famous pearl diver when he was young. Later, due to problems with his health, he stopped working in this profession and became an ordinary fisherman. Although he didn't want this adopted grandson to take the same disastrous road, he also didn't want his over a decade of precious experience in pearl diving to be forgotten. In the midst of his hesitation, he gradually passed on his experience to Zhuang Xiaomo. Zhuang Xiaomo had also listened to his grandfather and didn't embark on the dangerous road of being a pearl diver. However, he believed that his diving and pearl hunting skills were much better than ordinary pearl divers. Zhuang Xiaomo, who liked Shaolian, had always felt inferior. He was afraid his status wasn't worthy of her and that she would fall in love with someone better than him. Therefore, Zhuang Xiaomo always had a knot in his heart. He hoped that he could rely on his own efforts to obtain a status that was a good match for Shaolian. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. If he really got first place and won the hefty reward, he would be able to buy a house in the capital for Shaolian. Although it wouldn't be as good as the one bought by Xiao Cao, they would at least have a place to stay in the capital. Although a small 7th-ranked official didn't have any real power, he would be able to get rid of the identity of a bumpkin and become someone from the highest class among scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. When he proposed a marriage to the Yu family, he could stand up straight with confidence. When he promised to give Shaolian happiness, he could say it in a bold and confident manner. On the first day of the pearl hunting competition, Shaolian, who had come to join in the fun with her younger sister, noticed a familiar figure among the crowd, and suddenly felt flustered. Since she had always lived by the sea, she had naturally heard the older generation talk about pearl divers. The profession of picking pearls may sound like a good career to make money, but who really knew about the difficulties in the profession? Who would know that in order to obtain each round and translucent pearl, the pearl divers had to risk their own health and even lives? On the surface, the vast expanse of water was calm and without waves. However, the mysterious seabed was full of ravines, dense reefs, turbulent undercurrents, and ceaseless whirlpools. There were far more dangers than that. There were poisonous sea serpents lurking in the crevices of reefs, poisonous jellyfish floating in the sea, and fierce sharks patrolling their territory in groups. In order to obtain pearl oysters that lived more than 10 meters, or even tens of meters, under the sea, pearl divers not only had to withstand the huge pressure of the sea water, face the risk of being swept away by the undercurrent and engulfed by the whirlpool, but they also had to be on guard against the attacks of various dangerous marine organisms. Therefore, when Zhuang Xiaomo called older brother Zhang and the others to get on the boat, Yu Shaolian rushed over and indiscriminately yelled, "Zhuang Xiaomo, who told you to sign up for this? Do you know how dangerous pearl hunting is? Why are you getting yourself in danger? Are you really that short of money? For the sake of money, you're even disregarding your life. Hey, little girl, Can't you say something good? Before Zhuang Xiaomo could reply, a tanned and burly man on the next boat had voiced his displeasure. For people in this profession, it was taboo for others to say that it was dangerous and life-risking. Wasn't that cursing them? Zhuang Xiaomo smiled apologetically at him. Then he turned to Xiaolian and said, "It's all right. I'm just going to try it out with older brother Zhang and the others. I won't go too far off and just wander around nearby. Anyway, it doesn't cost much to sign up for such a grand event, so I'll just treat it as an experience. Don't worry, I value my life more than you, so I won't easily take risks." His inner monologue was, "If I died in the sea, wouldn't that just benefit those stinky brats who are looking at you with covetous eyes?" Yu Xiaolian still felt uneasy. With her lips pursed, she didn't speak for a long time. Seeing that other people were setting off, she reluctantly asked, "Can you not go? Isn't your vegetables and fruit shop doing pretty good? We don't lack money, so why do you have to join in the fun? I have already signed up to participate, and Royal Prince Yang is looking over this event. If I go back on my words and give up halfway, what would others think? All right, I promise you that I will prioritize my safety, okay?" Zhuang Xiaomo coaxed her for a long time before Xiaolian finally agreed to let him go. "You must be careful and don't try to act brave. I'll wait for you to come back safe and sound." Yu Xiaolian's eyes were full of worry and reluctance. Xiaolian's concern made Zhuang Xiaomo feel a sweet feeling as if he had eaten honey. He looked deeply at her, pushed his own pearl hunting boat, and sailed towards the deep sea with the equipment that he had prepared. The pearl hunting boat was a special wooden boat that was powered by sails. The bow and stern of the boat were round, and the hull was relatively wide, like a huge oval wooden basin. Zhuang Xiaomo checked his equipment again. Thick ropes, ceramic jar, straw mat, wooden bucket, bamboo basket, pearl picking knife, and so on. Yu Xiaolian watched as Zhuang Xiaomo's pearl hunting boat sailed further and further away. In the end, there was only a small figure at the horizon. The worry in her heart slightly deepened. Yu Xiaosao noticed that Xiaolian seemed absent-minded when they got home. She almost cut her fingers several times when cutting vegetables. Xiaosao thought about it, and then said, "If you're worried, let's have eldest brother row a boat to catch up to him. With my swimming skills, if he encountered any danger, I can help out a bit. I want to go too. Can you take me along too? I've never been out to the sea before." He Wanning overheard the conversation between the sisters and jumped out to express her desire. "Me too, older sister Yu, I want to go too. Me. Before Yu Xiaosao could reply, a group of troublesome fellows jumped into the kitchen. Yu Xiaosao felt a slight headache. If she had known that this would happen, she would have sent these people back several days before the pearl hunting competition was announced. Just when she didn't know how to reject them, Dong Dali, Royal Prince Yang's trusted bodyguard, came over. "Miss Yu, my master is going out to the sea. He told this subordinate to ask if you're interested in coming along." Interested? Of course, she's interested. Before Xiaosao could speak, more than a dozen mouths had answered for her. As a result, there were an extra dozen excitedly chirping and curious figures on Royal Prince Yang's big ship. Royal Prince Yang's ship wasn't the only one going out to patrol the sea. After all, Princess Consort Duan's birthday celebration was a happy event. If something happened to these pearl divers, then it would ruin the happy occasion. Thus, Royal Prince Yang sent out a fleet of a dozen or so ships to patrol the deep sea. If they encountered someone asking for help, they would be able to assist them in a timely manner. Zhu Junyang had originally planned to take his little lass on a romantic trip to the sea, but he hadn't expected that there would be an addition of more than a dozen giant light bulbs on the ship, ruining his plan. Looking at the group of noisy brats, he really wanted to lift each of them by their legs and throw them into the sea. Yu Xiaosao quietly stood at the front of the ship with a telescope in her hands, looking for Zhuang Xiaomo's boat. This kind of telescope was brought back from the west by Zhu Junyang when he was on a voyage to the Western Hemisphere. It was called a 1,000 miles eye. "How is it? Did you find him yet?" Yu Xiaolian, who was beside her, asked anxiously. "Wait a moment, there are so many pearl hunting boats out today, so how can I find him so quickly? Wait, I think I found that fellow Zhuang Xiaomo. Why don't you take a look and see if it's him?" Yu Xiaoxiao handed the telescope to Xiaolian and pointed towards a direction. Xiaolian looked around carefully and finally saw Zhuang Xiaomo's figure. However, at this time, Zhuang Xiaomo's pearl hunting boat didn't seem to be in a good situation. They had encountered a relatively large whirlpool, and if they weren't careful, there was the danger of them dying along with the wrecked boat. But, of course, this little problem wasn't difficult for him. Zhuang Xiaomo directed the people on the boat to throw the straw mats into the whirlpool. When the whirlpool was blocked by the straw mats and slowed down, Zhuang Xiaomo slowly steered the pearl hunting boat through. "Roisy, let's sail that way, but don't get too close. It's fine as long as you can observe the situation with the telescope." Yu Xiaoxiao felt that Xiaolian would only be at ease if Zhuang Xiaomo was within their line of sight. Seeing that the lass was focused on another person, Zhu Junyang was unhappy. "Humph. It turns out that you had an ulterior motive when you agreed so readily. It seems like you completely disregarded this prince's sincere heart. This guy was jealous again." Yu Xiaoxiao quickly pacified him. "Aren't I doing this for my older sister? If I let her brood on it at home, then I don't know what would happen." Why are you getting jealous over everyone? For the sake of his future sister-in-law's matter, he tolerated it." Zhu Junyang knew that she had extraordinary diving skills. He pointed to the cabin and asked, "You're not going to experience such an interesting activity like pearl hunting?" Yu Xiaoxiao touched her own ears and had to admit that Zhu Junyang knew her quite well. She had secretly brought her diving suit with her, but she hadn't expected him to find out. "Actually, I just want to try my luck. After all, we're strangers to pearl hunting and have no experience at all." Yu Xiaoxiao smiled awkwardly. Zhu Junyang tapped her little head and said with a smile, "Go, this prince will swim around with you. Where's your little dolphin friend? Is it still around?" "Yes, Xiaobu gave birth to a baby dolphin that looks exactly like her. It's so cute. I'll go down to change first. I'll call it over later and show you." Yu Xiaoxiao excused herself with the excited bunch on the ship, and then went down to the cabin to change into her diving suit. Zhu Junyang also changed into his own tailor-made diving suit. Xiaoxiao was stunned to see his bulging muscles under the tight-fitting suit, his strong and slender thighs, and his thin waist that didn't have any extra fat. This guy had a really good figure. Zhu Junyang couldn't help but feel proud when he saw the little lass's admiring eyes. Looking at the lass's tight-fitting diving suit, he couldn't help frowning slightly. The little lass had begun to develop in the past 2 years. Although she was far from having a voluminous figure, the curves of her figure had become apparent after all. In addition, with her slender waist, the diving suit perfectly outlined her fine figure. No way, this was a benefit only for him. He couldn't let others see it. Zhu Junyang covered the young girl's body with his outer jacket and told her to take it off when she got into the water. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the expensive fabric of the clothing and curled up her lips. Since the owner of the clothes didn't mind, she had nothing to worry about. However, the clothes would definitely be ruined after being soaked in the sea. This guy seriously didn't know how to be frugal. From the side of the ship, Yu Xiaoxiao jumped into the sea with a perfect diving posture. The noble young masters and maidens all watched in admiration. After Zhu Junyang entered the water, he swam to Xiaoxiao's side, and the two, like a pair of attached fish, swam far away in the sea. Of course, Xiaoxiao, intentionally or unintentionally, swam towards the direction of Zhuang Xiaomo's pearl hunting boat. The pearl hunting competition was quite long, lasting 20 days. For the pearl hunters, the first few days were used to explore the area that the pearl oysters lived in, which they called Pearl Bed. However, this step could be omitted for Zhuang Xiaomo, a native who was familiar with the nearby seas. When he arrived at the sea area that he had already looked into, the two groups, which they had divided into, on the boat began to work. He was a good swimmer and diver, so he was responsible for diving into the sea to gather pearl oysters. Older brother Zhang and others were responsible for sailing the boat and reinforcement. Zhuang Xiaomo, who had put on a sharkskin diving suit, tied a long rope around his waist. He held a sharply polished pearl-picking knife in one hand and a bamboo basket in the other. He took a deep breath, and then dived to the bottom of the sea while holding his breath. In the sea, he must open his eyes to find pearl oysters. The area that he chose was quite good. He had found the pearl oysters shortly after diving into the sea. He swam to a palm-sized pearl oyster and put it into the basket. In this way, he picked up several oysters of similar size, but he wasn't satisfied with any of them. Suddenly, he discovered a pearl oyster among the reefs, which was about the size of a plate. Based on his experience, there was a high chance that there would be pearls in this pearl oyster. With a push of his legs, he swam towards the reefs. A long and slender shadow came in front of him rapidly, so he instinctively waved his pearl-picking knife. The dark shadow, which was cut into 2 pieces, turned out to be a kelp. It was a false alarm. He approached the pearl oyster. When he used his hand to pick up the pearl oyster, he found that the oyster was attached to the reef with extremely strong byssus threads. He pulled it several times, but still wasn't able to get it off. He used the pearl-picking knife to cut off the byssus, and then placed the oyster into his basket. The air in his lungs was almost exhausted, so Zhuang Xiaomo pulled on the rope around his waist. Older brother Zhang and the other men were keeping an eye on the rope, so when they received the signal to pull him up, they quickly pulled the rope and lifted him out of the water. Zhuang Xiaomo took in deep breaths of fresh air and smiled at older brother Zhang, who took over the basket of pearl oysters. He poured the pearl oysters into a jar filled with seawater to temporarily raise them. "How are you feeling? Do you need to rest for a while?" Zhang Sanchen asked with concern. Zhuang Xiaomo shook his head. He took a deep breath and jumped into the sea again, disappearing in an instant. Things were going relatively smoothly. The life of a real pearl diver might not always be so smooth. Sometimes the reinforcement on the boat might not receive the pearl diver's signal to pull him up, but see blood gradually appearing on the surface of the sea instead. This meant that the pearl diver had probably encountered danger. It was likely that he had been attacked by a shark. At this time, when they pulled the pearl diver up in a hurry, his limbs would probably be broken and there would be numerous wounds on his body. He would probably be badly mutilated. Even if he narrowly escaped death, he would become a disabled man. Sometimes, it was just the broken limbs of the pearl diver that was pulled up, which was a terrible sight to see. Now that people wore swimsuits, it was better. In the past, pearl divers usually swam in the ocean pretty much naked. If they were bitten by a venomous sea snake and couldn't be rescued in time, they often lost their lives. Venomous jellyfish often floated in the seas as well. If a diver got injured by their tentacles, there weren't any good medications to be had to treat their injuries. The wound would then fester and rot and cause extreme pain to the victim. Those who were unlucky and had more severe wounds could also die. In addition, the pearl divers who were in the water needed to have good cooperation with the people remaining on the boat. That way, as soon as they shook the rope tethering them to the boat, the people aboard would respond. If the people on the boat were too slow to react, the divers may end up dead in the water from suffocation. These weren't the only dangers that the divers had to look out for. Sometimes, the people on the boat would reel in the rope and find it severed without a person on the end. This usually meant that the pearl diver had already been swept away by the underwater currents or perhaps had disappeared into an underwater whirlpool. It was no wonder that Yu Shaolian was so worried that Zhuang Xiaomo had insisted on participating in this pearl diving competition. As of now, Zhuang Xiaomo's luck wasn't too bad. He had dove down and come back up multiple times, picking up quite a few nice-looking pearl oysters in the process. At lunchtime, he had pretty much gathered all of the pearl oysters in this pearl pond. In the afternoon, his group went to a different location and they also had a decent small haul in the end. When they went back to shore, the vast majority of pearl diving boats came back completely empty. Many of the pearl divers from other areas who had come to participate didn't even finish exploring the waters while Zhuang Xiaomo and his group had already gotten to the step of opening up their pearl oysters. The pearls obtained from the pearl oysters could either be taken home to be submitted later or given right there for the competition. Zhu Junyang wasn't afraid that anyone might try to commit fraud. As long as the competition was able to produce superior grade pearls, he didn't care about the cash reward or tiny official position. When it was time to open up the pearl oysters, Yu Xiaosao and her cohort of friends all gathered around until Zhuang Xiaomo and his group were surrounded by 3 layers of people. The probability of finding a pearl in a wild pearl oyster was about the same odds of winning a large raffle. The first few that were opened were all empty. Thus, Those young ladies and young masters from the capital started off very excited and then ended up leaving in disappointment with their lips curled. Yu Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, continued to squat next to the pile of pearl oysters and casually ran her hand through them. Yu Wanqing took a small stool and sat next to her as she watched Zhuang Xiaomo continuously open the oysters and be disappointed by them. This, little fangirl, of Yu Xiaoxiao's anxiously said, "Older brother Xiaomo, you should have older sister Xiaoxiao open a few and see. Her luck has always been very good." This young maiden also began to call Zhuang Xiaomo as older brother Xiaomo, after following Xiaolian's and Xiaoxiao's examples. She didn't have the least bit of airs or arrogance of a young miss from the capital. In fact, she seemed to admire Zhuang Xiaomo's pearl diving abilities quite a bit. Yu Xiaoxiao was startled by her unexpected suggestion and blanked out for a bit before she replied in good humor, "What does this have to do with luck? Do you think I'd be able to magically make an oyster have a pearl if I opened one versus another person?" Yu Wanqing remarked in a righteous manner, "I'm sure there must be some pearls in this pile of oysters. Other people may not be selecting the right ones, but older sister Yu's luck has always been good. I'm sure the one that you pick will have a pearl in it." At this time, the little divine stone had come out of hibernation and used its powers to scan the pile of pearl oysters. It remarked in a voice with a hint of disdain, "This fellow surnamed Zhuang is pretty unlucky. He picked up a bunch of trash and there are only a few oysters here that have an inkling of spiritual energy." In the eyes of those who cultivated, jewels and pearls were considered treasures of the earth and sky. Consequently, they could feel a bit of energy coming off of these precious items. The more energy they felt, the larger the item was, and the more valuable it was. In a corner that was out of sight of everyone else, the little divine stone materialized into its glimmering golden kitten form that was no larger than the palm of a person's hand. It sauntered over to Xiaoxiao in an arrogant and graceful manner. Yu Xiaoxiao picked it up and held it as she searched through the pearl oysters. Following the little divine stone's prompts, she reached her hand out to a small and wretched-looking pearl oyster under the expectant and ridiculing gazes of the others. Yu Wanqing became anxious for her. "Older sister Yu, you should pick the largest one. Aren't the older pearl oysters more likely to produce pearls? The one you picked is so small. Even if it had a pearl in it, it wouldn't be very big." Xiaoxiao also didn't quite understand the choice, so she could sympathize with Yu Wanqing's feelings. However, the little divine stone was very adamant that this pearl oyster was emitting the strongest aura of energy. She had never doubted the little divine stone's judgments. She threw the oyster to Zhuang Xiaomo, hinting that he should open it. Everyone saw that she looked calm and confident and immediately transferred their excited gazes over to Zhuang Xiaomo and the oyster in his hand. The pearl oyster was very quickly pried open and it revealed a shimmering pearl, about the size of the joint on the pinky finger, conspicuously cradled in the middle. Under the fading light of the evening, it glittered gently and emitted a small glow. "Wow, there really is a pearl. Xiaoxiao, you're too awesome. You just casually picked up a pearl oyster but it had a pearl inside. How did you do it?" He Wanning rushed over and clasped the oyster that had just been opened, inspecting the round and beautiful pearl inside. Apparently pearls could be found in these tiny and ugly pearl oysters. She had asked the question that everyone else had thought. Under the shining gazes of the others, Yu Xiaoxiao hesitated for a long time before she finally said, "It's nothing, just my intuition, that's all." "PSHT, Xiaoxiao, you're really so boring." Most people were unsatisfied with that explanation. Yu Xiaoxiao opened her hands and said, "All right, in my recesses of my mind, there seemed to be someone guiding me and allowed me to spot this unassuming-looking oyster out of the giant pile. My hand unconsciously stretched forward to that pearl oyster and the voice within my head repeatedly told me, 'This one has a pearl, this one has a pearl.' Tisk tisk, you should change your career to become a storyteller." A few of the young men in the group had evident disdainful expressions. The young maidens in the group were stifling their giggles. Obviously, no one believed a single word she had just said. Yu Xiaoxiao merely shrugged. She wasn't lying. The little divine stone did truly tell her mind to mind which oyster had a pearl in it. No one was willing to believe the truth anymore. The little divine stone roasted her. "It's because you made the truth sound too fake, so of course no one would believe you." In a peak of temper, Yu Xiaoxiao opened up 6 oysters in a row, and all of them contained pearls that were neither too big nor small. Then, under the stunned looks of everyone in the area, she flounced away. The remaining dozen or so pearl oysters didn't have a single pearl in them. Everyone all thought that they were dreaming. Was Xiao Xiao's intuition really that spot on that she didn't miss a single one? Quickly tell me, are you a little immortal girl who has descended down to earth? He Wanning gazed at Xiao Xiao with a different look in her eye as she scuttled over. She asked in a lowered tone as if she was afraid other people would overhear her. Yu Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes at the other girl and patiently said, "Older sister He, have you read too many fairy tales? An immortal girl descending to earth. I can also turn ordinary rocks into gold at the touch of a hand. Dongshan village is next to a giant mountain and borders the ocean. Why don't you suspect me for being a mountain spirit disguised as a human? Or the daughter of the Dragon King coming up to shore to play?" She didn't say this very loudly, but Yu Wanqing and the others heard her. The young men in the crowd all suppressed their smiles while the young maidens giggled and began to tease He Wanning for having an overactive imagination. Yu Wanqing, on the other hand, blinked her large eyes and solemnly nodded her head. "It's entirely possible. Older sister Xiao Xiao is very good at swimming and is able to hold her breath for a very long time underwater. She was also able to become friends with the little dolphin. Older sister Yu, I think in your past life you were probably the daughter of the Dragon King. Yu Xiao Xiao laughed in disbelief and pinched the other young maiden's cheek as she chuckled. "If you say so then. Who knows what happened in my past life? Perhaps, my younger sister Wanqing was a very beautiful little immortal girl in her past life and the Jade Emperor's daughter was extremely jealous of your looks. Thus, in this life, she spitefully made pimples and lesions grow all over the face so you would be lonely for more than a decade. Only after you encountered me, the reincarnation of the Dragon King's daughter, were you able to lift the curse on you and become rebirth." "That's right. It's very possible that this is true. Older sister Yu, do you have any memories from your past life? What does the palace of the Dragon King look like?" Yu Wanqing was a pure and naive young maiden and had unexpectedly believed her story. It made the other older maidens in the group not know what to do. For the next few days, Zhuang Xiaomo had a haul every day. However, the pearls that he obtained never surpassed the pearl that was the size of the pinky finger joint that he obtained that first day. However, he wasn't downhearted by this. He went out early and returned late every day to continue his quest to find pearls. More and more pearl divers from outside areas came over. Although they came a bit late, they still had more than a dozen days left until the competition ended. Diving for pearls relied on two things: skill and luck. As long as they had the opportunity to participate, it was possible that they might hit the jackpot. The pearl diving competition continued. Although there were a few dangerous situations that occurred in the middle, the experienced pearl divers all managed to weather it with ease. Although the competition hadn't finished yet, the families of the noble young maidens and masters had already written several letters over urging them to come home. It was especially true for Yu Wanqing as she was the youngest out of all of them. Although her eldest brother had come along, Lady Yu still wasn't relieved with her gone so long and sent people over several times to urge them to come home. The young maidens, who had wanted to extend their stay until the competition was over, had been gently reminded several times by servants sent over that they should go home. They really had no excuse to not go home now after all this time. Although they didn't want to leave, they still reluctantly turned to take the journey back home. The two Ning family brothers also had to go back because of the same reason. When Xiao Xiao saw them off, He Wanning and Ning Dongwan repeatedly reminded her to write letters to them once the competition was over. They wanted to know the outcome. After the dozen or so people left, Dongshan village finally quieted down again. Ever since the young masters and ladies from the capital had visited here, the villagers were all very careful whenever they spoke as they were afraid that they might inadvertently offend one of these people with their words or actions. In the hearts of the common people, the children of high-ranking officials and nobles were all arrogant and hard to get along with. Every time the raucous group of people entered and left Dongshan village, the villagers only dared to stand far away and watch them. Even Yu Xiaoxiao's good childhood friends in the village very rarely came by to visit her. Her friend, Zhou Shanhu, who was the most carefree out of all of them, did go visit Xiaoxiao's residence a few times. Although she didn't converse much with these noble maidens, she thought that they weren't as difficult or temperamental as the other villagers said they were. Peace came back to Dongshan village after the bright and raucous group of high-spirited young nobles had left. Other than a few villagers occasionally bringing them up to discuss their confident and unrestrained ways, they were like a cool breeze. After they blew over, there was no other news. Yu Xiaosao, who didn't have to corral a bunch of people anymore, finally could watch the competition with her full attention. There were only about a dozen or so short days left in the pearl diving competition. Zhuang Xiaomo was no longer able to stay calm in the face of his poor hauls. Nowadays, he seemed to have a perpetual look of worry on his face. For the past few days, Yu Xiaosao could see that Zhuang Xiaomo seemed to be taking this competition quite seriously, and it was probably related to Shaolian. The reason she thought so was because he often seemed to glance at Shaolian with a lonely look in his eyes and then sink into deep contemplation afterwards. Yu Xiaosao decided to secretly lend Zhuang Xiaomo a helping hand. Because there were more pearl divers in the area, it was hard to find and occupy a good spot in the waters now. Thus, Zhuang Xiaomo's pearl diving boat went out further and further into the deep ocean. With the help of Xiaobu, Yu Xiaosao also followed them every day from afar. In a way, this was her way of keeping an eye out for him. Although Zhu Junyang had already done a lot to make this pearl diving competition safer, there was always the possibility of something out of the ordinary happening. She didn't want something to happen to Zhuang Xiaomo and end up leaving a shadow in Shaolian's heart. Other than protecting Zhuang Xiaomo's pearl diving boat from afar, Yu Xiaosao had managed to gather many good quality pearls under the guidance of the little divine stone. The vast majority of them were larger than the first segment of a person's thumb. Although they couldn't be considered superior grade pearls, they were still considered above average quality. She was planning on using these pearls to make her mother a pearl necklace. As for the remaining pearls, she was thinking of embedding them into hair jewelry and hoped to get enough to make a full set of head ornaments. Her mother had always been frugal and even now couldn't bear to spend the money to get a presentable set of hair ornaments. As it got closer and closer to the last day of the competition, Yu Xiaosao continued to increase her collection of gathered pearls. In fact, in her collection, she had managed to get some pink and deep purple pearls. Every pearl she had gathered was worth quite a bit, and she didn't even need to bring pearl oysters up to shore to get them. That way, none of the pearl oysters she got the pearls from had to needlessly die to give up their contents. The seafloor was the home of pearl oysters. The vast majority of pearl oysters in the deep waters of the ocean usually were opened, lazily, sunning their tender inner flesh. Thus, it was easy to see in a glance whether or not they had any pearls in them. However, these creatures were quite sensitive and would immediately close if they sensed any movement in the nearby waters to protect themselves. However, didn't Yu Xiaosao have the little divine stone as her cheat item on hand? Even if the pearl oysters shut themselves tightly, she was easily able to use a drop of mystic stone water to bait them into enthusiastically opening and welcoming this guest who offered presents. Using a drop of mystic stone to exchange for a pretty good quality pearl was a business transaction that was satisfactory to both participants. During the competition, Zhuang Xiaomo had a pretty smooth time. Although he didn't get any pearls that he was hoping for so far, he hadn't encountered any dangerous situations that he couldn't resolve. The most thrilling time was when he had a brief encounter with a group of sharks. Luckily, those sharks hadn't sensed him. Otherwise, it was likely that older brother Zhang would end up pulling up a savage body later on. In actuality, what had actually happened was that Yu Xiaosao had lured away that school of sharks using mystic stone water. Sharks were animals that had a keen sense of smell. If only one lone shark had missed Zhuang Xiaomo, that could easily be believed. However, if a whole school of large sharks had missed him, it would only be possible if they were all blind and had lost their sense of smell. Compared to the lure of the mystic stone water, Zhuang Xiaomo was a much less interesting target for those sharks. As for Zhuang Xiaomo, who didn't know what had actually happened, he thought that he was incredibly lucky and rejoiced for a long time. However, there were many dangers in the sea that the pearl divers had to look for. There were underwater whirlpools, dangerous currents, sea snakes, jellyfish, and fierce sharks. In addition, some giant pearl oysters could also end up becoming the downfall for a pearl diver. On the final day of the pearl diving competition, Zhuang Xiaomo had almost lost his life because of a particular pearl oyster. Zhuang Xiaomo had managed to find a very good stretch of pearl oysters on the last day. After taking a few round trips to and fro, he had managed to get a decent haul. Zhang Sanchen grinned during one of those interludes and said, "Our haul today is quite good. Perhaps we'll get first place in the competition from a pearl found in one of these oysters." His previous poor luck in finding good pearls had given a blow in his confidence. Now, Zhuang Xiaomo only thought about bringing up more pearl oysters in order to increase his chances of finding a good pearl. Thus, he continued to dive and dive again into the ocean to grab more. He didn't waste his time trying to gather the normal oysters and instead slowly swam around the reef to find the target he was looking for. Suddenly, there was a faint sparkle of light in the dim seafloor. A shot of happiness ran through Zhuang Xiaomo. His grandfather had once said that superior-grade pearls emitted their own light. Perhaps the heavens had heard his prayer and gave him the opportunity to obtain his wish. He slowly swam in the direction of that light. In the depths of the coral reef, there was a gargantuan pearl oyster quietly resting on the seabed. Its shell opened out and a massive pearl appeared, resting inside the oyster. Zhuang Xiaomo felt his heart start to race and it felt like he had used up almost all of the air in his lungs. Although he was very reluctant to leave at the moment, he remembered the most important thing: a treasure was only worth it if you were alive to take it. He forcefully tugged on the rope around and was quickly towed back up. When Zhang Sanchen saw that he didn't have a single pearl oyster in his basket, he was a bit puzzled. He didn't have enough time to ask what happened before Zhuang Xiaomo filled his lungs with fresh air and dove deep again. Using his above-average memory, he once again approached that giant pearl oyster. The pearl, which was larger than a pigeon's egg, emitted an attractive light inside the oyster. It was as if a witch had set a spell on it, making a person unable to take their eyes off of it. With his current arm strength and physique, it was obvious he'd be unable to move that pearl oyster 1 inch. However, he also couldn't bear to let go of the chance to get first place in the competition. Before he knew it, he was stretching his hand out to grab the huge pearl that was lying within the oyster. The pearl oyster, sensing that an intruder had come, suddenly closed its shell on Zhuang Xiaomo's arm, keeping it tightly within. Zhuang Xiaomo felt like his arm was being held down by a giant vice. Now that he was back to his senses, he silently realized that he was not in a good situation. He struggled desperately to pull his arm out. The more he pulled, however, the tighter the oyster clamped down. As the precious seconds passed by, he felt the air within his chest was disappearing. Zhuang Xiaomo knew that if it continued on, he would end up suffocating from lack of oxygen in the deep ocean. He did his best to pull on the rope, hoping beyond hope that the people on the boat combined with his own strength would be able to pull him and this pearl oyster up. When Zhang Sanchen received the signal from the rope, he and 3 other strong and vigorous youths began to tug on the rope with all their might. In the past, the person below was very quickly drawn up to the surface. However, this time, no matter how hard the 4 of them pulled, it was as if the rope was rooted to the seafloor and didn't budge an inch. This is bad. Xiaomo was probably not careful and accidentally got stuck in a crack on the reef and can't pull his foot out. Continue to pull hard with all of your might. I'm going to dive down to take a look. Zhang Sanchen took off his outer garment, revealing the swimsuit beneath it. He jumped over the ship with a leap. Although his diving abilities were not as comparable as Zhuang Xiaomo's, he was still considered quite good within the Fisherman. He followed the rope down and very quickly approached Zhuang Xiaomo. The sight that appeared before his eyes startled him. Zhuang Xiaomo hadn't gotten his foot stuck in a crack on the reef like he thought. Instead, his arm had been thoroughly trapped by a pearl oyster that was larger than a bathtub. He swam over and pulled on Zhuang Xiaomo's hand. The 2 of them used their strength to try to pull the youth's arm away from the pearl oyster. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they pulled, they were unable to free Xiaomo's wrist from the stubborn creature. Zhang Sanchen then changed his target and began to try to pry open the oyster's shell. However, the oyster's shell was like a rock door that had been tightly closed and there was no way for the man to pull it open. Zhuang Xiaomo transferred the pearl hunting knife he used into Zhang Sanchen's hand. The man raised the knife up high and forced it down in an attempt to cut the shell open. However, the outside hull was as hard as steel. The knife only left a small white mark on the outer shell. What was to be done? The two of them were underwater with no solutions at hand. At this time, Zhang Sanshan was unable to come up with a good idea and swam back up to get another breath of fresh air. He went back down to transfer the air in his mouth to Zhuang Xiaomo, whose face had already turned red in an effort to hold his breath. After a few round trips back and forth, Zhuang Xiaomo was temporarily no longer in danger of drowning in the deep sea. However, they still hadn't resolved the biggest problem. His wrist was still trapped by the pearl oyster. The two of them tried a multitude of methods, but ultimately they failed in getting rid of this shackle. Saving one's life is the most important thing. How about, we chop this hand off? Zhang Sanshan mimed using the knife to sever the limb, but Zhuang Xiaomo vehemently shook his head in refusal. In terms of status, he was already way behind Xiaolian. If he lost his hand as well, how would he have the face to go to the Yu family to ask for her hand in marriage? How would he be able to give Xiaolian a happy and stable life then? Even if Xiaolian deigned to marry down, he would feel inferior and insufficient for the rest of his life. But, if he had to renounce Xiaolian and had to watch her marry another man with his own two eyes, he would rather let his life go and rest in these dark and ice-cold waters then. Zhang Sanshan argued silently a bit with him and saw that the youth would rather die than sever his wrist. He swam up to see if there was another way. After discussing briefly with the other three fellows, he decided to go to the other ships to ask for help. He prayed that he'd be able to find more people such that they could use their strength together to pull Xiaomo and the pearl oyster back up. However, the ocean was vast and endless. In order to find more pearl oysters, most of the pearl diving ships were far from the others. Furthermore, the patrolling government ship had just passed by not long ago. He had no idea when it would come back again. Zhang Sanshan was full of anxiety at this point and hollered out to the sea, "Help us all. Someone, please help us." Unfortunately, the only reply he got was the sound of seagulls cawing in the air as well as the sound of the sea breeze blowing around them. Zhang Sanshan and the others had all been neighbors that Zhuang Xiaomo had saved during the Woku pirate disaster. If Zhuang Xiaomo hadn't persisted in convincing them and bringing them to the West Mountain to hide, later bringing them to the hidden Dongshan villagers, it was entirely possible that they and their families would have the same fate as the other villagers in their old village, dying grievously under the ravages of the pirates. These lucky few families now treated each other like blood relatives, so they naturally had a close bond with each other. Despair and sorrow settled within these men. Were the heavens so cruel to take another family member away from them now? Splash! A small head suddenly popped up from the water and a pair of jet-black large eyes glittered as they looked at the small group. "What's wrong? What's going on? I thought I heard someone crying for help earlier." Like an ocean spirit, Yu Xiaosao suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Sanshan and immediately became his last grasp at hope. "Miss Yu, quickly, quickly, Zhuang Xiaomo has been trapped by a giant pearl oyster on the seabed. If we're any later, I don't know if he'll still be alive." Zhang Sanshan was a big, strapping hulk of a man, but he was now so worried that he was almost in tears. Yu Xiaosao slightly frowned and stated, "You guys should continue asking for help in the surrounding area. I'm going to have Xiaobu bring me down to take a look. Don't fret, perhaps it's not as bad as you think it is." By the time Yu Xiaosao swam down, Zhuang Xiaomo, who had already given up, was unconscious from lack of air. Yu Xiaosao had the little divine stone create a bubble of air around Zhuang Xiaomo's head and then forcefully made him cough up the seawater he had inhaled. Following that, she had the little divine stone imbue him with some spiritual energy to make him breathe normally again. Although she could use mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to also do the same, this fellow was going to be her future older brother-in-law. In this ancient and feudal society, using one's mouth to help a person breathe was too shocking and out of the norm. Since she had another method on hand, she decided to give up on the method that she wasn't that good at anyway. Zhuang Xiaomo was breathing again but hadn't regained consciousness. Yu Xiaosao fed a drop of mystic stone water to him and then ignored him for the more pressing matter at hand. She now gave her full attention to that gargantuan pearl oyster that was trapping the youth. Since Zhuang Xiaomo had risked his life to insert his hand in the creature, there must be a pearl of immense value and size inside. Yu Xiaosao ended up using 3 drops of mystic stone water to finally open up that crafty pearl oyster. Inside was a giant pearl. Even she felt her heart waver when she saw it. No wonder Zhuang Xiaomo would take such a risk. She retrieved the round and large pearl from the oyster and then patted the creature's shell before she swam back to Zhuang Xiaomo. She thought for a bit and then stuffed that giant pearl into his hand and then placed a purple pearl she had just gathered into his other one. Colored pearls were quite rare and purple was an auspicious and precious color. With those two added together, he should have no problems getting first place, right? After finishing this, she pulled on the rope that tethered Zhuang Xiaomo to the boat. Older brother Zhang, older brother Zhang. The rope is moving again. A young man who was a few years older than Zhuang Xiaomo had been watching the rope like a hawk this entire time. At this time, he was quite agitated from excitement. Zhang Sanchen had been yelling for a bit and his voice was quite hoarse now. When he saw this, he hollered at the younger man, "What are you waiting for? Quickly pull it up." The four men used all of their might to pull, it moved. Pure joy flowed through Zhang Sanchen and he yelled loudly, "Faster, faster! Perhaps we can still save Xiaomo." They very quickly pulled the rope onto the boat and the four of them all reached out to carry Zhuang Xiaomo onto the vessel. Zhang Sanchen immediately placed a hand underneath the unconscious youth's nose and could feel him breathing. He then crouched down to listen to Xiaomo's chest and everything seemed normal. This was quite odd. Although he had transferred some air to Zhuang Xiaomo prior to surfacing, that bit of air should have been all used up by now. Also, didn't people normally breathe in water when they became unconscious underwater? Quite a few questions circled around Zhang Sanchen's mind. Immediately following the rescue, Yu Xiaosao had been delivered back to the surface with the help of Xiaobu. Although Zhang Sanchen had no idea how she managed to open that giant pearl oyster, he still sincerely thanked her for her help. Yu Xiaosao waved a hand dismissively. "In actuality, I wasn't that much help. By the time I swam down, older brother Xiaomo was already unconscious and that giant oyster was already slowly opening itself back up. I only waited a bit. Once the oyster was completely open, I helped him to pull on the rope, that's all. Older brother Xiaomo seems to have something in his hand, right?" Zhang Sanchen and the other three people immediately turned their attention to Zhuang Xiaomo's hand. They used a bit of force to pry open his hand and were instantly stunned by what they saw. It was a giant pearl and it had to be larger than a pigeon's egg. Just as they were sighing over the specimen, Zhuang Xiaomo's hand twitched and he slowly woke up. Zhang Sanchen shook him emotionally and his voice trembled as he said, "Xiaomo, you're finally awake. Look, you did it. You finally got a superior grade large pearl." Zhuang Xiaomo felt like his mind was in a fog and, for a moment, he had no idea where he was right now. He wasn't dreaming. He didn't die. Also, wasn't the pearl in older brother Yang's hands the pearl that he had seen in that giant pearl oyster that had trapped him? What happened? Did older brother Zhang bring someone over to save him and also bring the pearl up with them? After Zhang Sanchen emotionally described the series of events that had just passed, Zhuang Xiaomo was even more confused. Logically, that pearl oyster would not have easily opened and allowed his hand to come out. How could it just randomly allow him to escape after just a short period of time? This was truly out of the norm. What did he have in his left hand? Zhuang Xiaomo discovered that there was something in his other hand and slowly opened it up. The fright on his face deepened a few fractions. A purple pearl. He only remembered that the giant pearl oyster seemed to have a big white pearl that was larger than a pigeon egg. Now, where did this purple pearl come from? Everyone else stared at the other pearl, spellbound. Wow, Xiaomo, you are truly too skilled. You even came across a purple pearl. Those noble and wealthy people really love purple-colored items. This pearl must be worth a lot of money, right? One of the younger men grabbed the purple pearl and carefully appreciated it. His eyes shone with a fascinated light. Another young man nodded his head in agreement. I heard the older generation say that many years ago, there was another pearl diver named Grandpa Lu, who was just as skilled as your grandpa, Xiaomo. He came across a purple pearl that was much smaller than this but sold it for around 8,000 taels off. His whole family moved to the prefectural city and they bought a store to do business. They're doing quite well now. Xiaomo, you've hit the jackpot this time. Zhang Sanchen waited until that pearl had made a round through everyone on the boat before carefully giving it back to Zhuang Xiaomo. He suddenly thought of something and said, earlier, Miss Xiaoxiao had swam over along with her dolphin friend, Xiaobu. She was the one who dove down and discovered that the oyster had let you go and pulled the rope for you to allow us to bring you back up. How come I don't see Miss Xiaoxiao around anymore? The young man, who mentioned that Zhuang Xiaomo had hit it big, chuckled and said, she has a dolphin bring her around, so who knows how far they've swam by now. Miss Xiaoxiao's swimming abilities are even better than Xiaomo's. There's no need for us to worry needlessly about her. It's getting late, so let's go back to the port. Xiaomo, you should have your body checked out by a doctor when we're back on land to make sure you haven't harmed anything during the interlude. Zhang Sanshan had asked for Zhuang Xiaomo's opinion before making a decision. The group of 5 directed their ship back home. Zhuang Xiaomo vaguely knew within his heart that the purple pearl in his hand definitely was related to Xiaoxiao in some way. Since she chose such a surreptitious method to help him, it was likely she didn't want anyone else to know about her involvement. Then, he should just pretend nothing had happened, right? Ever since he moved to Dongshan village, Uncle and Auntie Yu treated him like he was their own biological son. From the conversations he had with Xiaolian and the other family members, he discovered that everyone in the family had an unspoken trust in Xiaoxiao. Furthermore, this type of trust wasn't reliant on her actions and abilities and instead seemed like a blind trust. Even if Xiaoxiao had somehow plucked the moon from the sky, they wouldn't seem the least bit surprised. Furthermore, from his observations, all of Xiaoxiao's abilities and skills seemed to have come from nowhere. For example, the recipes for her cooking. She claimed that she had picked up an old book and learned from it. However, no one in the Yu family had ever seen this book. Another example would be the greenhouse-grown vegetables that Xiaoxiao came up with. No one in the Great Ming dynasty had ever heard of such an idea, so where did she learn how to do this? In addition, it seemed like that no matter what the Yu family grew, they always seemed to get a higher yield than other people and their products also tasted better. Even the most ordinary cabbage that they grew was more fresh and tasty compared to the other cabbages on the market. From what the Yu family mentioned, he knew that it seemed to have some sort of connection to Xiaoxiao as well. Xiaoxiao was like a little immortal girl who had come down to earth. No matter what sort of problem there was, she never seemed to have an issue resolving it. Then, wasn't the reason why he was able to escape with his life today related to her? Also, there was that purple pearl. It must have been that she could tell that he desperately wanted to win, so she decided to give a rare pearl that she had found herself to him. Originally he had thought that he could rely on his own efforts to let the Yu family regard him better. In the end, he still had to rely on the Yu family. In fact, his own life had been saved by a member from the Yu family. Zhuang Xiaomo silently vowed that if he had the fortune to be able to marry Xiaolian as his wife, he would definitely treat her as a precious treasure. He absolutely wouldn't let her suffer one little bit. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had no idea of the complicated thoughts that were going through Zhuang Xiaomo's mind, was currently swimming freely on the quiet ocean floor, hunting for pearls. With the little divine stone's air bubble protection plus its sensing abilities, she was able to find pearls quite easily. In fact, pearls that were smaller than the first segment of a thumb were deemed too small for her to get. There were countless pearl oysters available that had their shells lazily opened, waiting to see if she was willing to take their treasures or not. It was as if she was perusing a glittering and fantastical jewelry shop that allowed her to carefully pick and choose what she wanted. In addition, this shop also didn't require you to pay anything. Are there still any more pink pearls around? Yu Xiaoxiao gazed into her pouch full of pearls and greedily asked the little divine stone. The little divine stone morphed into its kitten form and paddled its 4 tiny legs in the water. It looked incredibly adorable as it swam through the ocean. It rolled its eyes at its master, who was getting pickier and pickier with time, and then swam over to a large pearl oyster that was about the size of a wash basin and waved a paw at it. The pearl oyster obligingly opened and inside, hiding, was a sparkling pale pink pearl that now revealed itself to Xiaoxiao. The pearl seemed to float up, as if it was being towed by an invisible hand, and headed towards Xiaoxiao. Little glutinous dumpling, that's a great one. I still need 2 more and I'll have enough to make a bracelet. Then, Xiaolian and I will both have one. These types of pink pearls are the best color for young maidens our age. Yu Xiaoxiao moved the pearl next to her arm to show off how good it looked against her skin. The pale pink color of the jewel contrasted beautifully with the color of her skin. The two of them, along with the dolphin, continued to swim leisurely through the water, going deeper into the ocean to search for more pearls. As they swam, Xiaoxiao suddenly hit a transparent glass-like barrier and bounced off. What is this? Yu Xiaoxiao squinted her eyes to look at the water in front of her. She couldn't see anything. She carefully stretched out a hand to feel the space in front of her and found out that there truly was a transparent material there that didn't allow her to pass through. The little divine stone had found another black pearl and delivered it up to its master using a small kitten's paw. When it saw that her attention was taken up by the barrier and was full of curiosity, it reminded her, "It looks like we've arrived at the barrier of the Dragon King's palace." Barrier. Isn't that a term that only appears in the stories about gods and heroes? Yu Xiaoxiao took the black pearl in passing and stuffed it into her bulging pouch as she asked in an astonished manner. Then do you think that this divine stone, should only appear in the stories about legends and not appear before you all? The little divine stone rolled its eyes at her so hard that its eyes almost rolled out of its head. Yu Xiaoxiao scratched the back of her head and chuckled sheepishly. What you say makes sense. Also, me transmigrating over to here is also something that science cannot explain. Science. Fit. The little divine stone snorted disdainfully. Science was only something that those bored human mortals came up with in order to describe the world around them in a flawed manner. What atheism, it was all such bull, fart, ahem ahem. Alright, it didn't really matter what the humans believed. None of it had any impact on it. It needed to keep its mouth shut in order to avoid getting censored. Hold one's tongue, hold one's tongue. In the little divine stone's eyes, every independent realm, that is, what the novels described as separate dimensions, had 3 layers to it that housed different beings. This particular realm was truly too lowly and it must have been created by the goddess of spirits on a whim in her early days. The human world had very little spiritual energy, so there were very few people who could cultivate here. From the last time it visited the god of thunder and goddess of lightning here, the so-called upper layer here, if compared to the realm that it originally lived in, could only be considered a small place full of small fry. The little divine stone used its tiny claw to gently push at the barrier and discovered that with its current level of spiritual energy, it was very easy for it to open. This barrier was truly quite trash. This divine stone, I'm able to send you through the barrier. Do you have any interest in exploring around the palace of the Dragon King? The little divine stone's golden eyes glanced at Xiaoxiao as it asked arrogantly. Explore around the palace of the Dragon King. Yu Xiaoxiao shrunk back and refused without even thinking about it. One must forgive her for being gutless. After all, she was currently on her second chance of life and didn't want to lose it for a moment of curiosity. She was quite satisfied with her current state of life now. The only thing she knew about the Dragon King came from stories like Nezha Conquers the Dragon King and Journey to the West. Who knew what kind of tempers the Dragon King, his daughters, sons, and grandchildren had? In fact, when she first arrived at the capital, she had been rejected and isolated by all of the noble young maidens. How could the realm of the Dragon King be any different? It was possible she might even die without knowing what had happened to her. The little divine stone snorted disdainfully when it saw how cowardly and cautious she was. However, it did have to admit that with its current powers, it was able to do whatever it wanted in the mortal realm, but it may not be able to protect Xiaoxiao completely in a more godly realm. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing that it had a cowardly master to follow. Who are you guys? How come I've never seen you guys before? Suddenly, before Xiaoxiao's eyes, an adorable little face appeared in the ocean waters. The creature had large, doe-like eyes, a pointy chin, long violet hair, and 2 little horns at the top of its head. The horns resembled a young deer's antlers that had just sprouted. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at this young maiden with horns on her head and saw that her large eyes were filled with curiosity and goodwill. Xiaoxiao revealed a brilliant smile and replied, I am a pearl diving girl and I'm swimming in the ocean to gather pearls. As she talked, she showed the other girl her pouch full of pearls. Pearl diving girl, then aren't you a mortal from the human world? The young maiden looked quite excited and went forward to get closer but ended up getting repelled by the barrier. Just what is going on here? The smile on Yu Xiaoxiao's face didn't waver one iota, but she was inwardly quite furious at the little divine stone. This girl's sudden appearance absolutely had to do something with the stone. The little divine stone laughed sheepishly. Earlier, when this divine stone opened up the barrier, you didn't want to go in, so I had to seal it again. Perhaps the method I used to seal it is different from the methods used in that world, so, this is why something like this has happened. Yu Xiaoxiao frowned and silently asked the stone, "Are you sure the barrier you put up works? What if the fish and shrimp that have reached a higher state in the Dragon King's world secretly come over and cause problems for humans here? Wouldn't I become the criminal who has harmed all of the people here?" The little divine stone's voice was filled with displeasure as it replied, "You actually dare to doubt this divine stone's abilities? Let me tell you, even if the old barrier between the worlds gets broken, this divine stone's barrier won't. Is this the legendary kitten? Kittens can swim in the water. Its fur is golden and shining and it's so small. How adorable. The young maiden with horns saw a tiny golden kitten using its paw to knock on the barrier between their worlds in a quite furious manner. The glowing excitement in her eyes deepened perceptibly. "Pearl Diver Girl, can you tell me some stories from the human world? Ever since my third older brother secretly came out and was murdered by a human named Nezha, my royal father reinforced the barrier between our worlds. Us siblings, who were born later, are all not allowed to secretly go into the human world to play like our older brothers and sisters did. I really want to know what the human world is like." The young maiden's eyes were filled with longing and it was hard for anyone to refuse her request. Yu Xiaoxiao would have never expected that her transmigration story, which led her to become a farming expert, would suddenly morph into a fantasy. If she wasn't wrong about her guess, she was pretty sure that this young girl was the youngest daughter of the Dragon King. Was it also boring to spend one's entire life in the ocean? Thus, she kindly described a few defining features of what the world was like onshore and also told the other girl a few interesting stories. Although it was all ordinary things she talked about, the young maiden seemed absolutely fascinated and repeatedly sighed, "The ways humans live their lives are too interesting. If I could break the barrier between the worlds and visit the human world to look, that would be too good. Older sister Xiaoxiao, I really want to give you some pearls and let you win the pearl diving competition. However, this stupid barrier. Not a problem, give them to me." As soon as she finished speaking, a golden cat paw stretched out in front of her. A beautiful pouch that was embroidered with orchids on it dangled from the paw. The young dragon maiden's eyes opened wide in shock and she asked in surprise, "How come it can go through?" "Older sister Xiaoxiao, can you also go over? Come over and play with me. I'm the youngest in the family and they all have their own things to do and don't play with me. If someone like you who has magical powers can't come through, how can I, a mere mortal, go through?" Yu Xiaoxiao stretched out her hand and let it bounce off the barrier. She shrugged and revealed a helpless expression on her face. The little dragon maiden was so unhappy that she started to pout and drooped her head down. Even the little horns on her head seemed to be less luminous and lively compared to before. Suddenly, she reached out a hand and held tightly onto the little divine stone's claw and a rascally smile appeared on her face. "Older sister Xiaoxiao, how about you leave your cat behind to accompany me? That should work, right?" However, the smile on her face soon congealed. Apparently, other than that golden kitten's paw, the rest of it couldn't go through the barrier. She didn't dare to use all of her strength as she was afraid she'd hurt the little cat, so she could only helplessly let the little paw go. The little dragon maiden used all of her strength to hit the barrier and then used all of her magic power to hit the barrier in the vicinity of the little divine stone's paw. However, it was no use. The barrier stayed strong and continued to stay an impenetrable wall between the two of them. In the end, the young dragon girl let her head hang down dispiritedly and took out a pouch made of an unknown material. She placed it near the barrier and said to Xiaoxiao, "This pouch probably has 20 to 30 pearls. I don't know for sure since I never bothered to count them. Usually, when I'm bored, I use them like marbles to play. Go take them to your pearl competition, okay? I don't know whether I'll be able to see you in the future. In a few days, I'll be going back to the capital, so, you need to cultivate hard. Once you're strong enough to travel across worlds, I'll gladly welcome you in the capital. It's getting late now. If I don't go home now, my family will worry about me. Yu Xiaoxiao saw that the little divine stone's paw had already come back with that multicolored gorgeous pouch. Thus, she reluctantly said her farewells to the young dragon maiden. When she turned around to glance at the little dragon maiden, who looked like a pathetic little dog who had been thrown away by its owner, Yu Xiaoxiao hardened her heart and waved a hand at her. They had only met each other for a short moment and had become friends, but she didn't know if she would ever see her again. Then, she turned and lay on Xiaobu and swiftly swam back towards shore. Xiaoxiao's casual polite remark had become a promise in the naive and pure dragon maiden's eyes. She originally had a cultivating talent that was only seen once every 10,000 years for the dragon race. However, she loved to play and was lackadaisical about training. She spent a lot of time fishing and sunning. Despite that, her cultivation speed still wasn't slow. Ever since she made a date with older sister Xiaoxiao, the young dragon maiden suddenly became serious about practicing cultivation. She worked hard every day and spent time in closed-door cultivation to get more powerful. By the time she reached a state that other people envied and was able to travel between worlds, she impatiently left the ocean and arrived at the capital. She excitedly asked after Yu Xiaoxiao's whereabouts and had finally been led into the prince's residence. There, she saw older sister Xiaoxiao, who was now over 100 years old and had wrinkles all over her face. The young dragon maiden could still vaguely see that sweet and adorable little maiden in the wrinkled and aged face in front of her. As for Yu Xiaoxiao, who was on her deathbed, she had never expected that one casual remark from her would cause this adorable and naive young dragon maiden to assiduously train for 100 years. She also didn't expect that right before she died, she would be able to be reunited with that friend who she had a brief encounter with, but would never forget. The young dragon maiden took out the embroidered orchid pouch that had already faded with time and been roughened up. Yu Xiaoxiao also trembled as she took out the colored pouch that was made with an unknown material and placed it into the dragon maiden's hand. The young dragon maiden was still as cute and sweet-looking as she was when she first encountered her. However, Xiaoxiao had already reached the end of her life. Gods and humans truly had a difference in lifespans. However, she didn't envy the immortals and didn't regret transmigrating over because, in this life, she had parents and siblings who loved her and a husband who doted on her like a loyal dog. She also had filial and obedient descendants. She was most grateful for that little divine stone, who had sent her over and also helped her for her entire life. Without it, she wouldn't have been able to live her legendary life. After clasping her hand with the young dragon maiden, Xiaoxiao slowly closed her eyes and let go. Her descendants, who were all kneeling around her bed, began to weep. Suddenly, a golden light came out of her deceased body and shot out. Under the amazed looks of everyone there, it circled a few times in the room and then escaped into the sky, never to be seen. Naturally, all of this occurred around 100 years later. Since meeting the young dragon maiden caused Xiaoxiao to tarry, she was currently being scolded roundly by her family and royal Prince Yong for staying out for so long. You said that you were having so much fun with the little dolphin that you forgot the time. You're not a child anymore, but you don't know to come home when it gets dark. Do you know just how worried we all were when we didn't see you come back this late? Do you know that if you didn't come back now, this prince would have sent out ships to patrol and search for you tonight? It wasn't surprising that Zhu Junyang was angry. This was the final day of the pearl diving competition. Since he needed to judge the results, by the time he got back to Dongshan village, it was already completely dark. When he found out that Xiaoxiao hadn't gone back then, how could he not be worried? In addition, Zhuang Xiaomo, who had won first place in the competition, told him that when he had gone back to shore, Xiaoxiao had still been in the ocean playing around with her dolphin friend. At that time, it was already sunset. The sea at night looked tranquil, but there were a lot of hidden waves and currents. When the whole family heard this, they almost became crazy from anxiety. Although Xiaoxiao's swimming abilities were quite good, it wasn't as if she was idly frolicking in the pool at Blossoming Beauty, or the pond behind their home. Instead, she was playing in the dangerous ocean. No matter how smart the little dolphin was, if they encountered any sharks or other fierce beasts, it would be hard-pressed to save itself, let alone protect Xiaoxiao. As the moon rose higher and higher and the stars illuminated the dark blue sky, there was still no word of Yu Xiaoxiao. Madame Lu and Xiaolian both started to weep from worry, and Yu Hai and Yu Hang had already changed into swimsuits. They were planning on going to the areas that Xiaoxiao usually liked to play in to find her. Zhu Junyang had bodyguard Dong bring over his horse in preparation to go docks to get the fleet put under his command. Even if he had to search the entire night, he needed to find either the live person or a dead body. The whole family was about to go crazy when Xiaoxiao, holding her little golden kitten, suddenly appeared before them. When they asked, they found out that she had been having too much fun playing around and forgot the time. You Xiaoxiao, from what this prince knows about you, you're not that type of person. Are you not telling the whole truth about what happened to delay you until now? Zhu Junyang deeply inhaled a breath in an effort to calm himself down and not let his temper spill over. Yu Xiaoxiao also knew that no one would believe this weak excuse of hers. However, if she told the truth and said that she had been distracted by the Dragon King's youngest daughter and had been telling her about the mundane world, who would believe that? In any case, if someone told her that story earlier in the day, she would have slapped them silly for telling such a foolish story. Just how stupid did they think the other person was? Zhu Junyang saw that she refused to tell the truth and was even curling her lip. He couldn't help but grab onto her shoulder and shake her a few times. Just what is it? Just what are you hiding that you can't tell us? The people here are the ones closest to you. Why can't you believe in us? Her refusal to tell the truth made Zhu Junyang unable to stop himself from thinking more. A young maiden, coming back very late, who refused to tell the truth of what happened. Was it possible that Xiaoxiao encountered a bad person and was harmed, so that she... When he got to that thought, Zhu Junyang felt his whole body shudder. He had been protecting his little treasure and keeping her safe as she slowly grew up, making sure to never go too far. However, an aura of fury exploded from his body and everyone in the room couldn't help but take a few steps back. Zhu Junyang, Zhu Roizi, wake up, wake up. Yu Xiaoxiao instantly could tell that something was wrong and she pulled on Zhu Junyang's hand while patting his face gently with her other hand. She had personally watched as the Wu family's demolition had happened and she didn't want her family's residence, which had only been recently built in the past few years, to also be destroyed by his presence. The soft and icy cold hand on his face returned a bit of reason back to him. He forcefully clenched his hands into two fists and didn't even feel his nails digging into his flesh. He felt like he needed to be considerate of the little girl's frail and tender feelings and lowered his voice to say, "No worries, no matter what happened, this prince will make sure to stay by your side. Don't be afraid, I'm here. I will absolutely make sure to rip the person who hurt you into 10,000 pieces." What are you talking about? Yu Xiaoxiao, who had been tightly embraced by him, didn't know whether she should cry or laugh as she used a hand to pat his back, hinting that he should let her go. This fellow's imagination was a bit too strong, right? He actually thought that she had been. However, didn't the ancient people take chastity and celibacy quite seriously? Even though Zhu Junyang thought something of that magnitude had happened to her, he still tried to comfort her through his anger. This truly showed just what a treasure he was. Zhu Junyang, I am seriously telling you that I am perfectly fine. When I left older brother Xiaomo's boat, I truly spent the rest of the time in the ocean and didn't come ashore. Yu Xiaoxiao looked directly into his eyes and stated the facts solemnly. Zhu Junyang gripped Xiaoxiao's wrist to feel her pulse. Her calm and steady heartbeat told him that she wasn't lying. The pressure that had been choking his heart seemed to disappear and it felt like a 10,000 catty stone had fallen down. However, if that was the case, then what was she doing this whole time in the ocean? Why didn't she come back before it got so dark? Yu Hai noticed that his youngest daughter had been looking into Royal Prince Yang's eyes for a bit of time and hurriedly cleared his throat. Royal Prince Yang, Kaur is still half a child, so it's quite normal for her to want to play as much as she can. In a bit, her mother and I will definitely scold her properly. This prince wasn't angry. I was just worried about her, that's all. Zhu Junyang let go of the little lass's right hand but still kept her left hand in his as he said, Xiaoxiao, this prince doesn't want to worry about you and also have to hear lies too. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and sent her maid-servants as well as Zhu Junyang's bodyguards out. Only after they left did she remark playfully, all right since all of you want to know why I came back late, I'll tell the truth then. Everyone perked up and began to listen with an attentive ear. Xiao Cao vaguely outlined what had happened. The little dolphin brought me to a secret place in the sea. There, I encountered the youngest daughter of the Dragon King. She wanted me to spend some time with her to chat, which was why I came back so late. It's that simple, okay? Do you all believe me? If it were anyone else telling this story, Zhu Junyang would have long scolded the person for giving a bad excuse that no one would believe. However, the pulse underneath his hand didn't change its steady beat one bit. Thus, he had to believe this somewhat ridiculous and absurd explanation. He looked at everyone in the Yu family. Although they all looked quite shocked, not a single one rebutted Xiao Cao's story. What did that mean? It meant that they had already taken her excuse as fact, even though it was an outrageous story. He had long suspected that Xiao Cao had a giant secret. Perhaps. She was truly like what the rumors claimed, that she was the reincarnated form of a little immortal girl or dragon girl. If that was true, then it wasn't so weird that she could encounter a creature like the young dragon maiden in the sea then. Once again, Zhu Junyang pulled Xiao Cao into his chest and tightly held onto her as if he was afraid that as soon as he let go, she would fly away into the sky, never to be seen again. He muttered endlessly, "This prince knows you have a lot of secrets, but I will respect you and not force you to tell me. However, listen up, this prince will do everything within my power to keep you by my side. No matter how great the enemy is or whether I have to make the heavens themselves my enemy, I will do so. Remember, I won't ever let you go." It wasn't that Yu Xiaocao wasn't touched by this vow of his, but this fellow's imagination was truly a bit too active. Just what was going on in that head of his? Yu Xiaocao could sense the disapproving looks her parents were sending them and hurriedly pushed Zhu Junyang away. In a voice commonly used to soothe children, she placated him, all right. My career and businesses are going quite well and my life is very enjoyable the way it is right now. How could I possibly bear to let everything go and leave? Don't worry, other than the god of death, no one else can possibly take me away. The god of death. If the god wanted to take his little lass away, he needed to get past him first. Although it was unlikely that he was the opponent of the death god, he would still choose to fight to death for her. Zhu Junyang held onto the little lass's delicate and soft hand and he felt energy rush into his heart. Yu Xiaocao didn't know that her casual mention of the god of death had once again provoked the overactive imagination of a certain someone. She suddenly remembered that she had missed the end of the large competition and asked enthusiastically, "Who's going to tell me what happened at the end of the pearl diving competition today?" Xiaolian revealed a somewhat shy and bashful smile as she said, "Older brother Xiaomo had a pearl that was larger than a pigeon's egg. Whether it was the size or shape of the pearl, it was still the best out of all of the ones presented there. Other than the pearl that gave him first place, he also came across a purple pearl and it was bought by Royal Prince Yong for 20,000 taels. Younger sister, when you go back to the capital, help me keep an eye out for any suitable residences or shops up for sale there. Our family is planning on opening a business in the capital. Right. I should have thought of this earlier. In the future, once younger brother places first in the imperial exams and becomes an official at court, our family needs to have more properties and areas in the capital. Yu Xiaocao deliberately misinterpreted her sister's request and repeatedly nodded her head. Xiaolian became even more embarrassed and hurriedly shook her head. "No, that's not it. It's older brother Xiaomo who wants to use his prize money to buy a shop and residence there." "Xiaolian, how can you butt into older brother Xiaomo's affairs? Just what type of relationship do the two of you have?" Xiao Cao had a wicked look on her face and even deliberately raised an eyebrow to tease her older sister. Xiaolian glared at her helplessly and stamped her feet, "So annoying. I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore." After she finished, she fled back to her room with her head lowered and refused to come out. Madame Lu used a finger to tap her youngest daughter's head and laughingly said, You know that Xiaolian gets embarrassed easily yet you still try to tease her. However, that child Xiaomo truly is quite good and even said that the properties he's going to buy in the capital will be under Xiaolian's name." Zhuang Xiaomo was truly showing his intentions now. His actions were similar to a boyfriend in the modern times buying a house and writing his girlfriend's name on the housing deed. This at least showed just how highly he valued Xiaolian in his heart. No worries, we won't be taking advantage of him. When Xiaolian gets married, we will just add more to her dowry then. Yu Xiaosao thought for a bit. When the time came, she was planning on giving her shares of the braised food shop in the capital that she had jointly opened with the Emperor Emeritus to Xiaolian as a part of her dowry. At that time, if the married couple wanted to live in the capital, they would have an extra source of income. Oh right, I also experienced what it was like to dive for pearls today and got quite a haul. Yu Xiaosao took out her embroidered pouch and poured out the contents. Although the pearls she got were not as large as the giant one Zhuang Xiaomo had encountered, they were all still quite big and were considered superior grade pearls. The pink ones were especially good and were rarely seen usually. Seeing the whole table full of similarly sized pearls that were even bigger than a thumbnail, Zhu Junyang suddenly said, "Are these pearls gifts from the young dragon maiden that you met?" "You can consider it that way." Yu Xiaosao deliberately smiled in a mysterious manner. In truth, she wanted to say, the pearls that the young dragon maiden had given me are all still in my pocket. She had not dared to take them out, for fear of shocking others with the pearls that were about the same size as small chicken eggs. The pearl hunting competition this time was considered quite successful. They had managed to find several thumbnail-sized pearls, including the ones that they had bought while they were in the capital, and some of the smaller pearls. There were enough to make a pearl crown. The value of the crown increased by another fold when the purple pearl that symbolized grace and eminence was placed in the center of the crown. Anyway, during Princess Consort Duan's birthday celebration, she wore this crown and outshone all her guests, stunning the noble ladies of the capital. What made others envy her more was that aside from this crown, the imperial palace had also given her a bright, sunset red coral that was as tall as a person. She had put it on display in the middle of the hall for everyone to admire, earning praises from noble-ranking ladies for raising a filial son. Only Imperial Prince Duan and the Princess Consort were aware that this red coral display was actually obtained by Yu Xiaosao, that little lass, when she went diving. It was rare to find a girl with such disregard of fame and fortune at such a young age, that she would privately offer the coral to the emperor as tribute, and, though his hands, give this extremely valuable gift to them. Princess Consort Duan was now even more curious toward this little lass who she had never met before. For a girl who was born into a farmer's family, she was not petty at all, and her bearing was even better than the noble maidens of the capital. Moreover, she had remarkable skills in medicine. She heard that Yu Xiaosao had learned all of this from a barefoot doctor in the countryside, and that her skills were no worse than the families well known for their medicinal prowess. In fact, she may be even better, as even Imperial Prince Duan's damaged body was already slowly recovering from her nursing. From the little girl's skilled hands in medicine, it was clear that her teacher must have been a master of medicine who had secluded himself away from the world. Many had guessed that he was the disciple of the Medicine King Valley that the previous dynasty had annihilated. According to the rumors, the disciples of the Medicine King Valley could do the impossible. They knew ways to revive the dead and even the secret to immortality. The emperor of the previous dynasty had coveted this, and that had directly caused the annihilation of the whole Medicine King Valley. Many had guessed that the Medicine King Valley should still have a few disciples who survived because they had left to gain experience outside of the valley. However, they were now keeping a low profile and secluding themselves deep within mountain forests and impact cities. It was just that no one was aware of their true identity. As such, Dr. Yu, who had given Xiaosao enlightenment in medicine, had become a reclusive master in the words of others. As for his disciple, Xiaosao, although she had only learned the bare basics of concocting medicine and wellness, it was enough for her to be praised by others. It had to be said that the public had quite the imagination. They found logical explanations for Xiaosao's cheat medicines and medicinal diets, and in effect, she was saved from a lot of explanation. At Princess Consort Duan's birthday banquet, Yu Xiaosao held a very low profile, only giving her a set of cream that she had personally made. Her seat was also placed among the young maidens who she was close to. There were also some who she had seen before but had not had much interaction with. All in all, they got along quite well. In the circle of well-bred, young ladies of the capital, although there would still occasionally be people who made sour remarks, the majority of the people still had good words to chip in for Xiaosao. They said that she was kind and easy to get along with, very generous towards the people who she considered her friends, and really knew how to hold refreshing gatherings. Compared to those tea banquets and flower banquets where they only sat around and talked, activities like fruit picking, hunting and beachcombing seemed so much more refreshing to the young ladies of prestigious families who had only known one source of entertainment. During the banquet, Liang Jiawei, the granddaughter of the Grand Preceptor, saw that Xiaoxiao seemed quite approachable, so she asked probingly, "Miss Yu, I heard that it's about the season that the fruits in your family's orchard ripen. Do you have any plans of holding an orchard gathering this year?" The youngest daughter of Imperial Prince Sa, Zhu Yanner, was a little glutton. Upon hearing this, she finally dropped her chopsticks and raised her head with sparkles in her eyes, her excitement evident in her expression. Previously, she had only heard rumors of this mysterious official Yu, and thought that Xiaoxiao was a person who was vengeful and hard to approach. After interacting with her today, she found that she was actually quite an amiable and interesting person. The delicacies that she mentioned, and her interesting stories from her time at the beach became the little girl's yearning. The young girl regretted that she got to know her too late, which had caused her to miss out on the previous beach gathering. However, it shouldn't be too late now. She should be invited to the next orchard gathering, right? With Xiaoxiao's status of a royal princess, the young ladies at this table were either relatives of the imperial family, or the daughters and granddaughters of first-ranked court officials who were usually quite haughty. However, after hearing He Wanning's stories of collecting seashells at the beach, the underwater adventure and the pearl hunting competition, all of them started to long for events like this. The life of young girls could actually be so exciting, especially when they heard Xiaoxiao mention that the person who won third place in the pearl harvesting competition was actually just a 15-year-old girl. They started to think that perhaps being born in a fisherman's family and living a carefree life would be much more interesting than being cooped up indoors and learning the four arts every day. However, the freedom in their eyes was just part of the struggles of the livelihood of a daughter born into a fisherman's family. In the eyes of the daughters of fishermen, these girls who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths were the ones who should be envied. If one wasn't a fish, how would one know how much a fish would envy a human's joy? Yu Xiaoxiao's circle of friends widened considerably after Princess Consort Duan's birthday banquet. There was the daughter of Imperial Prince Sa, the granddaughters of the Grand Preceptor and the director of the Imperial Court clan. By the time the gathering was held, some of their uninvited brothers also joined them, so the group attending this fall's orchard gathering was more than twice the size of the group that attended last year. Their group was so big that the little animals around the hill had been too scared to come out, so the animals that were caught by the traps they had set were much lesser than the number they had caught last year. If it weren't for Little Black and Little White, they might not even have had enough ingredients to carry out the orchard barbecue. Just like this, these peaceful days slowly passed. Because she had been keeping such a high profile for the past 2 years, Xiaoxiao did not come up with any new ways to earn money. However, even just her pharmaceutical workshop, beauty spa and greenhouse vegetables were enough for others to envy her. With the passing of fall, came winter, and with the end of spring, summer returned. Regardless of whether it was the Imperial Plant Breeding Center, or Yu family's farm in Tanggu Town, they all had a plentiful harvest of fruits. The seeds of winter wheat were enough to satisfy the plantation needs of the dozen states and prefectures in the north, and corn was already becoming a common crop in the northeast and northwest. The people of the northwest, which was known for its barren lands, were finally able to keep some extra grains after filling their stomachs because they planted high-yielding corn seeds. Just as the Yu family's 20,000 mu farm in Tanggu started to show some good results, they welcomed Xiaoxiao's hairpin ceremony. Originally, Xiaoxiao only wanted to have a meal and eat a cake together with her family in Dongshan village, but her godmother and royal Prince Yang were unwilling. Needless to say, it was such a rare occasion that Zhu Junyang actually had a valid chance to court Xiaoxiao's favor. How could he miss out on such an opportunity? If things went according to his way, the ceremony would be held as large-scaled and as grand as possible. Lady Fang was also of this opinion. Before, she was only able to attend the hairpin ceremony of the daughters of other people, and who knew how many gifts she had given away. But now she finally had the chance to hold one for her own daughter. So, of course, she wouldn't let go of this chance to earn gifts. Xiaoxiao's best friends also excitedly chipped in their ideas. Although Xiaoxiao had already been in the capital for a few years, she was still completely clueless about the various etiquette of the hairpin ceremony. Not to mention, her godmother had arrived at her home a few months in advance to discuss with her about how they should decorate the place. It made her feel that the ceremony was too bothersome. She dearly missed the way she celebrated birthdays in her previous life, where she could just walk into a restaurant and they would take care of everything else for her. Oh right, in her previous life, in order to save trouble, everyone did it like this, so why couldn't she do it now? Didn't she have Junsho Restaurant's boss as her friend? If they could successfully host her hairpin ceremonies banquet, it might even be a new business opportunity for Junsho Restaurant. As such, she invited third young Master Zhou, who was in the capital, over and told him the gist of her idea. What? She wanted to hold her hairpin ceremony in Junsho Restaurant. Turn the whole third floor into a big hall that could hold the hairpin ceremony. She wanted to hold the hairpin ceremony and the banquet together as a bundle. This idea was very fresh, so without much thought, third young Master Zhou, who was always willing to experiment, agreed to the plan. As Xiaoxiao's hairpin ceremony was only less than 2 months away, third young Master Zhou put off every other matter and focused solely on this. Lady Fang was disapproving when she heard that her goddaughter wanted to hold her most important 15-year-old coming-of-age ceremony in a restaurant, but she ultimately gave in since Xiaoxiao insisted. However, she was even more invested in the renovations and decorations of the hall on the third floor where the hairpin ceremony was going to be held than her own home. She mulled over almost each and every decor for half a day. With an expert like Lady Fang who watched them closely, third young Master Zhou was even more confident towards the success of the hairpin ceremony and banquet. Coupled with the help of Xiaoxiao's friends who were of high status, the decoration of the main hall on the third floor was done in a quick and orderly manner. Just a few days before the hairpin ceremony, third young Master Zhou invited Xiaoxiao to check out the results. The main hall, which appeared luxurious yet elegant, presented itself to Lady Fang and Xiaoxiao. It looked simple, yet also exuded magnanimity. Every drapery in the hall was top-notch in both pattern and texture, and even the pendants on top were embellished with pearls or gemstones. These were sponsored by Royal Prince Yang. The furnishings on the antique shelves were genuine antiques, and the paintings and calligraphy on the walls were also prized possessions of famous people. Even the floor was cut and polished from limestone that was brought back from Dali. The marble floor was as polished as a mirror, and the patterns on it were like a natural ink landscape painting. In short, the entire hall was decorated more beautifully than the couple's parlor room. As for the hairpin ceremonies banquet, that went without saying. In addition to all of the signature dishes of Junsho Restaurant, Xiaoxiao also specially introduced several new dishes. These dishes were mainly Cantonese dishes. Honey roasted pork, stewed shark's fin with vegetables, bird's nest with coconut milk and sugar, steamed striped bass, fried salt and pepper mantis shrimp, pineapple with sweet and sour pork, and steamed crabs. The head chefs of each branch of Junsho Restaurant, led by head chef Wang, gathered together to learn and practice their culinary skills in order to make a splash at the banquet. As for the pastries and fruits, that went without saying. The fruits were naturally meticulously hand-picked from the back hill of the imperial plantation. Pears, apples, grapes, mulberries, raspberries. Although it was already late fall, many fruits from the previous seasons like peaches, watermelon, cantaloupes, strawberries had been preserved fresh, as though they had only just been harvested from the orchard. The pastries were all sent from the Yu's main pastry shop. Other than the exquisite little pastries on each table, the one thing that became the focus of everyone was still the giant cake that was being made on the spot in the main hall on the ground floor of Junsho Restaurant. The cake at the bottom was brought in from the pastry shop after it was baked, and formed a large rectangular structure of about 10 meters long and 3 meters wide. As for the whipped cream, fruit jam and fruit compote that were spread on top, they were made then and there with the cooperation of 6 pretty little misses. Those little misses and young masters that arrived earlier surrounded the area where the giant cake was taking shape and peered at it curiously. Gasps sprouted from their lips as they saw beautiful, lifelike whipped cream flowers and multicolored decorations taking form under the skilled hands of these young patisseries. The giant cake was covered with pink and purple roses, with lush leaves that made the colors pop, as though they had only just been picked from the bushes. The cake was decorated with a lining of whipped cream, while jams and fruit compotes of different colors decorated the center of the cake. The last touch was a little girl at the center of cake with a slender figure, big eyes, and a sharp chin wearing a red cheese-style attire, vaguely recognizable as Xiao Xiao through her facial features. This humanoid decoration was the masterpiece of the head manager of the Yu's pastry shop and top patissier, Yang Lu. Those who had arrived slightly later were unable to witness the creation of this giant cake and deeply regretted missing out on it when they heard about it from those who did. However, they all discreetly asked the few cake makers who were standing next to the cake if such a superstar's birthday cake like this could be custom ordered. Even when they were told that it had to be booked a month in advance and that it cost a lot, no one hesitated, because most of the people who came to Xiao Xiao's hairpin banquet were either rich or of a high status, and no one was short of money for a cake. Some people even wrote down their birth date on the spot on the reservation book in the cake maker's hands. Yang Lu, who had wanted to make her mistress proud at her banquet, had inadvertently ushered in a new high of reservations for her pastry shop again. Originally, Xiao Xiao had planned to keep a low profile, only inviting some friends and family over, and have a meal together to celebrate her birthday just like how she did in her previous life. However, even without mentioning Lady Fang's reluctance, the imperial palace had already sent out a decree along with the palace maidservant, Chunhong, to help Lady Fang with the preparations of the hairpin ceremony. Such imperial favor caused certain people in court to start making plans in their hearts. Naturally, the Yu family's relatives could not be missing from the list of banquet guests. Her eldest granduncle's family, maternal grandparents, eldest uncle, second uncle, youngest uncle along with her 3 aunts, and her cousins and their spouses. Zhu Junyang had sent his own convoy to transport all of them over. Then, there were the relatives of the Fang family. Fang Zizhen was an orphan, and had no other relatives except for his master's wife, Madame Zhao. However, there were quite a few relatives from Lady Fang's maternal family. Although only the families of the eldest and younger legitimate uncles were invited, the party that arrived was still quite big. In the past, Lady Fang's maternal family didn't understand her when she took a peasant girl as her adopted daughter, saying that instead of choosing her niece from her maternal family, she took a low-born, vulgar country girl to be her adopted daughter. Her sister-in-law even came to argue with her about Sha Farong, threatening to cut off all contact with her. But in the past 2 years, Yu Xiaoxiao, with her own abilities, had not only managed to reach new heights in her career and made her businesses prosper, but she was also in great favor with the emperor, and had been given the honorary title of a royal princess. Now, in terms of wealth and the favor of the emperor, even Fang Zizhen, Count Zongqin, found it hard to compete with, let alone the Sha family, which had already been in a gradual decline. The Sha family, which had always sucked up to the influential and looked down on people who had lower status, would never miss this opportunity to get closer to the Yu family, or to be exact, Yu Xiaoxiao, even without Lady Fang's invitation. As such, everyone who was part of the legitimate bloodline, regardless of whether they were on the invitation list or not, came to get acquainted. The sister-in-law who had threatened to sever ties with Lady Fang was actually shameless enough to come up and suggest that Sha Farong be the master of ceremonies of Xiao Xiao's hairpin ceremony. Disregarding the fact that Sha Farong and Xiao Xiao had an unpleasant encounter in the past, the master of ceremonies was always either the best friend or sister. Who did she think she was? Apart from the relatives were the families that they were closer with. There was the Grand Princess Royal, Marquis and Marchioness Anning, Heir Anning and his wife, who also brought along their 1-year-old baby, and last but not least, He Wanning. She had already reserved the role of the master of ceremonies a long time ago, and even asked Yuan Shuiyan and Royal Princess Minglin to not fight with her. Quite a few members of the Yuan family also came, starting with great scholar Yuan, then the Prime Minister and his wife, Yuan Shuiyan's brothers and sisters-in-law, plus Yuan Shuiyan and her youngest brother Yuan Yunxi. Other than that, there was Royal Princess Minglin and her mother and sister-in-law. Not to mention, Left Assistant Minister Yu and his wife, along with Yu Wanqing and her brother and sister-in-law were also there. As her business partner, naturally, Li Mengru wouldn't be absent. Madame Li came along with her eldest legitimate daughter, Li Mengqi, and her 2 young sons who came to join in on the fun. As for the Zhou family, the old master and old madam personally came over to watch the ceremony. The madam and children of the first branch, and of course, Madame Zhou, the mother of the third young master who had a good relationship with Xiao Xiao, also brought congratulatory gifts to celebrate the little girl's birthday. Madame Zhou was not aware that Xiao Xiao was already promised to someone else, so she wondered if they could cement old ties through marriage. After all, her son and Xiao Xiao had known each other since they were small, and had always been on good terms. Then, there was the master and mistress of Prince Sa's estate, as well as the heir and his wife, and Zhu Yan'er, who was quite close to Xiao Xiao. The moment she arrived, she started to argue that she wanted to be Xiao Xiao's master of ceremonies, but he Wanning quickly rebuked her. Naturally, as Xiao Xiao's future-in-laws, it was impossible for Prince Jing's household to not attend their future daughter-in-law's coming-of-age ceremony. Princess consort Jing had almost stolen Lady Fang's seat and taken herself as the host to greet the guests. As Zhu Junyang and his lady mother made their way to the third floor, his two mothers-in-law approached and stopped him. Lady Fang looked at him with a half-smile and said, "The people watching the ceremony upstairs are all female guests, so it wouldn't be appropriate for Royal Prince Yang to go up there, would it?" Although Zhu Junyang did not want to miss his little fiancé's hairpin ceremony, he was forced to stay downstairs to wait for her to come down after the ceremony due to etiquette. The most unexpected thing was, Imperial Prince Duan, who had rarely left his residence, had actually brought Princess Consort Duan with him to observe the ceremony. Imperial Prince Duan looked a little thin, but his body was still quite strong. He didn't look terminally ill as said in the rumors. Could it be that Miss Yu's medical skills were really better than the old physicians at the Imperial Hospital, and she had actually cured Imperial Prince Duan's decades of chronic illness? Humans were just mere mortals, so how could they not fall sick? Not everyone had a chance to befriend a skilled medical practitioner. As such, Imperial Prince Duan's arrival had attracted quite a few uninvited guests to Xiao Xiao's hairpin ceremony. It wouldn't be right to chase this group of people who eagerly rushed up to present their gifts out, right? While Lady Fang enthusiastically greeted the guests, she sent a servant to ask third young Master Zhou to see if he had prepared sufficient dishes. Fortunately, third young Master Zhou was reliable and had prepared extra dishes, so they didn't embarrass themselves by not having enough tables for their guests. Of course, only the female guests were able to watch the ceremony unfold on the third floor while the rest of the guests were served refreshments downstairs. Originally, the hairpin ceremony was held in the ancestral shrine, so many secretly laughed at the Yu family for not following customs when they saw that the invitation said that the hairpin ceremony was going to be held in Junsho restaurant. However, as soon as they entered the grand hall on the third floor, their hopes of witnessing a farce immediately dissipated. The grand hall on the third floor was quiet and open, decorated lavishly yet with a scholarly elegance, revealing an air of solemnity everywhere. It was surprisingly better and more imposing than most ancestral shrines, and the decorations and all kinds of details in the hall especially received everyone's praises. When they climbed the steps, they were met with a calm, smiling Lady Fang, and Madame Lu, who was beautiful, fair-skinned and donned a gorgeous dress. Not a single bit of her bearing told others that she was, in fact, only just the wife of a farmer. The both of them stood at the eastern side of the steps to welcome guests, while the woman who stood on the western side of the steps was actually the wife of Heir Anning. As for the protagonists of the day, sisters Yu Xiaoxiao and Yu Xiaolian changed into their ceremonial clothes and shoes, and calmly waited in the dressing room at the east side of the hall after taking a fragrant flower petal bath. That's right. As Xiaoxiao and Xiaolian were twin sisters, their hairpin ceremonies would naturally be held together. Xiaolian secretly peeked out from inside the dressing room, looked at the luxuriant and graceful guests outside, and stuck her tongue out and said mischievously, "Younger sister, I've really ridden on your coattails today. There are so many wives and daughters of court officials that came to celebrate. I wouldn't have dared to dream of it before. What's not to dream about? So what if they're the wives of court officials? Don't they also have two eyes and a mouth? Can they possibly have one more nostril than we do?" Yu Xiaoxiao's little head also appeared above hers, poking around and looking out. Eldest maternal Aunt Han saw them and hurriedly pushed the two similar-looking little heads back into the room. "Behave yourselves. Today is your big day, so don't become a laughingstock in front of so many guests. You should still remember all the etiquette that the senior palace servant taught you the other day, right? Hurry up and recall them in your head before you make a mistake." Yu Xiaoxiao playfully hugged her eldest maternal aunt's arm and swung it, acting cute, eldest maternal aunt, I'm thirsty, can you bring me a piece of watermelon to quench my thirst? No, what if you get nervous and want to pee? Bear with me, as soon as the ceremony is over, I'll bring you a glass of watermelon juice. Shaolian, you too, be good, all right. Eldest maternal aunt pacified the two restless little girls, and hurriedly went out to serve the guests again. Although those noble guests did not need her to take care of them, there were still quite a few guests from their hometown, and her younger sister and sister-in-law might not be able to handle it all. She still had to go and keep an eye out. As the classical musical instruments began to play, the arrival of the guest of honor caused an uproar. The Grand Princess Royal, who had originally planned to fight for the seat of the guest of honor, immediately gave way with a smile as soon as she saw the guest of honor. In her heart, she muttered, "This little girl of the Yu family is so reputable, she actually managed to invite the Empress as her guest of honor. Is there any other guest more honorable than her?" Yu Hai and his wife didn't recognize the Empress, but Fang Zizhen and his wife, who were also the hosts of this ceremony, couldn't act as if they didn't know her. The couple quickly brought over their adoptive relatives to greet the Empress. Yu Hai and Madame Lu's eyes widened in surprise upon finding out this guest's identity. Was their daughter's reputation truly so great, such that even the Empress herself would come to her small hairpin ceremony? Please rise quickly. Today's leading role is Miss Xiaoxiao and her sister. I am merely looking for an excuse to relax a bit after living deep in the palace for so long. The Empress's smile was as warm as a spring breeze, which calmed Yu Hai and Madame Lu's racing hearts. Where is older sister Xiaoxiao? The eldest imperial prince also benefited today. He had been given a day off of class, so he could leave the palace. He stuck out his head from behind his mother's back and looked around curiously at everything on the third floor. A pair of eyes as bright as the stars looked for Yu Xiaoxiao's figure. Older sister Xiaoxiao hadn't been in the palace for so long because she was busy with the matters of her hairpin ceremony. Fang Zizhen and his wife hurriedly gave the eldest imperial prince, no, the crown prince, a greeting. After coming back from the Mulan imperial hunting ground, Zhu Hanwen was conferred the title of crown prince and moved into the Eastern Palace. However, there weren't many children in the imperial palace, and he also wasn't very old. Thus, things remained the same as before, with him going to the Empress's cunning palace and staying there if it got late. Lady Fang asked Junju to invite Yu Fan, the second young master of the Yu family, over. The two of them were about the same age, as the crown prince was younger than Yu Fan by less than 2 years. Thus, these two young people should have many things to talk about. Sure enough, when Zhu Hanwen saw little Shido, he forgot all about older sister Xiaoxiao. Due to his relationship with Xiaoxiao, little Shitu's fame had also spread into the palace. Zhu Hanwen highly regarded this person, who was only a little older than him and had become the last disciple of great scholar Yuan, who was the father of the prime minister. This youth was also called junior brother by the old scholars in court, whose beards have turned white. He didn't forget to live up to their expectations. At the age of 8, he passed the county-level exams and became a county official. If it wasn't because his master, the great scholar Yuan, took him to travel in recent years, making him unable to participate in the recent autumn examinations, he probably would have become a provincial official at 10 and an imperial official at 15. Didn't the ancients have Gan Luo, who became an official at the age of 10? So why couldn't the great Ming dynasty produce a scholar who placed first in the imperial exams in his teens? Maybe if these words were spoken from the mouth of someone else, it could have been counted as an exaggeration. However, these words were spoken by the great scholar Yuan, the strict and proper headmaster Yuan, who has never even praised his son, the prime minister, before. This clearly showed that he was quite satisfied with this disciple of his. Zhu Hanwen had been spiritually attracted to this youth scholar for a long time. He had long wanted to see the person that great scholar Yuan had praised like a flower. In addition, Yu Fan was older sister Xiaoxiao's younger brother. Although they never met, he admired him, and envied him a bit, from the bottom of his heart. As Xiaoxiao's younger brother, he could enjoy the snacks and food made personally by older sister Xiaoxiao every day. Such a wonderful thing. If it was possible, he would have liked to exchange identities with this youth named Yu Fan. Even though he was the crown prince, he actually envied a youth from a peasant family. The world of a foodie was really hard for ordinary people to comprehend. Little Shito, who was already 13, had become a graceful and beautiful young man. His cultured and quick-witted manner, his scholarly and polite speech, along with his features that were similar to that of Xiaoxiao's allowed Zhu Hanwen to increase his sincerity even though it was the first time they met. Soon, the two youths were chatting together. Little Shitu's return to the capital, in addition to celebrating his second sister's hairpin ceremony, was to prepare for next year's autumn provincial exam. These past few years, he had traveled to the north and south of the Yangtze River with his master. He debated academics with the scholars who lived south of the Yangtze River, allowing him, a young boy, to quickly grow up. The knowledge in the books had been thoroughly dissected by little Shito as he had an eidetic memory. He was like a dry sponge greedily soaking up the spring of knowledge. Through these years of travel, his lack of perspective and experience had been quickly enriched. He and his master, great scholar Yuan, were confident about the autumn exams next year. Great scholar Yuan had high expectations for this talented and diligent disciple. This autumn exam, little Shito needed to get first place in order to not weaken the reputation of Rongshuan Academy and his master. On the other hand, Yuan Yunshi, the youngest grandson of great scholar Yuan who was also going to participate in the provincial exams, had been overlooked by him. Yuan Yunshi. Grandfather, am I your grandson, or is Yu Fan your grandson? Yuan Sinian. No respect for your elders, call him little martial uncle. Yuan Yunshi looked at little Shito who was a full head shorter than him and 7 to 8 years younger. He had nothing to say now. But that was enough about the future emperor and prime minister, Zhu Hanwen and Yu Fan, who were conversing animatedly and regretting that they didn't meet sooner. The sound of beautiful instruments came from upstairs, since the empress, who was the guest of honor, had already entered the hall. The guests were seated at the left and right seats. As the hosts, Yu Hai and Fang Zizhen, along with their wives, sat at the hosts' seats after all the guests were seated. As the fathers, Yu Hai and Fang Zizhen stood up at the same time after glancing at each other. Originally, the opening speech could be made by one person, however, these two people quarreled at home for a long time. Neither of them was willing to miss the opportunity to give the opening speech at their daughter's hairpin ceremony. In the end, Xiaoxiao slapped her hands down and said how about they each say half, which solved the problem between the two fathers. Yu Hai gently smoothed the folds of his fine clothes with his rough hands and said in a strong voice, "Today is my little daughter's, Yu Xiaoxiao and Yu Xiaolian's hairpin ceremony. Thank you all for coming. It's my turn, my turn." Fang Zizhen quietly reminded as he gently pulled on Yu Hai's clothes. Then he looked at the guests with a smile and loudly said, "Once again, I thank everyone who has found the time to come to my daughter's Yu Xiaoxiao's hairpin ceremony. Next, Yu Xiaoxiao and Yu Xiaolian's hairpin ceremony will officially begin. Linglong, go invite the two young misses to come in and greet the guests." After Linglong went into the changing room, He Wanning, who got the position of Master of Ceremonies, came out, washed her hands, and took her place on the western stage. Yu Xiaoxiao and Yu Xiaolian came out holding hands and went to the center facing the south, with their backs to the north. They greeted the guests and then kneeled down in their position facing the west. The two sisters came out looking like copies of each other. They had the same clothing, the same hairstyle, and they had similar heights, weights, and facial features. In addition, both were wearing light makeup. For a moment, it was hard to tell who was the older sister and who was the younger sister. Imperial uncle, let me have a look, just a look. On the balcony of the third floor on the east side were 3 young men in fine clothes. Wasn't the one jumping up and down the crown prince who had been conversing happily with Yu Fan downstairs? Unexpectedly, the person, who was in front of the young prince, with the best view was actually the cold and fierce royal Prince Yang. He was currently craning his neck to look through the window. As for the light-complexioned youth beside the two, who had a helpless expression on his face, wasn't that little Shito, Yu Fan, who was responsible for keeping the crown prince company. On the narrow windowsill, there were 3 people, big and small. Below them were bodyguards that were looking up with nervousness, attracting the attention of people passing by. The pedestrians on the street followed their line of sight and found the 3 figures that were peeping on the windowsill. They were surprised for a moment. What hobbies did these high officials and royal families have to do something so uncouth in broad daylight? For a period of time, Many pedestrians, who were passing by Junsho restaurant, gathered in front for a moment and pointed up at the window. The emperor and Su Ran, who had come a little later due to handling government affairs, looked at this scene in bewilderment. When they followed the view of the crowd, the emperor found that it was his cousin's tall back that was on the balcony peering through the cracks of the window. A wide grin that held hints of anticipation appeared on his face as he said to Su Ran, "We should let those who are afraid of Royal Prince Yong, who is like a tiger, come and have a look at what this guy looks like right now. If this occurred at night, wouldn't he look like a peeping Tom? Your Majesty, doesn't the person next to him look familiar to you?" Su Ran had already spotted that there was a small figure jumping up and down, trying to squeeze Prince Yong out but couldn't. It was the Crown Prince. Zhu Junfan looked over at the small figure beside Zhu Junyang with interest and his expression suddenly became dark. Just now, he was looking on passively, but now that the person being watched passively was his child, he couldn't be calm as a father. "Zhu Hanwen, you little rascal, come down now. Quickly," Zhu Junfan roared, scaring the Crown Prince upstairs, making him almost fall off the balcony. "It's over. Didn't father say he was too busy to come? How? You Fan, quick help me figure a way out. How can we avoid this?" Zhu Hanwen had a premonition that if he couldn't find a reasonable cause, his small butt was going to blossom when he went back to the palace. Yu Fan's eyes roved around and pointed his lips in the direction of his future brother-in-law. Zhu Hanwen suddenly understood and nodded with a giggle. Sliding down the pillars outside of the Junsho restaurant, the Crown Prince was caught by the guards and smiled at his father. In a low voice, he said, "Imperial Father, I was just having a good talk with Yu Fan in a private room on the second floor when I saw Imperial Uncle sneaking up to the third floor through the window. I was curious and followed him." "Is that so?" Zhu Junfan asked in a deep voice with a frown after he saw his cousin leaping down. "How could this prince be absent from the lass's hairpin ceremony?" Zhu Junyang said confidently. Zhu Junfan kicked his cousin's butt but almost made himself fall down. Fortunately, Su Ran was at his side holding him. Zhu Junfan was furious. "You dare to refer to yourself in such a pompous manner? If you want to go, then go openly. By doing it secretly, you're teaching children the wrong things. This prince, if I could go up, would I still be here talking to you? My future mother-in-law said that the female guests are all up there and that we needed to wait downstairs." Zhu Junyang's tone was somewhat indignant. As her man, he couldn't even attend the lass's hairpin ceremony. Zhu Junfan exasperatedly gave him a look and said, "Then you're just taking your future brother-in-law and your nephew to climb walls and to do sneaky things." Zhu Junyang glanced at the Crown Prince and thought, "Your son also wants to see his older sister Xiaoxiao's hairpin ceremony. What does that have to do with me? I'm not taking the fall for this alone." Zhu Hanwen was afraid his imperial uncle would expose his affairs and quickly cut off the conversation and asked, "Father, older sister Xiaoxiao's hairpin ceremony has already started. If you don't go up now, you won't get to see anything exciting." Zhu Junfan glared at him. "Little rascal, I'll settle this when we get back." Zhu Hanwen, who understood the meaning in his father's eyes, couldn't help shrinking his head down and going to hide behind his imperial uncle. Seeing his father take long strides up toward the third floor, he winked at the friend he just met today and followed his father up like a fox masquerading as a tiger. Wasn't it an honor for the emperor to come in person to their daughter's hairpin ceremony? Who would quibble about whether or not it was in line with customs? The womenfolk on the third floor all knelt on the floor to give their respects to the Supreme Emperor. Fang Zizhen quickly told people to add in a mahogany chair in between the host's seats to let this uninvited god sit down. The thick-skinned Zhu Junyang stole the position of a bodyguard, standing tall behind the emperor. However, that pair of phoenix eyes focused on a delicate figure on the stage without blinking. The lass seemed to have grown up suddenly. The broad clothes couldn't hide her delicate and exquisite figure. Her eyebrows were lightly swept and her eyes looked deep and clear as if it was a deep pool. If a person had a moment of carelessness, it would be easy to be sucked in. A light pink color had been lightly added to her small mouth and her lips looked as delicate and charming as a rose, making people unable to do anything but fantasize. Zhu Junyang's soul was about to be hooked out by this little spirit. Faced with the hot gaze of a beautiful man, Xiaoxiao, who was originally relaxed, suddenly became tense. At this time, the crown prince also straightened his back, standing behind his father. However, his little partner, Yu Fan, soon brought over a chair so he could sit at the right-hand side of the emperor. Yet, little Shito also stood confidently behind the crown prince, but his slightly skinny figure was less imposing than Prince Yang. Su Ran took a look at his position that was currently occupied and revealed a helpless expression. Fortunately, Yu Hai had ordered people to add a chair slightly off to the side, so he didn't have to stand in the hall at a loss. The emperor waved his hand and commanded, "You all can continue." The hairpin ceremony, which was interrupted by the emperor's arrival, went on. The only difference now was the atmosphere of the room became more restrained. As the master of the ceremony, He Wanning stood behind Xiaoxiao. While gently combing her long silky black hair, in a slightly jealous tone she said, "The emperor and empress have come to attend your hairpin ceremony. This is the first for any young lady in the capital. You're in the limelight now. Is this limelight any good? Having too high a profile might not be a good thing." Yu Xiaoxiao murmured into He Wanning's ear. "Wow, there's two older sister Xiaoxiaos." The crown prince was dazed by the two similar-looking faces in the same dress. He thought that there was something wrong with his eyes and he was hallucinating. He blinked his eyes a few times, but the two figures were still there. The little guy was confused. Little Shito, who was standing behind him, bent down and explained in a low voice, "My oldest sister and second sister are twins. They just look alike. Twins. Isn't it said that twins will compete for each other's luck and generally only one can survive?" This was a folk myth. Many families sent one of the twins far away so both could survive. In actuality, because of the backward medical conditions of the ancient times, twins were generally born prematurely. The nutrition in the womb couldn't keep up with two little guys, so they were born weak. Thus there were very few twins who could survive at the same time. Yu Xiaoxiao was the weaker of the two. It was Madame Lu, who was a careful mother, that managed to raise her sick little daughter to the age of 8. Unfortunately, that girl managed to survive the illnesses, but she couldn't survive that senseless disaster, which had benefited Lin Xiaowen's soul from a different world. If it wasn't for the little divine stone's help, the broken body carrying the transmigrated soul might not have survived till now. Zhu Junfan turned his head and gave his silly son a warning look. They were having a solemn hairpin ceremony right now. This fellow was asking for trouble with his questions and exclamations. Zhu Hanwen pursed his mouth, held in his curiosity, and calmed down to watch the girl's hairpin ceremony. The two masters of ceremonies finished combing the girl's hair and placed the combs on the south side of the mat. The empress, as the guest of honor, stood up and washed her hands with Madame Lu and Lady Fang. They then returned to their respective places and sat down. The pair of sisters, Yu Xiaoxiao and Xiaolian, turned to the east and sat straight. The empress walked slowly over to Xiaoxiao and Xiaolian and chanted a congratulatory message. "On this month and this auspicious day, I add on your first robes of adulthood. Leave behind your juvenile aspirations, and let it become your adult virtues. Blessed with longevity, and prosperity be with you." Then she knelt down onto the mat to comb the sisters' hair and inserted their hairpins in. Afterward, she got up and returned to her original position. He Wanning corrected Xiaoxiao's hairpin and said in a low voice, "The empress personally added the hairpin for you, so you can't keep a low profile anymore. However, it's no problem. In any case, no matter what, your royal Prince Yang will block any problems for you. Look at him, his eyeballs are following you without stopping. They've almost become cross-eyed with how much he's staring." Yu Xiaoxiao gave her a glare, but she couldn't help looking at the tall and upright figure. She met his eyes, which were full of passion. Her face became hot and she quickly lowered it. The gentleness of her lowering her head was like the modest bashfulness of a water lily. In Zhu Junyang's eyes, it became another alluring expression. The two sisters slowly rose to their feet and the guests congratulated them. However, no one knew who was sincere and who was jealous. When they returned to the dressing room, He Wanning took the clothes from her sister-in-law and followed the two sisters into the room to help them change into plainer-looking robes to match their hairstyles. After changing their clothes, the two sisters came to show the guests their clothes and hairpins. Facing their parents, they bowed down solemnly in gratitude for the love and care received from them. After Xiaoxiao bowed to her parents, she extended the same courtesy to her godfather and godmother, who were waiting at the side. Lady Fang helped her goddaughter up with tears of joy in her eyes. Originally, her husband didn't discuss it with her before he took a peasant girl to be his goddaughter. Although Lady Fang never opposed it, she didn't expect to look after her either. In her mind, the country girl would be naive, simple, and not noble enough. Yet, when she first saw Xiaoxiao, she immediately had a good impression of this strange yet funny girl, who had good self-control, even more than her niece who had accompanied her many years. Maybe this was the so-called fate. Although her goddaughter came from a peasant family, she was surprised again and again by her. She was most impressed by her goddaughter's medicinal food, which had improved the couple's physiques and allowed her to have a blood-related descendant that she had always dreamed of. After the little girl came to the capital to further herself, her businesses became more and more prosperous. She, as her godmother, gained a lot of credit. She now had a supply of fresh vegetables and fruits that seemed never-ending during the winter, so much that she couldn't finish them. Furthermore, she also had unlimited access to the rare floral teas from Blossoming Beauty, and the expensive skincare products she couldn't even finish. Using them to give to people as gifts to improve relationships had proven to be quite welcomed by the other parties. She had reached the age of 45 this year, but when she stood next to her childhood friends, she looked almost a decade younger than them. All of her friends regarded her with pure envy now. Today that lovely and filial girl had finally grown up and become a beautiful young maiden. As her godmother, her heart was filled with incomparable joy, and her eyes couldn't help becoming moist. Yu Xiaoxiao raised her hands to wipe away the shining tears from the corners of her godmother's eyes. She gently hugged this godmother who treated her better than a mother could treat her own daughter and gave her the biggest smile possible. Returning to her original position, she continued to sit facing the east. The Empress washed her hands again in the gold basin inlaid with jewels. Heir Anning's wife presented a bright and dazzling hairpin. After a closer look, the main gem on the hairpin was a huge pink diamond. Small diamonds were also embedded around the hairpin, making it seem as if it was decorated with shining stars that had gathered together. The hairpin looked incredibly bright and dazzling. What woman didn't love beauty? What woman could resist beautiful jewelry? There was an uproar in the field. Needless to say, the hairpin must have been gifted by Royal Prince Yang. There wasn't any place to buy diamond jewelry besides Royal Prince Yang's treasure pavilion. The unmarried girls present casted odd looks towards the cold Royal Prince Yang one after another. However, they found that the other person's gaze had never left the pretty figure in the center field. The noble madams and young ladies present all felt jealous. How could Xiaoxiao, a small bird flying out of a mountain nest, have the emperor personally come to her hairpin ceremony to bless her, have the empress be the guest of honor, and even have her master of ceremonies and attendant be of such outstanding statuses? Furthermore, the arrogant two beauties of the capital and the eccentric royal princess Minglin all became her best friends. However, most of them here couldn't even find a way to curry favor with these people. Comparisons were truly the quickest way to infuriate oneself. What really angered them the most was that the most promising new noble in court, Royal Prince Yang, was also fascinated by that girl. He couldn't even see the beauty of other women. Could it be that this little girl was really the rumored sprite in the mountain or the Dragon King's daughter in the sea, using her magic to blind the people around her and making them willing to dig out their hearts and lungs for her? No matter how complicated the young ladies in the room felt, the hairpin ceremony still continued. The Empress chanted, "On this auspicious month and such day, I affirm your robes. Respect it with dignity. Let grace and modesty be your virtue. May your longevity last a myriad of years, and may you forever receive good fortune." He Wanning helped Yu Xiaoxiao take off the hairpin in her hair, and the Empress picked up the hairpin that made all of the women's hearts flutter and put amidst the dark and beautiful black hair. The sisters, under the complicated gazes of the guests, gave the Empress a salute. They then, once again, returned to the changing room and changed into robes with long trains. At this point, all the clothes for the hairpin ceremony were in the Han style and were all embroidered by Modiste Zhang, who was like a sister to Xiaoxiao. When the girls present learned about this, the jealousy in their hearts became even stronger. After Xiaoxiao and her sister changed their clothes, they went back into the reception hall and faced the guest of honor, the Empress. Their first kowtow was to her, their second was to show their respect to their elders, and then they stood up and kneeled towards the east. The guest of honor washed her hands 3 times and then took the offered hairpins for the ceremony. All of the matrons and young maidens present, who had envious hearts, had no reaction when they saw the 2 lavishly decorated hairpins that had valuable pink pearls embedded in them. This was because they were already numb to the situation. It was as if there weren't these extremely expensive hairpins present, then it would be abnormal for this ceremony. The Empress looked at the identical hairpins. Each one had several pink pearls decorating it. The pearls were all around the same size, perfectly round shapes, and seemed to glow gently under the light. Any one of these pearls would be considered a top-notch pearl on its own, let alone the dozen or so that were on each hairpin. It was said that Xiaoxiao herself had personally gathered these pearls from the ocean. It was already considered fortunate for an experienced pearl diver to get one such specimen during their career. The fact that she was able to get around 20 or so in one trip made it a bit odd. Although the Empress's heart was full of doubts, she still remembered why she was the guest of honor here today. She chanted, "By the auspiciousness of this day, and by the times of the moon, I give you this robe. With your family here, use these to actualize your virtues. May you enjoy boundless longevity and receive the joys of heaven." Following that, she inserted invaluable pearl hairpins into Xiaoxiao's and her sister's hair and stood up to go back to her original position. The guests all squeezed out a smile and congratulated the 2 of them for reaching their coming of age. The 2 sisters then went back to the changing room and changed into extravagant long ceremonial robes with long sleeves that matched their hairpins perfectly. Now that the 2 sisters were wearing their pearl hairpins paired with beautiful ceremonial robes that were embroidered all over with peonies, it made their previously slightly immature looks seem more charming and mature. Even the jealous female guests had no choice but to admit that the 2 sisters looked quite lovely and attractive. In fact, anyone in the room could tell that Royal Prince Yang's eyes were almost glued onto Yu Xiaoxiao and couldn't be pulled away. The 2 sisters then faced the emperor and saluted gracefully to show their respect for the imperial throne. The heir of Marquis Anning and his wife directed the maidservants to set up the ceremonial table and to lay out the ceremonial wine and offerings out on the west side of the room. The empress took the 2 girls to take a seat and He Wanning presented the sweet and nourishing fruit wine. The empress took the ceremonial wine and walked to Yu Xiaoxiao and her sister, revealing a contented smile as she started to recite verses again. A goblet full of sweet wine to add auspiciousness and fragrance. Accept it in worship for settling your prosperity. Take unto the beauty of the heavens and remember this for a lifetime. After the 2 of them kneeled again, they took the goblet of wine and saluted the guest of honor. This wine wasn't for the 2 sisters to drink. Instead, they kneeled again and sprinkled some of the wine onto the floor as a libation. Following that, they symbolically touched a bit of wine to their lips and returned the cup back onto the ceremonial table. There was some sweet cooked rice on the table, so the 2 of them symbolically ate a mouthful each. Then they kowtowed to the guest of honor and the empress returned the bow before standing back up at the east side of the steps. They had to admit that the coming-of-age ceremony was quite complicated and full of rituals. The 2 of them had gone back and forth between the rooms, changing their clothes and kneeling and bowing all the time. The 2 of them were starting to feel quite dizzy from all of this. Xiaolian was well aware that she was riding on her younger sister's coattails in order to have all of these guests here to celebrate. Furthermore, it was also the only reason why she was able to get so up close to the Empress herself. Although she was quite nervous, she was also incredibly proud and a bit joyful too. She was proud and happy that she had such a capable younger sister who had brought so much glory to their whole family. She stealthily took a look at those noble young maidens, who usually had their noses up in the air, and saw their envious and jealous expressions. From that, the slight bit of inferiority and timidness she felt completely melted away and her movements became even more graceful and calm. Next came the process of choosing a courtesy name for the 2 sisters. The Empress stood up and faced the east while Yu Hai, his wife, and Fang Zizhen and his wife stood up and faced the west. The Empress chose the courtesy names for the 2 young maidens and recited a few more lines. The rites and rituals are prepared, and on this auspicious day and month, I announce your courtesy names. By a splendid courtesy name, it shall benefit your virtues. To show you chaste virtue, and forever keep you. You 2 shall be named, Wei, and Yangshi. The Empress had recited so many ceremonial verses that were all written in classical Chinese. The two sisters felt like they were listening to an entirely different language and their heads were just floating along. They only understood the last verse. One of their courtesy names was Wei, and the other was Yangshi. Xiaolian's courtesy name came from fine rain on a lotus pond, as a misty rain falling upon lotus flowers was an enchanting sight. The mood the name evoked was good and the meaning behind it was auspicious. Xiaoxiao's courtesy name was Yangshi. The character for Shi referred to the first light of day and the character for Yang meant forever. The meaning of her name evoked that she would forever bring light to the people and also gave them hope. The emperor and empress had discussed this for a whole night before coming up with these two courtesy names. The profound meanings behind them caused the noble ladies in the crowd to fall into deep thought. This Yu Yangshi had given the common people hope, so was this person someone who they could afford to offend? Did it matter if you were jealous or envious at this point? After all, their daughters were only slightly talented but they had not done anything to benefit the people, so what leg did they have to stand on now? At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao and her sister simultaneously replied, although I, Xiaolian, may not be worthy, I dare not refuse the honor. Following that, they bowed to the guest of honor and the guest of honor returned the salute. Then, all three of them returned to their respective places. Xiaoxiao and her sister kneeled in front of their parents and listened to the instructions given to them. Yu Hai and his wife gratefully looked at their two beautiful daughters who had finally grown up. They had slight smiles on their faces as they said, in a wink, you two have become adults. As your parents, we don't have any requests or expectations for you two. All we hope is that your lives in the future will be smooth and happy. Although their speech was quite plain and simple, their words showed just how deeply these two loved and cared for their daughters. Fang Zizhen was also an uncouth fellow and didn't bother trying to make things sound poetic. He lifted his adopted daughter up with his arms and trumpeted loudly, your father is right. Young maidens shouldn't think so much. Supporting one's family and chasing positions and wealth is the job of a man. You two sisters should just be preoccupied with having happy lives in the future. If there's nothing to do, then spend more time with your friends. Play whatever you want to play and don't take such heavy responsibilities on your shoulders all the time. You've taken on so many weighty responsibilities on these slim shoulders of yours that we, as your fathers, feel very ashamed of. The emperor, who was seated high above, felt the corner of his eyes twitch. Was Fang Zizhen encouraging his beloved official to stop working off? Did old Fang really think things through before he said such words in front of him? Yu Xiaoxiao grinned broadly at her two fathers and said, Father, Godfather. This daughter understands what you're both trying to say. However, my greatest happiness is to make a lot of money and count the money I make whenever I get bored. Therefore, you two may think that I'm very tired from engaging in so many businesses, but I actually take a lot of pleasure and fun in managing them. When her two sets of parents heard this, they all revealed helpless smiles. Fang Zizhen guffawed heartily and said, all right, daughter, as long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Xiaolian pulled at her younger sister's sleeves and the two of them became solemn again and seriously answered, this daughter may not be worthy, but I dare not disobey. Then, they kowtowed again towards their parents. The final segment of the ceremony required Xiaoxiao and her sister to be present and salute all of the guests to express their gratitude for attending. The two of them first bowed to the guest of honor, the other guests, the assistants, and the attendants. Everyone smiled gently at them and nodded their heads. Yu Hai bowed to the crowd and thanked them. My daughters, Yu Xiaolian and Yu Xiaoxiao, have now completed their coming-of-age ceremony. Thank you, honored guests, for your great kindness in participating. We have prepared some drinks and light refreshments downstairs. Please, everyone, head down and take your seats. Madame Lu and Lady Fang respectfully led the female guests downstairs and also had the maidservants lead people into the already prepared private rooms. Downstairs, there was a gargantuan cake that had these words written on it, bright red jam. Congratulations Yu Xiaolian, Yu Xiaoxiao, for your coming-of-age ceremony. Under the inquisitive and greedy eyes of the children there, the attendants sliced up the cake into small pieces and the waiters from Junshou restaurant served them to every table at the feast. The banquet was sumptuous and delicious. The new style dishes especially caused the guests' taste buds to explode in flavor. The men had all been served the Yu family's winery and distillery's new alcoholic beverage that had a high alcohol content. The generals especially enjoyed it. As for the women's and children's tables, they had the sweet and sour fruit wine that also had health benefits. It was tasty and good for one's health. The emperor, his imperial father, and his two imperial uncles sat at the same table. After toasting 3 rounds of wine, Zhu Junfan suddenly discovered that the table seemed to be missing one person. Imperial uncle, where's Junyang Ah? Imperial Prince Jing drank a mouthful of the fresh and tasty 5 grains liquid and lightly waved a hand. Don't worry about him. Ever since we entered Junsho restaurant, I haven't seen heads or tails of the youngster. Earlier, if I hadn't come down from the 3rd floor with your Imperial Majesty, I wouldn't have even known that the brat had stealthily gone up to attend the ceremony. That stinky brat's heart only has room for his sweet and adorable future wife, so how could he possibly spend the time eating food with us? What, you stinky brats all went to the 3rd floor to attend the ceremony? How come you didn't call your father up with you all? A bunch of good-for-nothings ah. When the Emperor Emeritus heard this, he angrily finished chewing his mouthful of honey-roasted pork and indignantly slapped the table to hoot. Imperial Prince Duan leisurely drank a mouthful of grape wine. With his body's current condition, it wasn't suitable for him to drink a more alcoholic drink. Following that, he calmly spoke to his father. Imperial father, you're the father of us 3 brothers. Junfan's father is me, your son. He couldn't even think of his own father when there was something fun to watch. How could he possibly think of his father's father? Imperial Prince Sa had shrunk down like a quail as soon as the Emperor Emeritus became angry. He didn't say anything but gave his eldest brother a big thumbs up. Only his eldest brother had the guts to tweak the tiger whiskers of their bad-tempered old father. As expected, the Emperor Emeritus's pair of bushy eyebrows came together in a frown and he was just about to flip out when he noticed the prominently pale face of his oldest son. He turned his attention to his youngest son, who was making faces and growled, "Stinky brat, what sort of face are you making? You're old already and are already at the age of a grandfather but you still don't do anything proper. Are you not afraid that little Shinkson thinks you're a joke?" Little Shinkson was Imperial Prince Sa's grandson who hadn't even reached 1 year old. He had also been brought along. However, the child was currently with Imperial Prince Sa's heir's wife in one of the private rooms and eating delicious egg drop soup. Imperial Prince Sa revealed an innocent expression. He hadn't even said a word, but why was he always the one being targeted? Luckily his second older brother was a true brother and helped him to change the target. Imperial father, you're too right. Zhu Junyang is such a brat and doesn't even think of me, his father. All he can think of is his future wife's coming-of-age ceremony and he even boldly goes up to attend. Right now, I'm sure he's trying to figure out some way to see his wife alone somehow. Imperial Prince Jing deliberately complained in a sour tone. The guests who attended today were either people who had already had a good relationship with Xiaoxiao in the past or those who saw that she had a boundless future ahead of her and wanted to shamelessly worm their way in. That little lass had only arrived at the capital 2 to 3 years ago but she already had so many connections. This made him feel quite astonished and grateful. However, the fact that his future daughter-in-law was so capable gave him, as the future father-in-law, quite a bit of pressure. Perhaps, once his daughter-in-law married in, he should split that stinky brat from the family. At this time, Zhu Junyang didn't know that he was going to get kicked out by his father once he married his future wife who was too good at making money. He had taken advantage of the time when the guests were moving downstairs to secretly enter the east room. His little lass was currently sitting next to the window. The light from the window illuminated that slightly smiling and pretty girl with a gentle veil of warmth. Her pair of lively and occasionally crafty or coquettish eyes were glowing with life. It was as if they could suck a person's soul away from them and make them bewitched. He didn't know what Xiaolian had said but his little lass stopped looking out the window and turned around. Her pretty face had a hint of anger on it. In addition, the skin on her slight face seemed to glisten like the most precious jade and had the most perfect texture, glowing with health. It was as if she had been sculpted from a high-quality piece of jade. Zhu Junyang suddenly had a saying that he didn't know where he got from flash through his head. A so-called beauty resembles a flower, has the demeanor of an immortal, the grace of the willow, bones like jade, cold snow like skin, and the limpid autumn water like eyes. before he had known it, his little lass had already grown into a beautiful young lady. Perhaps his staring was a bit too obvious, or perhaps the two of them had their hearts linked together, but Xiao Xiao looked in the direction of where he was hiding and met his eyes directly. Zhu Junyang watched as the young maiden suddenly revealed a smile that seemed more gorgeous than spring flowers blooming. He immediately had a desire to go up and embrace his adorable little lass. Thus, Shaolian and the two maid-servants in the room seemed a lot more irksome now. He frowned and thought for a bit before motioning at Xiao Xiao to wait a bit. He stealthily left the room. Before long, Princess Consort Jing's most capable maidservant, Mei Xiang, entered the east room with a somewhat unnatural look on her face. She spoke to Shaolian. "Miss Shaolian, my mistress wants to see you to chat for a bit." "Me, older sister Mei Xiang, are you sure Her Highness wants me?" Shaolian was extremely surprised. Although Princess Consort Jing spent around half a year every year recuperating on the villa on the West Mountain, she still had very little contact with her. In addition, she didn't have the gift of gab like her younger sister. Why would the princess consort want to talk to her? Mei Xiang secretly glanced at a particular corner in this room and nodded. "This servant is not mistaken. Her Highness truly wanted to see you." Xiao Xiao had a faint idea of what was going on and glared at that hidden person in the corner. She comforted the slightly nervous Shaolian. "Don't be nervous. Just treat Her Highness as a kind senior, all right?" Shaolian uneasily exited the east room and her maidservant naturally followed her. However, Wudong continued to stick to her own post. Mei Xiang thought for a bit and then smiled. "Miss Yu, this servant has something that I need younger sister Wudong to help with. Do you think?" Xiao Xiao sighed within her heart and revealed a faint, knowing smile at Mei Xiang. She turned her head to address Wudong. "Since older sister Mei Xiang has asked, then I will have to agree to your request even though I care for my maid dearly. Wudong, go out with older sister Mei Xiang for a bit." Wudong bowed slightly and said, "Young miss, please wait a moment. This servant will go down and call Yangliu up to have her keep you company." In her thoughts, she believed that a good maidservant would never let her master be left without someone to take over her duties. If she went down, then the young miss wouldn't even have someone to pour more tea if need be. This would not do. Mei Xiang smiled. "I'm just taking you out for a little bit. It's not as if your young miss will be kidnapped by a big bad wolf in that time." As she spoke, she sent a glare at a particular corner in the room that harbored a big bad wolf and silently snickered in her heart. With Zhu Junyang's powers, he could naturally tell what his lady mother's maidservant was thinking about. However, he didn't have the time to fight with her. His entire heart was focused on that delicate and sweet young maiden in front of him. "What did you want to tell me that made you take all of the people out of this room?" Yu Xiaoxiao strolled over to the corner he was hiding in and yanked at the front piece of his clothing. She casually pulled him out into the open. Since the young maiden had gotten closer to him, Zhu Junyang naturally could smell the little lass's unique and alluring scent coming off her body. His eyes darkened a few shades. "It's your birthday today, so why can't this prince spend some quality time with you alone for a bit?" Zhu Junyang pulled at her wrist and gently embraced her against his chest. The little lass's soft and silky hair was underneath his chin and that alluring scent intensified. Furthermore, he didn't know when his lass had developed a more womanly body, but they only had a few pieces of thin cloth between them. With her pressed against him, he could feel two soft little buns against his rock-hard 8-pack abdomen. The softness made his mouth suddenly feel incredibly dry. After having her hand being pulled and her face being rubbed, Yu Xiaoxiao felt her cheeks turn fiery hot. Everyone said that men were controlled by the bottom halves of their bodies. Although this fellow always claimed that he was waiting for her to turn 18 before they married, she had just reached the age of majority and he couldn't seem to suppress his hungry side and was hugging her tightly. This fellow's chest was quite sturdy and felt as hard as steel. Her chin was starting to ache at this point. She started to curiously explore the muscles of his abdomen with her small hands. "Are you satisfied with what you feel? Isn't this prince's body quite good? Her cheek, which was pressed against his chest, vibrated a few times as she heard his somewhat hoarse voice speak. The voice held a hint of sexiness as it brushed past her ears. It's not bad." Yu Xiaoxiao buried her face, which was scalding hot at this point, deeper into his chest. A little snicker wound its way around her lips. Zhu Junyang slightly lowered his head and he could see her slender and white neck, delicate and attractive collarbones, a bit of extra skin from where her collar had slipped a bit, and an alluring and bewitching dip. Zhu Junyang felt like his head was exploding at the moment and a wave of heat welled up and headed towards a particular part of his body. Yu Xiaoxiao felt that the arms around her had suddenly tightened and her soft and delicate body had been pressed even harder against a particular fellow's firm body. Her chest area, especially, started to ache from the prolonged contact and being squished. She lightly wiggled a bit but was soon stopped by a pair of large hands. "Don't move. Let this prince hold you." Zhu Junyang was in the midst of being tortured with happiness. He started to feel that he wanted to enjoy the feeling of this soft body against his for as long as possible. He looked down at his adorable little girl, who had her bright red lips slightly parted open and a somewhat silly expression on her face. That look completely stoked the fires within him. He held onto the young maiden's shoulders and gently pushed her away before turning his body slightly to avoid a direct look from his lass's alluring eyes. Her delicate pink and soft lips seemed to have a faint and dangerous fragrance coming off of them. His usual iron self-control was starting to loosen. His throat moved up and down and he could hear himself hoarsely say, "This prince has prepared a very special present to congratulate you on reaching your coming of age." "A present? Didn't you already give me a diamond hairpin and helped me find the best jewelry maker to craft my pearl hairpin?" Yu Xiaoxiao looked a bit perplexed. The confused expression on her face, when seen in a certain person's eyes, looked incredibly adorable and tempting. "Those didn't count. What I really wanted to give to you was myself." As he finished talking, he lowered his head to accurately peck at those beautiful petal-like lips. Originally, Zhu Junyang only planned on stealing a brief kiss from her, but the lass's warm lips were too tempting and fragrant, which made it impossible for him to stop there. Zhu Junyang acted as if he was bewitched as he gently bit down on the young maiden's tender red lips. His tongue swiped quickly around the perimeter of her perfect mouth and softly teased her lips open to get a taste of the sweet inside. Xiaoxiao, who had suddenly been attacked, felt her head turn completely blank. Although she was already an old maid in her early 30s in her past life, she had been preoccupied with working and making money the entire time. Dating had become a luxury for her. On the few blind dates she went on, they had never even reached the stage of holding hands, let alone stealing kisses from each other. In the past, she always thought that entwining her tongue with someone else's and exchanging saliva was a very disgusting prospect. But why was her heart beating so fast now, and she was starting to feel a strange form of pleasure? As her lips were being thoroughly plundered in a gentle and soft manner by the man in front of her, she could hear the ambiguous sounds of panting coming from the two of them. Her mind seemed to be completely blank and a feeling of helplessness rose within her. However, her body seemed to instinctively know what to do and reacted honestly. She felt like her soft and delicate body was starting to melt into a warm puddle from all of this. Her cherry red lips opened further in invitation, revealing a soft pink tongue within. The young maiden's body had a fragrant scent wafting off of it, and it was extremely alluring and tempting. Furthermore, now that her delicate tongue was now inadvertently revealed, this only increased the temptation. Zhu Junyang felt like there was a violent wave of heat surging inside his chest, as if a fierce tiger was trying to claw its way out. His large hands had begun to surreptitiously roam further down her body naughtily and were now around her willowy and soft waist. Although he was self-taught, he was doing quite well in ravaging and conquering the girl's lips. His disobedient tongue began to wind itself and play with her bright white teeth before it slipped further into her mouth. As it explored inquisitively, it continued to teasingly lick and sample within to get as much sweetness as it could. As soon as it encountered the smaller tongue, which didn't seem to know what to do, it became much more excited and rushed forward. Zhu Junyang caressed and began to gently nip at Xiaoxiao's small tongue in a sensuous dance. When the smaller tongue tried to dodge and run away in embarrassment, his larger tongue vehemently chased it down and captured it again. The feeling of having her tongue entwined with another's provoked another new feeling that Xiaoxiao had never felt before. She felt incredibly woozy and there didn't seem to be a bit of strength left in her body. She could only weakly lean against the tall and strong man and let him continue to do as pleased. Suddenly, a particular hard object seemed to jab against her body and jolted her out of this misty dreamscape. She pushed with her arms in an effort to get further away from This fellow who was enjoying the feast a bit too much. She had read a few raunchy novels in her past life, so she naturally knew what that object was. When men became aroused, they really didn't have much logic left in their minds. Although she had already accepted this person in front of her after many years of testing, they were living in ancient times. In these times, having any sort of physical intimacy prior to marriage was a huge taboo and would bring shame upon her. She truly didn't want such a giant scandal to come out on her own coming-of-age ceremony. Now that she had her reason back, Yu Xiaoxiao used her small fists to pummel the guy in front of her. However, her tiny bit of strength only tickled the fellow in front of her, who was in his prime and very strong. It didn't seem to affect him at all as he continued to steal kisses. His rock-hard abdomen and a certain something seemed to heat up even more and become harder. It poked against Xiaoxiao, making her feel quite uncomfortable. She knew that it was pointless to struggle as it would serve to excite a certain fellow. After going through her options in her woozy head, she forcefully bit down on the fellow's lips. However, when the iron taste of blood touched her lips, the fellow seemed to not care and continued to lick and nibble at her swollen and bright red lips. She reached out a hand and accurately pinched the fellow's attractive nose closed. He had to breathe sooner or later, which meant that he had to let her go. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes glittered with a crafty light. However, she didn't expect that Zhu Junyang had a very good lung capacity and continued to ravage her lips for a long time before he finally let her go. Deng Tuzi, such a pervert. Yu Xiaoxiao scuttled away in that one moment when he had regained his mind. She glared at him in displeasure and her swollen and red lips were in a pout. Her eyes had a tinge of fury in them, which made Zhu Junyang feel quite puzzled. Tell me the truth, have you kissed a lot of women before? Which is why you're not the least bit unfamiliar with the techniques. Yu Xiaoxiao put her hands on her hips and had a sour, jealous expression on her face. She looked quite fierce at this moment. This prince is being wrongly accused. Other than you, who else is attractive enough for me to kiss? Don't you know all men instinctively know what to do, so we're all self-taught. In addition, this prince has been kissing you in my dreams for a long time. Isn't it better that I seem practiced? Zhu Junyang had a righteous expression on his face, and he was secretly delighted that the little lass was feeling jealous. Yu Xiaoxiao glared at him suspiciously for some time and couldn't detect a hint of guilt anywhere. Only then did she reluctantly say, HMPH. This time I'll let you go. If I find out that you dared to fool around with other women, I will make sure to drug you such that you're unable to perform. PFF'd. Zhu Junyang had almost just choked on his own saliva and he frowned. He used his pair of seductive phoenix eyes to inspect the little lass as he remarked in displeasure, where did you hear such nonsense? If this prince is unable to perform, what are you going to do? Yu Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed a bright red and she leveled a glare at him and growled, if you're ever disloyal, then I will sweep you out of the door. When the time comes, we will no longer interact with each other for even a second. Thus, why would I care whether you can perform or not? Don't forget, I've learned medicine, so I've naturally skimmed through and seen what certain conditions a man can have. In the future, stop looking at those weird medical texts. It's not as if we need to rely on your medicinal skills to make money. If you want to make money, next month when the ships set off to the Western Hemisphere, I'll have them trade tea and porcelain for precious gems and diamonds. We can open a jewelry store, which doesn't require much capital and make a lot of profit. His little wife was very good at a lot of things and most of these skills seemed to come out of nowhere. For example, the last claimed that she had spent time with her village's barefoot doctor when she was young, learning the basics. However, her skills were such that they sometimes even surpassed the imperial physicians. As for her ability to concoct medications, Zhu Junyang suddenly felt a bit helpless. His wife had too many secrets. In the future, it looked like he had a lot of cleaning up after her to do. Why are we talking about medicine now? Be a bit more serious. Right now, we're discussing whether or not you're able to stay loyal in one relationship. Yu Xiaoxiao had almost been taken astray by this change of topic and hurriedly went back to the problem at hand. Zhu Junyang saw that his future little wife was brandishing her power, so, as a future husband who knew how to bend and sway with the situation, he hurriedly said in a solemn manner, Don't worry, this prince will absolutely be loyal to you alone. In my 22 years of life, other than you, there hasn't been a second woman around me. My feelings are definitely more loyal and long-lasting than Little Black and Little White's feelings toward you." Seeing that he was comparing himself to Little Black and Little White, a brilliant smile appeared on Yu Xiaoxiao's face. Zhu Junyang couldn't help but step forward a couple of times in an attempt to take advantage of her again. However, his plans were cut short by the sounds of people talking outside. The banquet has already started downstairs. Why hasn't the young miss gone down? Wudong, how come you're not in the room? Older sister Meixiang needed me to help her out with something and I already got permission from the young miss. Yangliu, how do you have the time to come up? Wudong was a bit puzzled by what had happened. It was clearly a very simple task that any maid would be able to handle. Why did older sister Meixiang need her especially for it? However, Meixiang was her young miss's future mother-in-law's personal maidservant. She needed to bury her doubts within her heart no matter what. Yangliu had a bit of excitement in her voice. The giant cake downstairs has already been cut and served and all of the other desserts have been displayed appropriately. It's been a while since I last saw the young miss. I wanted to greet her on this special day and give her my congratulations. Yu Xiaoxiao could hear the sounds of the two maid-servants approaching. She looked at Zhu Junyang's lips, which had been injured from her bite, that stopped moving about 2 inches from hers and restrained a laugh as she said, "Wudong is back. Are you not going to hide again?" The sound of a soft sigh came out of Zhu Junyang's mouth and he looked at that delicate and pretty face in front of him and softly said, "Lass, let's not wait until you're 16. Can we get engaged before the end of the year? It's only a few months difference. You've already waited for this many years, does it matter if you wait a few short months more? That being said, an engagement isn't marriage. Did you think we'd start becoming intimate right after getting engaged?" Yu Xiaoxiao quipped. "After the engagement, you'll have my name all over you and then those crazy wolves won't dare to approach you anymore. Don't think that just because this prince has been spending a lot of time at the barracks that I've neglected keeping an eye out on what's happening in the capital. Don't you think Duke Rongguo's second son is interested in you? Every time you organize an event, he brings his younger brother along to shamelessly join you. That fellow has a face that attracts women. In fact, the first time you saw him, you were entranced by his appearance." Now the one feeling jealous was Zhu Junyang. His little lass pretty much had no defenses against men who had outstanding looks. Every time she saw Chief Steward Su Ran, her eyes began to sparkle so much that they could blind a person. If Chief Steward Su wasn't an eunuch, Zhu Junyang would have long started a fight with the other fellow. The second young master of the Ning family had been complimented by the lass for having a gentlemanly exterior and a refined appearance. In his eyes, however, the other youth was only faking it. All right, stop bringing up these old rotten topics. How old was I then? I was only admiring him like I would a painting. Wudong and the others are almost at the door, are you still not going to leave now?" Yu Xiaoxiao pushed him towards the window and watched as he climbed over the windowsill and sat down. Zhu Junyang turned his head around and, with a rascally expression on his face, threatened, "Kiss me one more time. Otherwise, this prince will just sit here and not leave." She could already hear the sound of the door opening behind her. Helpless, Yu Xiaoxiao pecked at his lips as lightly as a butterfly. As the sounds of people walking approached her, she forcefully pushed Zhu Junyang's back and didn't care that they were up on the 3rd floor. In her eyes, with his martial arts skills, even if he fell off a 13-story building he would be fine, let alone a 3-story fall. "Young miss, let this servant do it instead, all right." Wudong saw that her young miss was standing in front of the open window and thought that she was about to close it, so she hurried over and shut the shutters. At this time, Zhu Junyang, who was hanging off of the windowsill, saw the window being closed and licked his lips, wishing that he could continue. His little lass was truly too sweet. It was such a pity that her maids were too quick. However, in the future, there were plenty of other opportunities. Now he should go attend the little lass's birthday feast. Zhu Junyang gracefully walked into the banquet hall. By the time he arrived at his assigned table, everyone there had already drank plenty of wine and eaten until they were half full. Zhu Junfan keenly spotted that there were some telltale teeth marks near his younger cousin's lips and he secretly laughed. It looked like this fellow had tried to steal a kiss from a beauty. Not bad, not bad at all. The child was teachable and seemed to resemble himself during his youth. You stinky brat, where were you all? How come you only got back now? If you came back any later, you wouldn't be able to have a share of your little wife's birthday cake. There was a piece of cake in front of Zhu Junyang's seat. That piece had the word, Sao, written on it with bright red jam, and it was obvious that it had been especially reserved for him. Imperial Grandfather, Imperial Majesty, my two imperial uncles. Zhu Junyang greeted all of his family members one after another. His usually cold and icy face didn't seem to be as frosty today. Instead he seemed quite lively, which made everyone at the table gape in astonishment. The Emperor Emeritus was currently chewing on some sliced pig ears in chili oil and loudly remarked, "That's the spirit of. Young people need to smile more in order to make girls like them. You look the most like myself when I was young. I just remember, back then, although we were quite poor, there were still plenty of young maidens eyeing me in admiration." Imperial Prince Jing glanced at his father's large face that was as round as a pancake paired with a fat double chin. Then he turned to glance at his younger son's slender and well-sculpted face that was paired with alluring phoenix eyes. His lips twitched involuntarily. This old man was clearly too overconfident about his own looks. Junyang was obviously the son that most resembled his mother in looks. If the Emperor Emeritus had to be compared to someone else's looks, then he should be using the Emperor, who had large eyes and fierce manly eyebrows. Imperial Prince Sa stared fixedly at the teeth marks near Zhu Junyang's mouth and he snickered endlessly. Finally, he couldn't resist and teased the younger man, "Oh ho, boy Yang, what happened to your mouth? You were only gone for a bit, so how did that happen?" Zhu Junyang idly touched the wound near his mouth and revealed a bit of softness in his expression. He immediately became serious to confront the insatiable curiosity of the older man and drily said, "Nothing much, I wasn't careful earlier and was injured by a little wild cat who bit me." Imperial Prince Sa's son, Zhu Junkshu, was similar to his father and liked to tease other people. When he heard his cousin's explanation, he snickered and said, "Oh ho. This little wild cat must know martial arts in order to injure our royal Prince Yang, who has exceptional skills. Furthermore, its ability to target your mouth accurately shows that it's quite impressive." When Zhu Junyang sent an icy glower at him, Zhu Junkshu shivered and hurriedly showed his cousin that he wasn't going to say any more. He buried his head down towards his plate to eat more delicious food as he silently cursed the other fellow, "Stinky brat. With your cold and stupid personality, it'd be a miracle if any girl liked you. Getting bitten by someone else is karma for you." When Yu Xiaosao and her sister came over to toast their table, all of the people there noticed immediately that her lips seemed to be a bit swollen and red. Hence, all of their expressions as they looked at her seemed a bit ambiguous. Under the slightly puzzled looks of Madame Lu and Lady Fang, Yu Xiaosao angrily glared at the criminal in question and pretended as if nothing had happened while she toasted each imperial family member at the table. After saying a few words of gratitude, she immediately fled. She was afraid that someone might link her with Zhu Junyang and spill the beans to her two mothers. Ever since that passionate kiss during her coming-of-age ceremony, Yu Xiaosao discovered that Zhu Junyang had become much more clingy compared to before. The firearms camp's portion of Qishan Barracks had already started, with the Emperor, who loved and was fascinated by firearms, at the forefront at this project. They needed to make sure that progress on developing and manufacturing firearms and red-coat cannons was going well. Those soldiers under Royal Prince Yang, who had been assigned to the firearms camp, each had a firearm assigned to them and every battalion was given a large cannon. After he delegated the task of training these new firearms to Dong Dali, who had already become a skilled gunman, Zhu Junyang became much more idle. He took on the task of escorting his future little wife to and from her tasks at the imperial plantation. Occasionally he'd steal a kiss from her. Thus, the days passed idly and happily for him. At this time, whether it was the capital's seed breeding program or the Yu family's commercial farmstead, they were all operating smoothly. The capital's seed breeding program had been split into 4 large farmsteads and each one had an overseer who was personally sent over by the emperor to keep an eye on things. They were already 2 years into the program and everyone working there knew the drill. Prior to the plowing seasons, Xiaosao would go to each farmstead to deliver her specially prepared, seeds. In addition, she also took the time to inspect the wells at each place. Some of the stewards in the plantation discovered that the seeds that official Yu sent over didn't have much difference between the seeds that were produced there. Thus, they tried an experiment and grew a batch of seeds on a separate plot of land. When it was time to harvest, they discovered that the yield between the two types of seeds wasn't very different from one another. However, when these seeds were sold on the market, the officials in those areas got accused by the farmers who bought them. They claimed that those stores had sold counterfeit high-yielding seeds as they gave an output of around 100 to 200 caddies per mu less than the other villages. For the commoners, their crop outputs were even more important than their lives. Wasn't selling counterfeit seeds tantamount to killing them? Since the outputs between the two types of seeds were so different, even though they were sold at the same shops, this made people question what might have happened. After a thorough investigation, they discovered that the seeds that had lower yields were all products that had not gone through official Yu's hands. With such a report that had the facts, they found out that official Yu always used a special type of plant liquid that not only increased the yield of the seeds but also prevented pests from damaging them. Consequently, there were some shrewd people who wanted to force Yu Xiaoxiao to bring out the recipe in the open, and the lawsuit had even been sent up to the emperor. The emperor was well aware of Xiaoxiao's hidden hand, so he found a suitable excuse and helped Xiaoxiao smooth this all over. However, this wasn't the true solution he was looking for. After all, the little divine stone would one day go back to its home dimension. Once that happened, wouldn't all of the high-yielding crops they had now revert back to the way things were at the start of the dynasty? In private, the emperor urged Xiaoxiao to experiment with methods to breed real high-yield seeds. In addition, he commanded the Ministry of Works to develop more high-tech machinery for the use in farming, such as seed drillers, crop harvesters and threshing machines. Yu Xiaoxiao consulted with the little divine stone about this problem. She found out from it that once it restored all of its powers, it would help her alter the genetic materials of the seeds before it left. That way, they would truly have wheat seeds capable of producing 1,000 caddies per mu. With that guarantee on hand, Yu Xiaoxiao no longer had to worry about this issue. After all, she wasn't a true farming expert and wasn't able to become like Yuan Longping one. She mostly relied on the little divine stone as her cheat item for this. Last, the autumn corn has already been harvested and the winter wheat has been sowed. You promised me in the past that you would help this prince start a good horse breeding program. Isn't it about time for you to make good on that promise? After Zhu Junyang had organized everything at the firearms camps to his liking, he once again started to ponder about his desire to create a standing cavalry. Cavalries had the advantage of being incredibly mobile and fast, so their attack power was quite high. In Zhu Junyang's eyes, the great Ming dynasty needed to build their own cavalry, and the sooner the better. Troops on horseback could speedily chase after enemies, surround them, mount sneak attacks, and provide rescue missions. A charging cavalry could effectively deal with a battalion of crudely equipped foot troops. Furthermore, troops on horseback relied on the speed of their horses to travel. This meant that they could strike an enemy's camp like lightning and effectively break apart their formation. The imposing looks of a cavalry could also strike at an enemy's morale and make them cower back in fear. All in all, for foot troops, a well-trained cavalry was their worst nightmare. At the northern borders of the Great Ming Empire there were fierce nomad tribes that were on horseback. On the wide prairies, their superiority over foot troops in battle could easily be seen. Time after time, the Great Ming Empire's army had suffered losses against them. It was particularly bad once winter set in. For the sake of obtaining food and other goods, these enemy tribes adopted guerrilla warfare tactics and would strike border villages like the wind. After plundering and killing all of the inhabitants there, they would then flee like ghosts. By the time the Great Ming's army arrived, all that was left over were the grisly corpses of the dead villagers and the burnt-out shell of the village. The soldiers stationed at the borders naturally hated these tribal horse cavalry units to the heavens. There were also other high-ranking military officers who had wanted to create fast cavalry units to fight against these attacks. However, where would they get their supply of good horses? The outside nomad tribes naturally wouldn't sell or trade their best horses to the Great Ming Empire to be used against themselves. As for the horse breeders within the country, they didn't have good bloodlines to work with, so they naturally couldn't produce horses that could be of any threat to the nomads. If they attempted to forcefully create these cavalry units without a good supply of horses, then they would end up being ineffective units in the end. Zhu Junyang had long been eyeing Yu Xiaoxiao's beloved horse, Little Red. In fact, he had especially invited horse experts over to inspect Little Red from head to toe, but ended up getting inconclusive findings. Many of the experts who had examined Little Red stated that the horse was of a typical hybrid breed that was found in the country, and that breed was usually considered inferior. These horses were typically used to transport cargo or pull wagons. However, they had no idea how its master had raised it to transform an inferior breed into such a prime specimen. If it weren't for Zhu Junyang's high and mighty status as a royal prince, those horse experts would have chased after him incessantly, begging him to tell them his secrets in raising and feeding horses. Zhu Junyang was even more certain that Xiaoxiao had a method on her hands to alter an inferior horse into a good horse. Naturally, if Xiaoxiao didn't want to reveal this secret, he wouldn't force her to. His backup plan would be to bring along some troops armed with firearms and sneak into enemy territory to steal their horses. However, his little lass didn't fail him this time either. He only proposed the issue and the little lass easily agreed to his request. However, Xiaoxiao told him that all of the credit of breeding good horses needed to go to him as well as the expert breeders he brought along. Zhu Junyang was quite happy to serve as a smokescreen for the little lass and deliberately chose 2 soldiers from the hidden guard ranks to become these expert horse breeders and trainers and announced it publicly. On a bright and beautiful morning, Royal Prince Yang received an imperial decree and headed towards the northern border along with his 2 horse experts to begin his breeding and training program. For the past 2 years, the firearms camp's soldiers had participated in missions to suppress and protect the borders from bandits, and they did extremely well. Furthermore, they hadn't lost a single soldier but had managed to capture 3 enemy cities. It could be said that the soldiers within the firearm camps were extremely well disciplined and trained in tactics and battling. At court, even those military officials, who didn't see quite eye to eye with Zhu Junyang, had to admire his abilities at training and drilling troops. When Zhu Junyang went to court and impassionately described the advantages of building up a cavalry as well as starting a horse breeding program, the entire court was silent. After all, was making a successful horse breeding and training program that easy? Was having good horse trainers alone enough to reach their goals? Where would they be getting these good bloodlines? Many of the officials thought that Royal Prince Yang's idea was a bit too far-fetched and decided to wait and laugh at him when he failed. However, the emperor thought that this idea was a good one because, 2 days prior, Xiaoxiao had entered the palace to speak to the empress. Afterwards, she had asked him to allow her to go with Zhu Junyang to the borders to start the horse breeding program. With Yu Xiaoxiao's golden finger along, Zhu Junfan was looking forward to the results of this endeavor. If the great Ming Empire could have a cavalry equipped with fine horses and modern firearms, then no one around them would be able to beat their military superiority. Every man had a dream of accomplishing something big and grand in his life, and every emperor hoped to have a flourishing country with a strong military. Zhu Junfan felt his heart fill with excitement at this prospect and immediately gave Xiaoxiao permission to go along. Furthermore, he also sent Chief Steward Su Ran to become the overseer there. Consequently, when it was time to head out, there was an addition of a handsome man, dressed entirely in ethereal immortal white, to their group. With such a piece of eye candy by her side, Xiaoxiao was naturally in good spirits while Zhu Junyang sulked. Originally, this was supposed to be a sweet and sappy journey for the 2 of them. No man would be happy with such an eye-catching third wheel tagging along. The emperor also sent a squadron of the firearms camps from Shishan barracks along to act as guards for the horse breeding program. Although the nomad tribes near the borders had become a lot more quiet after getting defeated a few times, this horse-raising ranch was right by the border. They needed to prevent the enemy foreigners from playing tricks and sabotaging this endeavor. The 2-person journey Zhu Junyang had hoped for had now turned into a grand procession full of people. It didn't bother him much that there were a bunch of small insects tagging along. However, he was quite upset that his lass regarded that stupid and extremely handsome eunuch with admiration and joy. Perhaps he should find an excuse to fight a bout with that stupid eunuch. However, if he lost the spar, how would his little lass regard him then? Arg, He had to endure this instead. Since he didn't have a guarantee that he would be able to win against Chief Steward Su, he could only bear with the other person's presence for now. Sir Su, try some of my hazel grouse stew. We were quite lucky today to be able to shoot down a hazel grouse. Everyone says that hazel grouses have tasty and tender meat, so this stew should be quite delicious. While they were camping outside, Yu Xiaoxiao had ladled up a bowl of stew for Su Ran and happily enjoyed having a meal with such a handsome person. It was truly something that delighted her. Cower, this prince also wants to drink some hazel grouse stew. Royal Prince Yang, who had been coldly ignored at the side, now acted like a large dog begging for attention. He pitifully asked Xiaoxiao to give him some food too. Yu Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, didn't even glance at him as she replied, "There's more in the pot, so go get some yourself." "Sir Su, how's the taste? My cooking skills are decent, right?" The elegant smile on Su Ran's handsome face warmed by a few degrees and he slowly nodded his head. The meat from the hazel grouse is tender and flavorful, and it has been cooked perfectly. Everything in the soup complements each other to a superb degree, so it tastes splendid. Jealousy exploded within Zhu Junyang's heart as he stared fixedly at Chief Steward Su Ran's incredibly good-looking face. He had to inwardly admit that this stupid eunuch was truly quite handsome, especially when he smiled warmly. That smile was enough to warm a person from head to toe. In fact, this was his little lass's preferred type of man. At the same time, he shamelessly rejoiced that it was fortunate that Su Ran was a eunuch. Otherwise, there would be no guarantees that his little lass wouldn't change her affections. "Lass, you're being a bit too biased here, right? This prince killed the hazel grouse, and I also plucked it and started the fire. He didn't do anything but he gets to enjoy the fruits of your labor. This prince wants to drink some stew but I even have to get it myself. It's not fair." A bit of hurt tinged Zhu Junyang's phoenix eyes and he had a pathetic-looking expression on his face. Su Ran faintly glanced at Zhu Junyang to appease the younger man, but he was inwardly howling with laughter. Watching Royal Prince Yang drink sour vinegar every day was truly too amusing. In fact, it made him want to eat 2 extra bowls of rice every day. Zhu Junyang's new assistant, Hu Xiaoliang, hurriedly helped his master to ladle a bowl of soup. He grinned, "Master, you don't need to do anything. This one will help you get some food. You are quite diligent. But does this prince want you to serve me food? Go away." Zhu Junyang was annoyed by this fellow's inability to read the situation. Was this prince really asking for soup? No, this prince was trying to make a certain person serve him soup. In the end, Yu Xiaoxiao could no longer ignore Zhu Junyang's pathetic act and also ladled up a bowl of stew for him. She watched as he gulped it down and then sighed in an exaggerated manner. She was simultaneously irritated and amused by his ridiculous actions. For a guy who was over 20 years old, he truly acted quite childish sometimes. Naturally, his so-called childish act was only really revealed around her. Yu Xiaoxiao pushed out a food item called beggar's chicken from the campfire and instructed Zhu Junyang to break the mud shell off of the chicken, revealing the inner lotus leaves layer. Immediately, a puff of tantalizing smell hit everyone's noses. She ripped off a large chicken leg and served it to Su Ran. Then, with a certain someone staring at her with grievance in his eyes, she tore off the other leg and shoved it into his mouth. Finally, she served herself the 2 chicken wings as a part of her dinner. Yu Xiaoxiao gnawed on her chicken wings as she looked around her surroundings. They were already approaching the border and the area around them had markedly become more open and crude. Other than a few small tree glades here and there, the rest was just a vast grassland. She casually threw her finished chicken bones into the fire and wiped her hands clean with the handkerchief Zhu Junyang handed to her. A sudden thought came to her mind, prompting her to ask, "In this wilderness, you really can't see many people around. Are there wolf packs in the area?" "It's fine. Even if there are wolf packs, we have a lot of people here and they wouldn't dare to approach us on their own. However, if there were people who decided to lure them to us, then that's a whole different story." Zhu Junyang had a serious look on his face as he stared fixedly in the direction of a glade of trees. The aura around him seemed to be full of fierce intent, as if he was a sharp sword ready to be used at any time. Su Ran calmly used a pure white handkerchief to wipe his hands and the smile on his face became even more warm and gentle. Those who knew him would know that Chief Steward Su had a particular habit. The kinder and gentler the smile on his face, the more cruel he was willing to be. In a moment's notice, he could switch from being as soft as a spring breeze to as chillingly cold as a winter's storm, with a severed person's head in his hand. He was truly the epitome of the smiling king of hell. The two of them made an interesting pair. One was the smiling king of hell while the other was the cold-faced god of death. However, they had the same merciless and cruel mindset when they needed to act. Yu Xiaoxiao, who was a bit slow to react, lowered her head to take a sip of hazel grouse soup and then glanced at Zhu Junyang, who was giving off a chilly aura. Then she looked briefly at Sir Su, whose smile resembled the beautiful sight of a glade of blooming peach trees. She finally seemed to sense something and asked, "What's wrong? Are there enemies around?" Su Ran smiled reassuringly at her and said, "Not an issue, just a few wild wolves in the area. If you're afraid, go hide in the tent. Once we get rid of this wolf pack, then you can come out again. There really is a pack of wolves. Just look at this inauspicious mouth of mine. I just casually mentioned it and it came true." Yu Xiaoxiao watched as the soldiers around her made preparations one by one and thought about the time when that pack of wolves descended on her village. One or two wolves weren't too scary, but a whole pack of them could not be underestimated. Zhu Junyang looked back at Xiaoxiao and stated in an uneasy manner, "Go call Little Black and Little White over. I'll feel better with them protecting you." Before he even finished his last sentence, under the light of the moon, two figures, one black and one white, rapidly approached them. Before the firearms troops could react, the two creatures had already jumped through the group of people and accurately landed right next to Xiaoxiao. They resembled two extremely loyal bodyguards with their master sandwiched in between them. Su Ran, who was only around 2 steps away from Xiaoxiao, lightly petted Little White, who was about the height of a grown man when sitting down. Little White merely glanced at him arrogantly. The white wolf had a solitary and aloof personality, and even members of the Yu family, other than Xiaoxiao and Little Shido, who had grown up with it, were warned away with bared fangs. However, all animals had an instinctual sixth sense, and Little White could tell that Su Ran wasn't someone to be trifled with. It only looked back at the man with an impatient expression in its eyes. If it were anyone else, it would have already growled and howled in protest. The night breeze that blew by held the faint scent of blood, and there were small green lights that seemed to be approaching them. With the light of the moon helping her, Yu Xiaoxiao, who had keen eyesight, could faintly see a few staggering figures in front of a wolf pack. "Ya, quickly go save them." Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but let out a cry when she saw another figure fall down and perish beneath the wolf pack. "Stay obediently next to Chief Steward Su. This prince will go and take a look." Zhu Junyang could hear a faint trace of sympathy in the lass's voice. If they continued to watch and observe, he was afraid that his kind-hearted lass would end up feeling remorse in the future for not doing anything. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the dense glowing green lights in the distance and couldn't help but warn him. "You need to be careful." The tall and steady figure of Zhu Junyang, who was dressed in black and armored well, quickly disappeared into the dark sky. With her keen eyes that were nourished by mystic stone water, Yu Xiaoxiao was able to see exactly what was going on in the distance. The people who were fleeing seemed to have seen the light of their fire and received another burst of energy. The group was shielding a person in the middle as they did their best to rush over as fast as they could. However, these people were exhausted and already wounded. How could they possibly outrun a pack of wolves who had already been excited to a bloodthirst? From the group, another two split out and used their own bodies to slow down the savaging pack in order to give their master a few more seconds of precious time. The person, who was being pushed forward by the rest, would, from time to time, look back and let out sorrowful and anguished cries when he saw more people die. Durang, Shuji, Yelu Rong watched as his bodyguards fell one by one. They had managed to avoid getting slaughtered by the traitors, but now they were losing their lives to the jaws of the wolves. "Your Majesty, run away quickly and don't let our brother's sacrifices be in vain." Yelu Rong's 2 other bodyguards each held an arm as they forced their exhausted and wounded bodies forward. Their goal was to reach that campfire, that shining flame of hope. Around this time of year, no one else would be in the area other than some merchant caravans. Judging by the size and light of the fire, this group of merchants probably had a decent number of people. They prayed that these merchants had brought enough bodyguards with them to get rid of the devils chasing them. When Zhu Junyang dropped out of the sky like a god, Yellow Rong only had 2 loyal bodyguards left. The rest of them had already died under the jaws of the wolves. Zhu Junyang neatly kicked away a wolf that was leaping towards Yellow Rong's back. With a few graceful moves of the sword in his hand, he easily pushed back a few other fierce wolves that were at the head of the pack. Zhu Junyang used his right hand to pick up Yellow Rong, who was wounded in his leg, by the collar. In a few quick movements, he quickly brought the injured person back to camp. Without their master slowing them down, the other 2 bodyguards picked up their speed and fled swiftly towards the glowing campfires. When Little Black saw the approaching wolf pack, it became so excited that it couldn't sit still anymore. It clawed at the ground with its large paws and its shining blue eyes stared fixedly at the alpha wolf in the middle of the pack. Little Black's normal strategy was to target the leader of the group first. The wolf pack had also long discovered that there were other people here. As they got closer, they could smell the alluring scent of their prey, which made them even more excited and vicious. There were at least 100 animals in this pack of wolves and they had been a terror to the area for quite some time. The merchants that traveled in this area banded together for safety and even that wasn't a guarantee that a tragedy wouldn't happen. As for the officials nearby, they didn't have enough soldiers on hand to destroy this pack of wolves so they were quite helpless as well. Wolves who had already had the taste of human meat were even more vicious than usual and they weren't the least bit cowed by the sight of more people. The fire illuminated their shadowy figures and Hu Shaoliang couldn't help but shiver when he saw densely packed figures of wolves with their glowing green eyes. He blurted out, "Holy moly! So many! Did you lure over all of the nearby wolves in this area?" Ah! Yellow Rong nervously watched as his 2 bodyguards, who hadn't reached their circle of safety, continued to run towards them. He opened his mouth in an attempt to ask for help, but before he could, he heard the sound of a wolf howling behind him. It scared him so much that his legs buckled and he fell flat onto the ground. Even Hu Shaoliang had been caught off guard and was a bit frightened by the howl. He turned his head around and discovered that the large black dog next to his future mistress was currently raising its head and howling to the sky. Oh my, even hunting dogs can imitate wolves now. Did Little Black just learn this? Ah! Hu Shaoliang scratched at his ear as he quietly mumbled. Compared to the calm and steady Dong Dali, Hu Shaoliang had a bit more liveliness and nervous energy. When the wolf pack heard Little Black howling, they all stopped moving one after another, giving the 2 bodyguards a chance to flee with their lives. The 2 of them stumbled into the vicinity of the campfire, and their faces still held traces of lingering fear. A woo! A tall and big gray wolf came out of the middle of the pack and gave a warning howl at Little Black. It was as if it was trying to say, "This is my domain, so all outsiders need to scram." How could Little Black take this lying down? The black wolf immediately strode forward and stopped not far from where the gray wolf was standing and posed arrogantly. Its pair of blue eyes shone with disdain. Little Black's entire demeanor was like that of a king's, as if it owned the entire land before it. The alpha wolf was the leader of this 100-some-odd wolf pack, so it naturally was quite incredible in its own way. With this black young fellow suddenly appearing and provoking it, how could it back down? It snarled furiously and leapt forward towards the black wolf to strike first. The result went as expected. How could Little Black, who had been raised since it was a pup on mystic stone water, possibly lose against a wild wolf? After a few quick exchanges between the 2 wolves, the opposing gray wolf ended up with its neck neatly bit through and it lay, dying, at Little Black's feet. The wolf pack was now without a leader. In addition, the soldiers from the firearms camp weren't to be trifled with. The 2 groups fought fiercely and it ended up being a decisive win for the humans, as they had destroyed over half of the wild wolves in the pack. The remaining dozen or so wild wolves were all scared and ran for their lives. Later on, when the officials in the area found out, they organized all of the nearby hunters to hunt down these remaining creatures once and for all. After the man-eating wolves were all put down, the merchants coming to this area no longer had to take a detour for safety. Yu Xiaosao took out the healing ointments that she had personally made and had her maid servants, as well as herself, help the military doctors to treat the wounds from the injured soldiers. Yellow Rong's leg, which had been cut deeply by a sword, was also cleaned, treated and bandaged with a thick layer of gauze. His 2 bodyguards' injuries were also treated as well. Many thanks, heroes, for stepping out and saving our lives. Xiao Rong will never forget this favor. After the fall of the Yuan dynasty, the vast majority of people from the Yelu clan had changed their surnames to Han ethnicity names. Yelu Rong still currently used the surname, Xiao, that was given to them back during the Liao dynasty. Xiao Rong looked battered and exhausted. Although he had a rough appearance, he looked quite handsome upon closer inspection. Yu Xiaosao felt that he looked somewhat familiar, and after she carefully pondered for a while, she suddenly blurted out, "Xiao Feng. No, you should be Xiao Feng." If Zhu Junfan was here right now, he would definitely agree with Yu Xiaosao's statement. This person really resembled Felix Wang's version of Xiao Feng. Even the clothes he was currently wearing were similar. His clothes were shabby and looked like a beggar's clothes. Xiao Rong was shocked as his tiger-like eyes locked on the thin figure in front of him. Last year, an elder brother from the same clan, who resided in the Central Plain for the majority of his life, had come back to the tribe to look for his roots, and his name was Feng. He couldn't remember whether or not his elder brother's surname was Chao, but based on the surnames of the Khitan tribes, this elder brother should be called Xiao Feng. Could the young girl in front of him, who was as delicate and tender as grass, recognize the elder brother from the same clan? Did she see through his identity? The prosperity of the Khitan tribes had long become history. During the Song dynasty, their Liao Empire had taken over half of the country. But ever since the Yuan dynasty started, their empire gradually declined. In order to avoid disaster, most of the people from the Yelu clan lived with the Han people and changed their surnames into common Han surnames. They were ambitious and wanted to restore the former glory of their ancestors. But their wishes were quickly smothered when they were faced with the well-trained and powerful army of the great Ming dynasty and the fierce tribes such as the Jurchen and Mongols. With them eyeing their clan, the survival for his clan members was extremely difficult. While the clan had external worries, they also suffered internally. His brainless younger brother was incited by his own ambition and started a rebellion while he was celebrating his younger son's birthday. Amid all the panic, he entrusted his wife and child to one of his confidants and tried to pacify and control the armed rebellion under good faith. He never expected that the brother he entrusted had been bribed by their enemy and gave him a critical strike. Fortunately, he had brave and loyal soldiers accompanying him. They protected him and helped him escape from the rebel army's siege. But after they broke out from the siege, there were merely a dozen good soldiers left. When it rained, it poured. They had just broken out from the siege when the blood from their wounds attracted a pack of wolves. If it weren't for the person standing in front of him, then he, Xiao Rong, the grand leader of the tribe, would have been eaten by wolves. Xiao Rong secretly observed his savior. As he observed the other party and the other party's subordinates, he realized that they were well trained. The group in front of him didn't consist of many people, but they were definitely not merchant caravans either. He could guarantee with his own life that these people definitely had military background and were brave and capable martial arts experts. This was especially true for the leader of the group. Although he looked more beautiful and charming than a woman, he couldn't hide the stern and imposing aura his body was exuding. Just by looking at his face, Xiao Rong could already feel the bloodthirsty spirit that was directed at him. Even the best fighter from his tribe stood no chance against that man. Although they were close to the border right now, this territory still belonged to the great Ming dynasty. Even if he didn't have a brain, he could already guess that the warrior standing in front of him was a soldier from the great Ming dynasty. But he hadn't heard about a war breaking out at the border. Could it be that his stupid younger brother's rebellion had already been exposed? Did the soldiers from the great Ming dynasty already prepare a counterattack plan? Or could it be the person who encouraged his stupid younger brother rebel was actually someone sent by the great Ming dynasty? The great Ming dynasty had become stronger and stronger with each year. They had a well-trained and powerful army. They even developed a very powerful firearm that could kill people that stood 10 meters away. Could it be that the great Ming Empire was starting to become impatient and wanted to immediately unify the various tribes outside its borders? Was the rebellion started by his own tribe, one of the conspiracies planned by the people from the great Ming Empire? For a period of time, Xiao Rong was immersed in his thoughts. What should he do? The young girl seemed to have recognized his identity. Although his wound was fully treated, his physical strength and energy were vastly depleted. It would take him a while to completely recover. Xiao Rong glanced cautiously at the tall and handsome man standing next to the young girl. Even if he was in his best condition, he still may not be able to escape from his opponent's grasp. Furthermore, he could tell that the handsome man dressed in white was not someone that could be easily dealt with either. Zhu Junyang remained calm and collected as he silently observed the battered and exhausted man standing in front of him. He noticed that the man's muscles became taut and his gaze towards Xiao Xiao was full of alarm and ill intention when his little girl blurted out the words, "Xiao Feng." However, Zhu Junyang didn't take this person to heart. The man in front of him was injured, but even if the man was not injured, he was confident that he could protect the person he loved. Furthermore, Chief Steward Su looked as if he was inadvertently trying to protect the young girl by sticking to her side. He glanced at Little White, who was baring its teeth at the unfamiliar man. A glint of praise towards Little White flashed by Zhu Junyang's seductive phoenix eyes. Little White was always alert and loyal. Its first priority had always been to protect its master. It seemed like he should give Little White an extra chicken leg later. "Yangshi, do you know this person?" Yangshi was the name bestowed to Xiao Xiao by the Empress, but Zhu Junyang usually preferred to address her as Cower or Little Lass, since it seemed more intimate. Yu Xiao Xiao was embarrassed as she touched her nose. She recalled that the great hero Qiao Feng was a character from a book written by Sir Jin Yang. She didn't transmigrate into demigods and semi-devils, so there was no one named Qiao Feng here. She chuckled dryly and said, I mistook you for someone else. I'm sorry." Her explanation allowed Xiao Rong to relax. He knew that he didn't look like the elder brother from the clan that much. How could a young girl like her possibly see through his identity immediately? There were similar items in this world, so there were also people who resembled each other a lot. It was not impossible for the young girl to mistook him for the wrong person. However, he must act cautiously since he was now at the enemy camp. Xiao Rong believed that he was hiding his identity very well, but he didn't know that his reaction and action did not escape Zhu Junyang and Su Ran's sharp eyes. The two people exchanged glances but decided to bide their time for now. Zhu Junyang already noticed a few things. Judging from Xiao Rong and his two guards' build and appearance, they looked slightly different from people who came from the Central Plains. Based on the way he talked and his manners, he was different from the commoners living outside the border. It was obvious that he had caught a big fish. A man with the surname Xiao. Didn't the leader of the Tuhire Hanbu tribe use the same surname, Xiao, from the Liao Empire? If he was indeed the leader of Tuhire Hanbu tribe, then it was strange for him to suddenly appear in the great Ming dynasty's territory. From his current attire and wounds, he looked like he had run away. If he could boldly guess the reason, then he would assume that perhaps there was civil unrest in the Tuhire Hanbu tribe. Zhu Junyang was a talented military strategist. He was able to guess the other party's identity quite accurately and quickly. "This, warrior, would you like to have some barbecue?" Yu Xiaoxiao pointed at the rabbit they were roasting over the fire as she greeted the three guests enthusiastically. In the past few days, in order to hide from the rebel army that was trying to kill them, Xiao Rong and his men had not had a warm meal for many days. To be more precise, they had not eaten in the past 2 days because the soldiers chasing after them were hot on their heels. After he hesitated for a moment, Xiao Rong took the roasted rabbit from Xiao Xiao and divided it among the remaining 2 guards with him and devoured the food. The rabbit meat was grilled until charred on the outside, and the meat was tender on the inside. The rabbit meat was coated with honey and an unknown spice, making the meat flavorful and delicious. If that's not enough, then the roasted lamb over there will be ready soon. Have some soup to moisten your throat. Seeing how the 3 men were choking until their necks were straight, Xiao Xiao hurriedly gave them the remaining hazel grouse soup. They seemed quite pitiful. How long had they survived without food? How are they living worse than refugees? Xiao Rong gnawed at the roasted rabbit and drank the bowl of fragrant hazel grouse soup that Xiao Xiao had given him. His belly was finally somewhat full. He sighed happily and looked up at the innocent young girl. He sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your help and the food. Xiao Rong will not forget your kindness." Zhu Junyang nodded at him indifferently. He continued to roast the wild goats that Little White had hunted. Under the flame's light, Zhu Junyang's handsome and charming face dazzled Xiao Rong. It was such a pity that such a beautiful and charming face belonged to a man. The people from the Central Plains were as beautiful as the rumors had said. The two men standing close by, one looked charming and the other one looked refined. Even the young girl who had yet matured looked as pure as the cold spring in the high mountains. There wasn't even a trace of dust or dirt in her large eyes. Did he guess incorrectly? Why would an innocent and young girl appear in the middle of a marching army? Furthermore, these people had tents set up and are barbecuing meat. They didn't look like a marching army, instead, they looked like people who came out to play. Xiao Rong thought of another possibility. Didn't the Great Ming Dynasty have an imperial hunting ground? In the previous year, the emperor had also hunted in the hunting ground. Could it be that the three people standing before him were people from the Great Ming Dynasty's imperial family? Could the well-trained guards who were standing beside them be the imperial guards that were assigned to protect these people? Xiao Rong's eyes flickered with that in mind. If this was the case, if he can contain these people, then wouldn't he have enough bargaining chips to negotiate terms with the emperor of the Great Ming Dynasty? Wouldn't he be able to ask him to send their army to help him regain his position as the head of his tribe? However, he needed to take his time to make a final decision. Among the three people, the two handsome men were unlike the warriors he had fought against before. This was especially true for the charming and beautiful man. He gave off a dangerous aura. When his cold gaze met his eyes, he looked like a wild beast that was about to escape. Xiao Rong couldn't help but tremble at that thought. The man dressed in white was a mystery. There was a glint in his eyes from time to time, and he couldn't be underestimated. It seemed like, among the three people, he should start with the young girl who seemed like she knew nothing about the cruelty of the world. Have a taste of the roasted lamb leg made with my secret recipe. I added cumin, honey, and tomato sauce on it. It's crunchy on the outside, and soft and fragrant on the inside. I promise that you will never be able to forget the taste once you eat it. Yu Xiaoxiao was arrogantly flaunting off her cooking skills. However, the seasoning she made for the roasted lamb was finally made after many repeated attempts to perfect the recipe. Everyone praised her after eating it. Xiao Rong subconsciously took the roasted lamb leg from her. He took a bite of the roasted lamb leg under the young girl's expectant gaze. Sure enough, the meat was crispy on the outside, and soft and rich in flavor on the inside. The meat was tender and fragrant. In contrast, all the roasted lamb he had eaten before suddenly tasted like flavorless dregs. After he finished the meat and soup, the young girl gave them the only unoccupied tent to them and said, "The three of you are injured, so sleep in the tent tonight. You can sleep peacefully because Little White and Little Black will keep guard. The wolves won't dare to come close with them guarding." With that said, she patted the two formidable wolves that were snuggling her. Although the two wolves had a different colored coat compared to ordinary wolves, Xiao Rong had lived in the grassland for nearly 30 years. How can he fail to recognize the difference between a wolf and a dog? The black wolf had just killed off the leader of the wolf pack with just a few bites. The white wolf looked feistier and more difficult to deal with. It just happened that the two ferocious wolves were snuggling up against the young girl standing in front of him. They acted more docile and gentler than regular dogs. From a glance, it was impossible to believe that they were once wild animals. He felt incredulous at the sight. The vast grassland was like an enormous painting that was spread out between heaven and earth. Autumn didn't seem to have affected this vast plain of greenery at all. It was impossible to describe the beautiful and pure nature spread out in front of her. When she looked around, she could only see a sea of green everywhere and was unable to find a point of focus. The vast, boundless grassland was like an immobile ocean. It caused people to fall into a stupor and lost in their daydream. Yu Xiaoxiao was riding on a pure white horse as she gazed far into the distance. The blue sky, white clouds, gentle breeze, and the warm sun seemed to have dispelled the exhaustion she had bottled up from all the traveling. In the distance, there were a few black dots quickly approaching them. When the rider finally came into view, Xiaoxiao realized that she knew him. He was the commander of Prince Cheng's estate's private army, Commander Lu. When the Wokou invaded, Zhu Junyang had asked for an imperial decree to be sent that exact night to allow Commander Lu to lead a private army of 8,000 soldiers and headed to Dongshan village to rescue the people. Thus, Yu Xiaoxiao had met him on several occasions. Master, you have worked hard. This subordinate has already arranged a place for you to stay. Please come with me. Commander Lu led his men to greet their masters. But his heart tensed up when he raised his head and saw Chief Steward Su, the Emperor's personal bodyguard, standing next to the group. Chief Steward Su was in charge of protecting the imperial family, and he was also the head of the imperial guards. He was responsible for the safety of the emperor, so he rarely left the emperor's side. However, he was unexpectedly assigned to investigate the horse breeding ground outside the borders. This meant that His Majesty had placed great importance on the breeding ground. Commander Lu was originally feeling a little gloomy because he was dispatched to Horse Farm, but that disappointment and gloominess had all disappeared. Cower, are you tired? Do you want to take a break? Fist. Zhu Junyang had been paying close attention to the news from beyond the borders ever since he appointed Commander Lu and a few of his trusted aides to prepare the horse farm last year. If he wasn't worried about Xiaoxiao's well-being, he would have directly headed for the breeding farm by now. Yu Xiaoxiao naturally understood his current mood. After she took a sip of the mystic stone water, all the exhaustion in her body disappeared. She straightened her back and in high spirits, she said, "No need. Let's head to the horse farm first. My little Red is still there. I wonder if she still remembers me." During the spring season, Little Red finally accepted Fierce Wind and she quickly got pregnant with a baby horse. Since Fierce Wind and Little Red were Fergana horses, everyone had high expectations for the baby horse. So, he asked for Xiaoxiao's consent to transfer the pregnant horse to the horse farm outside borders. Little Red's baby was used as an important observation target and was raised with great care. Xiaoxiao didn't come in person to visit the young horse after it was born, but from time to time, she would send people to deliver a carefully formulated fodder for the young colt. She heard that the young colt was plump and strong after eating the fodder and was already a budding genius among the other young horses that were born around the same time. An experienced horse expert already confirmed that the young colt would not be less talented than his parents in the future. Zhu Junyang's stern and handsome face revealed a warm smile when he noticed how considerate his little lass was being. If that's the case, then let's head to the stable first. Master, what should we do about those three people? Hu Xiaoliang pointed his mouth towards three strong figures not far in the distance. The imperial horse farm was the army from the great Ming dynasty's only hope. He couldn't allow strangers with ulterior motives to spy on their secrets. Zhu Junyang glanced at him approvingly. Although this man wasn't very steady, he could be quick-witted when needed. He said to Lu Dekun, "Commander Lu, send one of your subordinates to take the three guests to the place where you are staying and settle down. They are my guests, so remember to treat them carefully." Commander Lu understood what he was implying and nodded his head. "This subordinate understands." Li Daming and Zhang Wenbin, the two of you should take the distinguished guests back to rest. Serve them with good tea and food. Remember to treat them well. The two people who were mentioned responded, "Yes." They took Xiao Rong and the two guards to a courtyard located more than 5 kilometers away from the horse farm. The courtyard was specially built for the people from the imperial family who came to inspect the horse farm. The outside of the courtyard looked simple on the outside, but the furnishings on the side were expensive. It was something only nobles can afford. This further convinced Xiao Rong and his guards that their savior had an extraordinary status. "My lord, based on the horse farm they mentioned, could they plan on raising horses outside the borders?" Ajij, one of Xiao Rong's trusted guards, frowned as he said that. Xiao Rong's other guard, Della Siteng, laughed so hard that his beard trembled as he said, "Raising horses. If they do not have a good stallion to breed, then all the horses they've bred will merely be inferior horses used to carry goods. What's the use of that? Speaking of good stallions, I believe the best ones are the wild horses that are tamed by the people of the grassland. But after the fine stallions bred for a few generations, their bloodlines will not be as pure anymore." Ajij glared at Della Siteng, who was all brawn and no brains. He ignored him and continued talking to his master. "Do you think the great Ming dynasty is planning on raising a cavalry to deal with the various tribes located outside the borders?" "It's very possible." Xiao Rong tapped his fingers on the table. His two thick eyebrows were wrinkled tightly. The red coat cannon and the firearms camp developed by the Great Ming Dynasty already revealed how extraordinary it was during its fight against the Jurchen tribe. If they managed to create a large and strong cavalry with the firearms they already have, then his younger brother's plan to re-establish their ancestors' former glory would become a joke. The Great Ming Dynasty had already reached a height that was impossible for them to achieve. If Xiao Zhan continued to insist on going against the Great Ming Dynasty, then their entire tribe would become victims of his ambition. Why don't I secretly head down and listen to their discussion about their horse farm? Ajij frowned when he saw that his master was caught up in his own thoughts. He wanted to share his lord's burden. Xiao Rong raised his hand to stop him and said, "You absolutely cannot do that. Even if we disregard the fact that they had saved our lives, the well-trained and disciplined soldiers and firearms in their hands showed that they're people we cannot trifle with. I believe that among one of the three people in the group, one of them must be someone from the imperial family. Ajij, do you think our tribe has the power to fight against the Great Ming Dynasty even if we currently aren't experiencing civil unrest?" Now, it was Ajij's turn to frown. In the past, the tribes beyond the borders relied on their strength and guerrilla warfare to barely deal with the Great Ming Dynasty's army. However, during the recent battle between the Jurchen tribe and the Great Ming Dynasty's army, the Jurchen tribe suffered a crushing defeat with numerous casualties after they faced the red coat cannon. Not only did the Great Ming Dynasty have a new weapon, their weapon didn't seem to miss. The Jurchen tribe suffered such heavy losses after that battle that they probably would not be able to fight again in the next 10 years. The Jurchen had united more than a dozen tribes to fight against the Great Ming Empire, yet their battle ended in a disastrous defeat. How can a small Tuhair-Hanbu tribe like theirs face such a powerful enemy? Ajij shook his head slowly and sighed heavily. Ajij, you are one of the great warriors of our Tuhair-Hanbu tribe. I didn't expect you to be a coward. Our Tuhair-Hanbu tribe doesn't lack brave warriors who are not afraid of death. Even if the Great Ming Dynasty wishes to kill us off, I will make sure we bite a few chunks of their meat off first. I, Della Siteng, am not a coward and I am not afraid of death. The blockhead pounded his chest loudly. So what if they were from the Great Ming Empire's imperial family? They looked as thin as paper, he could easily pinch them to death with his finger. Ajij glared angrily at him and reprimanded, "Do you think this is the time for us to fight force against force? You have to look at our reality. Do you think it's worth it to sacrifice the entire tribe just to prove ourselves?" Della Siteng was usually somewhat afraid of his crafty partner. When he saw that the other party was angry, he only muttered a few words in response before he fell silent. "My lord, from our current viewpoint, we can only try to be on friendly terms with the Great Ming Dynasty. We cannot be aggressive against them." Ajij persuaded Xiao Rong patiently. He was afraid that his lord's mind would be spurred on by Della Siteng's words. Xiao Rong smiled bitterly and said, "I am like a stray dog right now. I don't even have the power to protect myself, so how can I fight against the mighty and formidable Great Ming Empire? My lord, this subordinate has a plan. I don't know if you'll allow me to discuss it." Ajij pondered for a while and based on the current situation, he felt that this was the only feasible plan. "Tell us your plan." Xiao Rong could already guess part of his plan, so he nodded his head at him. The Han people believe strongly in the saying, "Enduring hardships while plotting your revenge." My lord can pretend to surrender to the Great Ming Dynasty and use their power to help you regain your tribe. Ajij paused as he secretly observed his lord's reaction. Xiao Rong smiled bitterly and said, "The emperor of the Great Ming Dynasty is not someone who can be easily fooled. If we want to borrow troops from them, we will have to show them a certain degree of sincerity. Do you think we can come up with anything that can stir the emperor's desire based on our Tuhair-Hanbu tribe's current financial resources?" Ajij gritted his teeth and continued, "Isn't the Great Ming Dynasty's army short on horses? We can pay tribute to them every year with horses. Ajij, you clearly know that the Great Ming Dynasty is planning to build a cavalry. What do you think the purpose of their cavalry is? Of course, the cavalry they built will be used against us. In the end, we will be victims either way. What do you think you're suggesting?" Della Siteng was so angry that he roared at Ajij. Ajij glanced at him and said, "Even if they don't have a cavalry, they will still be able to subdue all the tribes beyond the borders if we give them time. Do you believe me or not?" Humph, I only know that they will become stronger once they have cavalry. They're already a tiger, and with their enhanced cavalry, they'll become a tiger with wings. It will be very difficult for our tribe to continue to survive once that happens. How would you know that the great Ming dynasty would not destroy all the tribes outside the borders once they developed a strong army and cavalry? Della Sideng paced around impatiently. Even if we don't do this, just relying on the three of us and the traders from our tribe, we will still be helpless against the great Ming dynasty. We have nothing that will give us an advantage against the great Ming dynasty. Ajij knew that this was only a temporary measure to sat the great Ming dynasty's thirst. However, he had noticed that the emperor of the great Ming dynasty seemed to want to pacify the tribes located beyond the borders. In the past 2 years, the emperor increased the trade between the tribes and people from the great Ming dynasty. He has also strengthened the connection between the tribes beyond the borders and the people from the Central Plains. This was the reason why he had proposed such a plan. Stop fighting. The great Ming dynasty has already started building their own horse breeding farm to raise horses for war. Even if Ajij's plan was not implemented, they will still manage to build their own cavalry in a few years. Xiaorong felt that he had sighed more times today than the 30 years he had lived combined. Della Sideng whispered apprehensively, if they don't have a good stallion to breed, how can they easily raise an army of military horses? Didn't the great Ming dynasty have a cavalry before? But those horses were bred from inferior horses, so they were only worthy of eating the dirt behind us. Xiaorong interrupted him and sighed, at the present, our priority is to inquire about the great Ming dynasty's policies towards the tribes beyond the borders. The first matter we should focus on is to quell down the civil unrest. Otherwise, Xiao Zhan, that idiot, will be spurred on by that vile character and start a war with the great Ming dynasty. I'm afraid that if that happens, no matter how ingenious our plans are, we will have no use for it. End of chapter 570. See you in the next chapter. Thank you.